the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. A full Good Time gang is here, and we look forward to spending some time with you as we get things going for the day. We'll kind of break it all down, let you know what's coming, and then jump into a ton of stuff to cover. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey,
I'm excited.
y'all?
I'm excited because we're all together.
We're all together again. Everybody just do that
Back
again.
Yes.
Huh? Nobody's sitting.
So much fun.
We got a fun show today.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
a fun show.
Bubba is off today dealing with some personal issues with his lake house that was discussed yesterday on the show. If you missed all of that, it looks like I don't know what classification, but a tornado or straight line wind, something messed up his lake house, and not just a little. I'm talking about a lot. A lot of folks are talking total gut job, rebuild, whatever. I'm not sure. And so, as you can imagine, dealing with that, he has taken today to do that, and will be back with us tomorrow. From the USFL, Birmingham Stallions, Coach Skip Holtz will be in studio next hour. He'll be stopping by. They crank up here. I know they've done some preseason stuff, but they crank up before you know it.
defending champs.
Yeah, they host the New Jersey Generals at 6:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox Saturday, April 15th. So that's quickly approaching, and we'll catch up with Coach Skip Holtz. You want to know who else I've been talking to about getting them on is Daryl Johnston. You remember?
Yeah.
He's heavily involved, and he was behind the scenes a lot with the USFL, but he's out front this year, and so we're going to have him in studio here before long. But we've never met him in person.
No.
We've seen a lot and watched him play. Used to love to watch him play, but never met him in person. So that's all today. So how are y'all? Y'all good?
Good to go.
Good.
Had my
Everybody
dose
good?
of Morgan Wallen this morning on the way in. And
Yeah, it's funny you said that. It's so funny you said that because
What in the world?
Morgan Wallen, he's had a lot of drama.
We
with
discussed
all
yesterday,
that.
so
Yeah.
you know, Speedy, that I personally confessed that I haven't been given Morgan Wallen enough.
Yeah.
And when I was in Florida, I just randomly started listening,
Yeah.
and now I like a bunch of
How about his
songs.
latest album's got some cuts on it?
Well, that's where all
20-something,
this came up.
almost,
yeah.
yeah.
30, I think it was 30.
Yeah, there's a lot. The boys have always liked him, and I was introduced to him years ago when we were sitting around, I think playing cards or board game or something like that, and some music was just put on in the house in the background, and they said, "Oh, we got to play Morgan," and that was before all the drama, and then all the drama happened. And
Sure.
then, anyway,
I
he's had
remember
a
all
new
that, yeah.
album come out. I guess what's funny about it, I had him on shuffle the other day. JC played about an hour and a half away, and I ran to do that and come back, and I was on the phone a lot, but that was in the background. Yeah. I laughed a lot when you said that. Huh?
Well, I mean, I just
and does Greg not like him?
Well, no, I just confessed
I don't
yesterday.
dislike him, but I don't see nothing. What's the big difference between these?
I just knew Greg would
No, it's just
catch
funny,
him off
yeah.
guard that I was actually listening to. I've added some of his songs on playlist.
Oh, okay.
And Greg can't believe it.
Yeah, he's in my country genre.
Yeah,
I've added him
I got to
there.
get better about creating different lists for different things. I got one big list.
Do you really? Yeah.
And I claim it's my tennis list, but now songs have entered into that list that really have no business being there.
Yeah.
98 Braves is one of them.
Okay.
And
funny.
Whiskey Friends.
The classic rock. Terry says I land there a lot. I have my classic category where it's classic everything, and then you got your country and all that. But yeah, he's a few of his songs are in the country for sure. Yeah. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah. Definitely. Nah, I mean that's just Helms. I just didn't expect him.
Well, he can't do anything halfway. He's all in.
Well, I told Speedy, on the way back from Florida, I was listening to books and we had like a 9-hour drive, and we came
Couldn't
all the way
believe it.
back and didn't get back to like 3:30 in the morning. And anyway, but about 2.5, 3 hours out, I was like, I got to do something different. I mean, you've listened to enough books and podcasts, okay? So let's do something different.
Yeah.
And so I just went to the Apple Music top 100.
Okay.
And out of the top 100, what caught me off guard was there were at least 35 Morgan Wallen songs in that list. And I was like, what in the world? Why? And so I thought, I'm not giving this guy enough. Obviously, he's popular. And so I just started listening to some of his songs, and then I found myself liking and adding to my playlist.
Well, how about that?
Well, at least you're rolling.
Didn't know I was a fan.
No.
Okay, man.
Oh, me. If you're watching on YouTube and you wonder what's all laying around, it's some new merch that is being discussed. So
it's actually in the store today.
All right. And there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
Good
I like
night.
that coffee mug.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I'm
It's a
sitting
good
here
one. It's got
looking at
like
it
the
right
logo on it, just plastered all
Good-looking
over.
mug.
How about
Yeah,
that
it
oven
is.
mitt?
I like the oven mitt.
Let's
It's a
put
sure
the
enough
mitt on
good
the
one.
slab.
High
each other.
quality.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so
Huh?
you can take many slaps with that.
Hey,
man.
hey, that professional slap the league or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, that's crazy.
I don't see how they do that. just the
rough.
anticipation of it. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, okay,
Wham.
here's my chin. Go ahead.
Wham!
Golly.
Hey, they
Yeah.
swing on in there, and
Yeah.
I'm talking about connection
Right.
in your head.
Oh yeah.
That's a tough one.
So all right. So we got a lot to discuss today. A lot happening. Unfortunately,
Is that a skillet?
It is.
it is.
Okay.
And that's a sure enough
Great.
good one. It's heavy too.
Yeah.
That's a skillet.
Cast
Huh?
iron skillet right there.
All right.
I
You
don't
don't
think
see
that you
that
can
much.
hold it straight out, shoulder
Probably
width,
not.
with straight on. I don't know if you can hold it straight out without it falling. It's that heavy, and it's got our logo right there on it. Is that going to be in the stores? Is
All
that
of
in
this, yeah, all of
Okay.
this is in the store right now, ready
Yeah.
to purchase. We're going to make a video of it and get that out at some point with Rick and Bubba whenever he gets back. And but if you see this and think, man, I need a skillet or I need a oven mitt or
Yeah.
a little deck pouch or coffee
Watch
mug,
out.
sunglasses, T-shirt, it's all there. I even see a which we don't have here, a dog bandana
A dog bandana?
with our logos all
I
over.
like it.
Oh.
I like it.
I'm going to put one on Mr. Buddy.
Yeah.
That won't
I'm
last. It won't
loving
last
it.
a second.
No, it'll have it ripped off and chewed up.
Yeah.
I love the shirt trying to do a little bit better. That's funny. Trying to do a little bit better. All right, so we're going to go to break, and we are rolling.
I'm gonna put those sunglasses on.
There you
I
go.
really wish you would and not come out of them.
I'm going to steal that mug.
Yeah.
Greg, why do you always get the mugs? Speedy and I drink
know.
coffee too.
Y'all
I
don't
know.
drink it like that, though.
I'll give you that much. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick Adler join us right after top of the hour. Bubba off today. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too.
The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited-time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammation inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. We are rolling full Kickoff Hour in here. Helmsy has gone to the shades that are now in the store. If you missed last segment or some of yesterday, we have merch that we are now debuting at rickandbubba.com. Just click on store, and one of the items are Rick and Bubba shades.
Black Malibu sunglasses with our logo. I like these.
And the challenge was for him to keep those on, and he's
I can at least go a segment. I feel like y'all don't take me serious because I wouldn't take anybody serious if they had sunglasses on indoors.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Of course, that lights are kind of bright.
they are. It does make
They
it
are.
nicer.
Yeah.
On the sensitivity of
Sure.
the eye.
Yeah.
You know, I'm eye sensitive.
You
know
are
that or not.
legally blind.
Like I don't like to wear sunglasses, but when I'm outside, I have to have them on.
Yeah.
Real sensitive to the sun.
Yeah. Greg, do you remember at the last studio how you would claim that the way those lights were, it was hurting your eyes?
You talking about them LEDs at that when we were on that
Look at the face he's got
channel?
right
What
now.
was
Yeah.
that channel we was on?
Yeah.
Those
they
were
so
horrible.
bright.
I hated them.
You hated
When
them.
they come and got them, I was so glad.
Oh, me. But yeah,
These
so
are very similar to those gooders that I wear that are gray.
they are.
said they's a gooder.
They just not. They don't. They're not mirrored like that.
And I like these. These are a good feel. They look good.
And you rocking them.
I
is
hadn't
what you're
had them
doing.
in the sun yet, but we'll find out.
That's right. That's right. It's rickandbubba.com. Click on store. All kinds of cool
There's
stuff.
a new tab. Click there. All the new items. You know what's
there
in
we
the?
go.
You know what's on the new tab?
What's that?
New items.
New
That
items.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We keep it simple.
Yeah. Some pretty sad news yesterday out of Nashville. This shooter that
done with crazy people.
I know that killed 6, 3 kids that were I guess attending the Christian Academy there in Nashville. I think 2 age 9, 1 age 8, and then 3 staff members. I think one was a substitute teacher. One, I think, ran the school, and then a janitor. Both, I think they were 60, 61 years of age. Police now, at first, and this is something I couldn't figure out. It happened right after the live show, between 10:15 and 10:30 Central Time is when this all went down, and the Metro Police there in Nashville responded very quickly and was able to eliminate the target, which was a 28-year-old woman who identified as he or him, a transgender. Pronouns were he and his, I should say.
What's that got to do with it?
I don't know. That's just what was on the profile and all the social media accounts that everybody is now talking about. Audrey Hale, 28 years old, was first identified as a teenager, and that ran for about an hour or two, and then they updated and said no, it was a 28-year-old female, Audrey Hale, and that is who went into the school, and for yesterday there was a lot of confusion because they were like, well, okay, so it was a former student. She was a student when she was there, because I want to say it's preschool to, was it sixth grade, I think?
I'm not sure.
And so she's come back to the school. She was very familiar with the school, and she entered a side door. And there was a lot of criticism to the school and the church that was connected to it, that how in the world could a side door be open? Well, then now this morning, if you're listening live, and it's the 28th, there's been security footage that's been released. She shot her way in to the school.
Yeah, I saw that.
The door was not unlocked, and so she shot herself through the 2 doors. There was the kind of the glass doors that you push.
Yeah.
You push to kind of open up, and there was like the outside doors, and then there was a little bit of an entryway, maybe 10, 15 feet, and then there was another set of doors. She shot herself through both set of doors. That's how she entered the school and the church. So there's your update. But Audrey Hale, 28, she was shot dead by police after staging her attack, and I think Aiden is she wanted to be referred to. Her man name was Aiden.
Is that right?
And so there's your update on that. But just sad news coming out of Nashville.
very
Terrible.
She had a ton of stuff when they went to her residence, and she had drawn chilling images of Jack Nicholson's The Shining with the murder spelt backwards, eerie picture about remaining a child forever and never wanting to. It was just a very
weird,
very, very just sad, mentally ill situation. And she some of her works with Jack Nicholson and The Shining that she drew was an image of a person with their feet in the air, captioned "To be a kid forever." And it was just a lot of other disturbing stuff. Her manifesto and stuff that they are discovering back at her residence is pretty chilling. Just sad news that happened. But there's your update, because everybody's so quick to be the first to report that sometimes they start reporting false information.
As information comes, they just go a little bit out of time, and then they go back. Oh, wait a minute.
Right. And at first they were saying, someone within the police department said it was a teenager. No, it was a 28-year-old. And then it was, the side door was unlocked. She just walked in. Well, no, she shot her way in.
Obviously a very disturbed person.
Very, very disturbed person. But that happened after the live show yesterday. Matter of fact, about 15 or to 20 minutes after the live show. But the way that the police officers were able to get there, and they just heard the gunshots and went straight to the gunfire and was able to eliminate her from doing any other damage, because she was loaded and ready to do a lot of damage.
So they handled the situation better than we've had some others handle similar situations. You know, the bunch down in wherever it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
in Florida?
That didn't engage.
Right.
So these guys sound like they showed up and got the job done.
Yeah. And I don't know where we are. I mean, I'm not going to get into the political side of things because I think a lot of folks say, well, you know, we should have resource officers there or off-duty police officers at every school in America making sure that we have armed security. And then some are going, well, no, then it looks like a prison. Well, no, I think we need to come up with whatever we need to protect kids and from this not being a soft target. And so I'm up for whatever works. Yeah. But we just, you know, they were able to respond, but you can only respond as quick as you can get there. You know, and now they got there pretty quick. And within, I think, 14 minutes from the call that came in, they were already there and eliminated the shooter within 14 minutes. But then you go, well, yeah, but if there was an armed, you know, off-duty police officer there, then there's somebody there. And I don't know the details of all that or what the school did, but that's just opened up more discussion about that. So there's your update from yesterday out of Nashville as more information has come forward today. Just terrible news out of Nashville, and a very nice area there of Nashville. Just something that area, you know, you always hear this from witnesses and people that live there. Well, we never thought that anything like this would happen because it was not a very big school. I think it only had 200-something students in it.
Wow.
But there's your update. 29 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals, or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour, a full Kickoff Hour crew here. The Good Time Gang, all three of us in for today. Adler, Rick join us at top of the hour. Bubba off today dealing with the lake house damage from the tornado that came through, day before yesterday. I had being off yesterday, and thank y'all for letting me take a personal day. I was out of the loop, didn't hear any of the show, did not, just with my schedule, wasn't able to do that. But I did see what Adler had posted for the best of the day or bit of the day, and what he had labeled it. Tornado, what do you say? Tornado hits Bubba's
house on his birthday.
On his birthday. Yeah. Can't have nothing. You really can't. So I did watch the segment. And was way out of the loop. But then the Rick and Bubba staff text group started getting images from Bubba, and so I was trying to play catch up on what happened here.
Yeah.
And I was so out of the loop, I didn't even realize that. I remember the area had thunderstorms and stuff, and I knew they talked about some of it could be severe. But I didn't know that.
We didn't either, and Bubba didn't either. He walked in yesterday morning and told me and Helms, he said, on his phone, his alarm will send him. He said, just say my back door's open and water.
Oh, no.
And he said, so I'm going to call my neighbor to go over there. He said, he figured the wind had blew his door open.
Yeah.
Well, he had no idea what was waiting on him.
Hey, water.
All of a sudden, the neighbor text said, call me. And
call me.
Yeah.
And he said, that never happens.
Yeah.
So was he the only house in that area? Did it just hit his? Or, was everybody affected? But it sounded
I think
like
there were a couple of homes affected,
Okay.
but I don't know that they were like Bubba's.
Wow.
I mean, he'll be able to. He's, I
Right.
guess he's on the scene today, and he'll give us an update.
Yeah.
I think we're going to actually get an update for him.
Yeah,
he's
he's going to call later in the show, and so that's what I was going to say is
Yeah.
that he is not in studio today. That's why I said Rick and Adler join us at top of the hour. He's taking a personal day to get things going down there. Please don't think it's just a little.
No,
it's like the roof. Is gone.
Honestly,
and it's just raining.
Well,
it was just raining in the house.
And this is on me, not Bubba. But when he got the word that a tornado had hit his house, okay, and there was damage, in my mind, I thought, and not good, but I thought, He's got a tree that
Yeah,
fell on
yeah.
his roof,
some broke
messed his
windows.
roof up. He's got a couple windows out. Maybe a door has been kicked in by a limb.
Right.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And then when he sent us the picture, and it was right
night.
before daylight, and it was hard to see everything, I thought, my gracious, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not good.
What in the world?
It's a big
And then he
good.
sent us more video yesterday afternoon of what Betty walked into
Yeah.
as the day unfolded, and I couldn't believe what I seen.
No, it was just a rainfall, and I think I thought Rick put it well when he was talking to the staff. You know, the sound of water can be very pleasant at times, but then depending on the situation, and I'm paraphrasing it, it can be
Very destructive.
very destructive,
right.
it's just bad. I mean, it can be pleasant at times, but water raining down inside a
That's
house
not normally good,
is
no.
not good. And
Not a
I
good
know
mix there.
a lot have been affected by severe weather. Even more last night in surrounding states throughout the southeast, getting it pretty good. And
Well,
so,
I'm telling you, we've had some weather.
all right. So we've got a lot of news out there. I don't know which way you want to go, guys, because we could go, about 4 different ways. Oh, don't forget next hour, head coach Skip Holtz with USFL's Birmingham Stallions, defending champions, will be with us next hour in studio.
How about that?
And there's 4 cities that are hosting.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Birmingham is hosting Birmingham Stallions and the New Orleans Breakers. Detroit is hosting the Michigan Panthers and the Philadelphia Stars. Canton is hosting Pittsburgh and New Jersey. And Memphis is hosting, of course, they got Memphis and then Houston Gamblers. And,
last year, all of them were in Birmingham.
All of them were in Birmingham. Now there's 4 host cities, and each city will have 2 teams in it. And they'll open up, Birmingham will, April 15th.
They're going to defend their title
against the New Jersey Generals at Protective Stadium, 6:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox.
Yeah.
And so we'll catch up with Coach Skip Holtz and appreciate him taking time to actually be in studio today. I know they're doing some media and some different things, so be good to see him in studio. And I know Bubba will miss that because he was hoping to catch up with
We had
with
Coach Holtz on before, and he's a good interview.
He
Great
is.
guy. A lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. There's all kinds of things going on. I saw, this whole this Lamar Jackson thing has
Lamar.
been entertaining to say the least. He represents himself, or his mom's like his agent.
That's a little odd, yeah.
And it hadn't gone well because he was.
I know you want to save that cut that the agent gets, but a lot of times it's worth it.
Right. The contract saga between him and the Ravens has just gone on and on. Well, yesterday he announced he's requested a trade from the team. Just as Coach Harbaugh sat down to speak with reporters at the NFL's annual league meeting, he got the news. And Jackson, who we talked about representing himself, tweeted out that he has not been they can't get anywhere. So he has requested a trade on March. He requested a trade on March 2nd, as the team hadn't been interested in meeting his value, which means that they're not trying to get to where he needs to be. So
So he said he's ready to deal with someone else. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah,
See if
yeah.
he's going to get it, but I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes you hold out and it works. Sometimes you hold out and everybody turns and they're not as interested as they once were. So I don't know. Well, I don't follow it enough.
I don't either.
I know he's his style of play.
Mm-hmm.
He gets. Past 2 seasons he's been hurt.
Right.
Because of the style of play. He's fun to watch. He's a dynamic, quarterback. But you gotta look at this. Like I said, if I'm paying that kind of money and I see that, you hadn't even finished the last 2 seasons, because it ain't your fault. But
And can Lamar outfind his mom's crazy?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. It's just,
they've offered him a lot of money.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
It just ain't the money he wanted, because you got the Kyler Murrays and them type.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he's way overpaid. I don't know what they were thinking there, but
Mm-hmm.
he wants that kind of money.
Yeah.
And
I even if you don't follow the NFL, it's just there's going to be a couple of things that are weird, and that is Aaron Rodgers and not in a Packers uniform, and Lamar Jackson not in a Baltimore Ravens uniform.
I know.
Those 2 things are just going to look strange.
And I will say this: Lamar Jackson surprised me coming out of college. I didn't think he would be a successful NFL quarterback, and up to this point, he's been pretty successful. Again, missed the past 2 seasons, missed a lot of time because of injuries. But that has to be considered.
It does, and probably is.
I'm investing lots,
Yeah, but
Lots of money
his body build and type of play where he's going to scramble and extend plays and use his legs. I mean, you're more prone to being injured, especially in the NFL. And we've talked about that style quarterback. Seems like the drop back passers they seem to have a longer career because they don't put their body as out front because you're now a running back when you take off.
See, a lot of the criticism to Michael Vick was they would go, look, sometimes just give up on the play and get on the ground. Mm-hmm. But he would try to extend the play. And he kept taking licks, and eventually the injuries stacked up. So they say sometimes just, get on the ground, let's take another snap.
Right.
Which is great to watch them trying to make something happen. Don't get me wrong. You love that. But
you do.
Them big guys hit hard in the NFL, and you take a lot of licks from the quarterback position. It's gonna
that is
up.
one thing being with the Titans as long as I was to sit there on the sidelines, and I know you were able to go some and just see the speed and the size and the collisions. And they just get right back up.
Big.
They're so
just
big.
Giant people.
And they don't look big on TV because everybody's big.
Yeah.
But you get down there and you're like a normal sized person, and then you night alive.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's an update there on Lamar Jackson, one of the big stories. And this woman that
can't believe his mom didn't get a deal worked out. That's shocking.
I know. And this woman that has claimed that Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, was her father.
Yeah.
Do you remember that story?
Pretty quick test. We can go on Maury Povich and get this taken care of. Are we not doing that?
Yeah, well, she's now filed a federal defamation suit against Jerry Jones, and they say that she said that this is the deal here. Longtime friend and Cowboy spokesman alleged the three men initiated a deliberate plan to portray the billionaire's own daughter as an extortionist and a shady shakedown artist, I should say, whose motivation was money and greed. So when she came out and said, "That's my daddy," she's saying that he had an orchestrated group of people that was like, we're going to trash her and make her sound like she's crazy.
Is it her daddy or not?
I mean,
it's easy to find out. I mean, like I say, you see it on TV every day.
Yeah.
You're not the father. I mean, we can get this answer.
Yeah. So she has claimed that the lawsuit. She has claimed that like Jones paid her like $375,000 and set up two trusts to conceal that he was Davis's biological father and all this kind of stuff. So we'll see how that plays out. But the news is at top of the sports chain is that now he's being sued.
She's turned
saying that hey, no, y'all have defamed me because you're trying to act like I'm a crazy person when you know what I'm saying is real.
Gotcha.
So we'll see how that plays out.
That she falsely accused him, just wanted money.
Yeah.
So now she's suing. This is getting interesting. I still won't know if that's her daddy or not.
I know. I do too. Kind of do. All right. A little upset with Helmsy. Took his shades off.
Well, you were talking about a serious story, and I didn't want to. I felt like I needed to take them off. Serious business.
Okay, I give you that.
That's funny.
I mean, I really did. That's why I did it.
I could see that.
Put them back on.
That's actually a good call, buddy.
I wish you'd have left them on.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
The double steak grilled cheese burrito is back at Taco Bell. And in case you didn't know, it's stacked. Yeah, packed inside it is a double serving of premium grilled marinated steak and a melty 3-cheese layer. Then on top of that, it has a layer of grilled bubbly cheese on the outside. Yeah, the outside. Why? Probably because it refuses to be caged in by the confines of its tortilla walls. Or maybe just to add more cheesy flavor.
Double steak grilled cheese burrito. Get one today, only at Taco Bell. Participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Double the steak claim as compared to steak quesadilla. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 27 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without a
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the show sponsored by LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. With a risk-free purchase guarantee, I should say, 25 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Join us and visit LearBubba.com. As a special gift, all new LearBubba.com customers in our audience will receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. To speak with someone directly, you can call 1-800-707-4575, or you can go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. And look, with the interest rates on the rise and just the state of our country, good night alive. You can't have nothing. But at LearBubba.com, they got your back, and so give them a holler. The special gift, all new LearBubba.com customers in our audience will receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Again, that number, 800-707-4575 or LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. And the sponsors are always linked to RickandBubba.com. Just click on sponsors, and you'll see them.
Will you tell us about that guarantee again?
Guarantee. How about
guarantee it.
My little guarantee.
Guarantee.
My little guarantee. Have y'all been keeping up at all with any March Madness?
No.
At all?
No.
I haven't either. For the first year, I normally pay more attention to it than I am now. I know with Alabama in it, I was paying a little bit more attention to it. The boys, though, are all in it.
Tickets to it.
Who do what now?
I said I bought tickets to it, but I never got to see it. Braden went.
Yeah. I know everybody's done the bracket stuff. We didn't do a bracket.
We didn't
challenge.
either.
Ooh, bracket. How's
I was
your bracket?
wondering about that.
Yeah. How's your bracket?
And but everybody's bracket's all busted up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a mess.
I would like to know who actually, if there is anybody that had these 4 teams.
I know.
I don't think it has to be slim. I mean, I don't think anybody had this.
No.
I don't. I
agree.
I don't think so either. I don't see how they could have. But
I mean, maybe one or two.
I had
of
Florida
the teams,
Atlantic.
But not. I mean, if you had both Florida Atlantic and San Diego State, I mean, come on, really?
No way.
That's good.
How's your bracket?
I had Florida Atlantic going the whole
I
way.
had them winning the whole thing. That was just me. I had a gut feeling about the Owls.
But yeah,
I will try to watch.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
I will try to watch this weekend and then the Monday finish.
And I tried to explain to the boys, you can't have multiple brackets.
No, you can't.
No, you
that's
can't do
not
that.
fair.
Well, I got one bracket with these guys, and I got another. Stop.
Then you don't have a bracket.
Stop. Yeah, but they're different groups, Dad. I mean, like, I've got some going on with my teammates, and then I got something going on over here.
Well, your one bracket should cover all of them.
That's it.
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. 100%.
Cheaters.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm out on this one bracket, but this other bracket, I still got these folks here. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
So lame.
Well,
Whatever.
they're just having fun.
You can't have nothing. All right, so
They're just having a good
speaking
time.
of that, Bubba off today. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Should hear from him later in the show. And then next hour, Coach Skip Holtz, head coach for the Birmingham Stallions in the USFL. Their season kicks off April 15th as they host the New Jersey Generals at Protective Stadium. For those of you around the country, it'll be 6:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox. But USFL about to kick off as the XFL's been going.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see USFL second year, 4 host cities as they're back. There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of different ways we could go. I wish this one was right here, something that they used when I was in college because I struggled. It says to help some students adapt, some colleges are eliminating grades.
What?
It's called ungrading.
Well, I'll go
Time
back.
out,
I'll
time
go
out.
back and get my master's.
I'd have been an honor student.
And
Wait a minute. Read that. That ain't right.
The idea is meant to ease the transition to higher education, especially for freshmen who are in their who are the first in their families to go to college or who weren't well prepared for college level work in high school and need more time to master it. They're eliminating grades to help new students adapt.
Well, how long does that? I mean, what's the time period on
but
that? When are
think
they
of-
eventually going to grade you?
Yeah, but just think about the ungrading.
How you eliminating grades?
It's called ungrading.
Well, that's what I needed done.
The
'cause
idea
I wasn't prepared for college.
no, I
obviously.
wasn't either. I wasn't either.
I wasn't even close.
No, I know what you majored in.
Yeah.
But grades. It says grades are not a representation of student learning. As hard as it is for us to break the mindset that if the student got an A, it means they learned. They're basically saying
we have gotten so
I know.
soft.
What do we do?
It is unreal.
How about this? Here's an idea. Let's say you do want to go to college. Maybe prepare yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to myself. I didn't prepare myself.
No.
I'm not, saying look what
I
I
should
did.
have done much better than I
Yeah,
did.
but if you really are serious
Barely got
about
out.
college, you might want to prepare yourself in high school to be ready for college.
Yep.
Yeah. You know how in golf sometimes you'll have a tee shot and you get a mulligan, like maybe one mulligan per 9.
Yeah.
It sounds like to me they're giving mulligans for grades if you fall in that category.
Yeah. But I want to know at what point, if you fall in that category, are they going to go, okay, now we're going to start grading you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, right. If a student, listen to this, if a student already
they're just
knew
wasting time.
If a student already knew the material before taking the class and got an A, they really didn't learn anything.
They learned it at one point somewhere. They may have learned it that year. They already knew it.
If the student came in and struggled to get a C+, they may have learned a lot.
Huh?
I know. I love the face you're giving right now.
Time out.
A lot of times.
Yeah, I learned I ain't got no business in college. I learned that's why I went to work, y'all.
UCSC freshman says, a lot of times I'm just so stressed in class I can barely focus.
And what's going to cure that? You know, not grading you. So you're just wasting time by being there. Yeah. We're going to let you come to class every day. We're not going to grade you, but you get to come and sit and pretend you're at college.
Let's focus on learning, they say, not grades. Guys.
Well, how do you judge learning then without grades?
We can't. And I
just, maybe that's a
please
simple question.
Please look at his face over here.
Heck, I like that. I'd have been declared a genius. Greg, I know you made an F, but you learned a lot. I did. I learned that if you don't do any of your work or study, you get an F. That's what I learned.
Right.
I learned that I didn't know all this before. I need to learn it.
Yeah. And I guess what? You got through this gradeless class. You've learned a lot, but we're going to give you credit anyway.
Yeah. Do you go?
What are you teaching?
Do you go 4 years of gradeless and they give you a degree, a gradeless degree?
Great. Right. Is that
you
another
have a
color?
gradeless degree, Greg?
You know how you got all these things?
Because you learned a lot.
You know, you got all these things hanging from all these students.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have a gradeless color?
Absolutely.
You know. Oh, look at here. This one graduated gradeless.
I tell you, he was the valedictorian in the gradeless class.
He majored in partying.
We're not really sure how we rank him because we're not keeping grades. I guess we just like him better than the other ones.
Right.
Some of them are kind of jerks.
Hey, but he says he learned a lot.
He said he learned a lot. Now, he can't pass a test to save his life.
Right.
But he learned a lot.
Yeah. Good night, alive.
All right, then. We're going backwards, folks.
Yeah, we are.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Engine is screaming over my head, and it's just so loud, and I am screaming. I thought I was going to die. He finally gets his foot back on the thing, and I am underneath the rear axle of the tractor.
Oh, wow.
And I get out, and I walk out, and I just look up at him. I'm just like, dude.
Help me.
That could have been it.
Did you say dude? Is that what you said?
I go, dude.
Right.
That could have been it.
Just like that.
Just like
I can.
that.
You know what?
And then we hugged each other and cried.
So
like straight up. We hugged each other and
leave
cried.
that part. When you tell the story going forward, leave that out.
Okay, leave that part out. Leave the crying part.
Yeah, please
I thought
leave
I was
that out.
dead.
It's a great story.
It was so loud.
Hey, listen, phenomenal story.
The engine was so loud above me.
Hey, you put me there, but leave that last part out.
Okay.
When you embrace another man and you're crying out loud.
Did he have a bush hog on the tractor too?
No. Well, not at the time. Not at the time, but we were doing some bush hogging.
We were doing some.
All right, so a couple things with you.
Yes.
I know. Last week has a couple. We got a few things that have happened. We talked about one yesterday that you're now going to be judging a macaroni and cheese contest.
That's right. I got to send them that picture that Greg took for me.
Yes, please do. Please.
Thanks for the picture, Greg.
But one of the things, and I know you have three brothers. Well, and so a total of four.
Mm-hmm.
So you have one married that's already got kids, has two kids, which we'll talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You got then you that got married, which is the next one down, and you've been married for a little over a year.
Yep.
About
Coming up on 2 years in
November.
November.
In case you're wondering.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then you have a brother that's younger that's about to get married,
Mm-hmm.
and then one that's still in college. So here you are, whether we like it or not. There's always, once you've been married a year or more, people start hey, so when are y'all deciding y'all want to have children?
Blood pressure.
Yes.
And that pressure's on you. Now Greg's announced he's going to be a grandfather.
You're right.
Thankfully for you, your mom and dad already have two grandchildren.
Yes.
And that's good, because if not, then the pressure I think would be even even stronger.
Oh, no question.
But people do ask you that a lot, and so I'm sure you and your wife, you go out and you say, well, let's talk about it, or let's try to think along those lines. But you're saying something happened last week that may have impacted that. What happened?
Well, we shared a condo with a 2.5 and a 4-year-old.
Well, that's a good birth
So
control.
we talk about having kids a lot less now. So.
I bet what are you trying to say?
Y'all, no, it was incredible. It was great. It was great.
So that window just got pushed back a little bit.
So all the family that you just mentioned, we were in 2 condos right next to each other, just basically big hotel rooms, if you're wondering. And we're right next to each other, and in one condo was my parents and my brothers, and we actually brought my brother's fiance. She had her own room, and everything was great. So they're in one condo, and then the other condo was my wife and me, and then my brother, his wife, and their 2 kids. So we shared a condo with a 2.5.
It's not a big area.
And a 4-year-old. Y'all, it's different. It's different
Well, life happens, doesn't
when
it?
they're in your zone all the time. Because right now I'm living in like I'm like a grandfather. I go over there, give them whatever they want,
Uncle World,
go crazy, and then I leave and I go home and I sit in my quiet house on my couch and watch whatever I want to on Netflix.
Which is why
Awesome.
people say grandparenting is more fun than parenting.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yes. And y'all, when they're in your zone and they're everywhere around you, and they don't stop. They don't stop.
No, they're there. They're always there.
And when they run out of words to say, they just start saying fake words like "dee da pop hey ting tong pai tai ho hey how pa." And just like, what are you doing?
Right.
No, I'm not joking you. One morning, I heard the 2.5 little boy say, "I'm Iron Man." From 6:30 until 7:30, just through the door of the condo, "I'm Iron Man." And then another morning, I heard him say right outside the door, like he's in some kind of crazy, like in his imagination, he's doing something awesome, I'm sure. But he's standing outside the door, and from 6:30 to 7:30, another morning, he goes, "Who is it?"
That's it.
That's it. Who is it? He's this little 2.5-year-old kid. He's just like, I'm sure he's in some throne room and he's defending a throne room from a dragon or something. Who is it? Who is it?
Who is it? But they never.
Still us trying to sleep.
Right. How about this? They don't tire of nothing ever gets old.
No.
Nothing ever gets old.
No.
I didn't think I would have to say, "Please stop stabbing me with your sharp, tiny fingers in my belly button. Please stop doing that. Please. I'm begging you, please." It was crazy, guys.
So maybe that window's been pushed back a little bit.
Maybe
now.
a little bit.
You thought you had your hands full with Franklin and Kevin.
Yeah, well,
it's not even close.
Talking about Rick and Bubba history, and now you're going to say, well, guys, you guys were all over. We had a program that never took off. Remember, we called it Toddlers for Teens, and we thought it was a way to stop teen pregnancy. And what it would be is you take these teenagers about a week before the prom
and make them babysit,
and you make them keep your 2- and 3-year-olds. And then you could send them off and say, "Come home whenever you want to. You got nothing to worry about." You know what I mean? And it's the greatest. I think one of the greatest steps from birth control, and we call it Toddlers for Teens. And really, you've experienced it. I bet you think, you know what, Rick, that would work.
Guys, it would work. It would 100% work. We like.
Who is it?
Who is it?
I'm Iron Man.
I am Iron Man. We know, Charlie. We know that you're Iron Man.
We get it.
Or he'll just say powers and go like this. Like powers. Okay, good.
But the key is it never gets old.
Oh, goodness.
It's as fresh the first time as it is the 14th
At least
time.
you were eye to eye with him.
That's real funny. That's real funny,
that's
buddy.
See, he thought you were a play
He's
toy.
2.
He thought you were a play.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are thankful that you are here today. We do have a lot to do on the program. We'll update you on that quickly. Got some new Rick and Bubba merch you've been hearing a little bit about. We'll talk about that today on the program. Much to come. But first, the national anthem. let's go 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Lots and lots to do on a brand new edition of the program. Speedy has returned. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour on all the different Rick and Bubba platforms, and those platforms there are many, but it is featuring the boldest radio stations in America. They've been with us the longest on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, and we thank them for supporting what we do. Also, the TuneIn app for those of you that don't have affiliates, 24/7. You can catch the Rick and Bubba Show live and archived. So that app is available for you. You can catch the archives on our podcast channel, audio archives available for you of the entire show every single day, including a best of audio hour for kind of the nutshell of the last show. Also, you can watch us live and archived on our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler takes care of that. And hello to all of you that are watching on the YouTube channel, and that number is growing daily. Be sure and subscribe so you get the alerts. It doesn't cost anything, but you'll know when the live show comes back to the YouTube channel, or the Wednesday Bible study. That'll be back tomorrow. So subscribe today there at rickandbubba.com. Watch the show live and have it archived. You get a best of hour there as well. So there's a lot of ways to get the show, and however you choose it, we're glad you do. You heard, if you were listening to the kickoff hour or watching that, you know that Bubba is not here today. I apologize to all of you out there. It's almost like we're having a hard time getting the entire show here all at the same time. But that's the beauty of the fact that we're called Team Rick and Bubba, because it's a team. It's not dependent on one person. Even though we are at our best when we're all here. We acknowledge that. But there's not a whole lot that can be done about this. Sometimes life throws things at you that are unexpected. And Bubba did a great job yesterday of keeping this in the proper balance. No one in his family is injured. There's no loss of life. But there has been a loss of property and damage that is substantial. So, I mean, it's one of those things where you're looking at your wife and you're saying, you know, yesterday they spent the day trying. I don't even know where you begin. Some of you that have been through it, I've been fortunate enough. I've been in a tornado, but I've never been in, like, my home been damaged to the point of any consequence that I needed to go. We got to start getting stuff out of this house. We got to remove, you know, pictures and memories, and furniture is being ruined by the moment. We have no roof, and I mean, so it's a lot. I mean, you got to get crews to cut trees, and you got to get insurance people on the property, and here comes water people that deal with water, and I mean, it's just a lot to oversee. And you know, Bubba being you know, Betty's husband. And you know, she needs him today. I mean, that's a lot to tell your wife. I'll get to that whenever I can. So here we kind of tell each other, man, when you got something you got to do it. We certainly don't want to be irresponsible with our responsibilities here, but sometimes there's just not much that can be done. I mean, yesterday was an example with you, Speedy. We can't tell you, well, your wife's recovering from surgery, but hey, good luck to her. You know, I mean, there's things you have to do, and so we'll pick up that slack, and Bubba is where he should be today, and he'll give us an update on that later in the program as they continue to assess their situation. And again, they've made it crystal clear. I mean, those of you that you know, you have no house or you've lost loved ones, and like Greg talked about when he worked for the Southern Company, you look over in Amory, Mississippi, and those surrounding areas, and you see places that will have to completely start over. I mean, there's nothing there. I mean, it's all gone. So we'll look at some of that today on the program. So know that's going to take place. We do have some fun stuff today. You've heard the kickoff hour of the Rick and Bubba store. We told y'all we're doing a clearance sale. We did that, and some of that is still there. If you haven't taken advantage of that, you should, because new stuff launches today. You'll start seeing that out on the Rick and Bubba social media. You'll see Helmsy grabbing pieces and putting that out. But the store's got some new stuff, and we'll talk about some of those items today. I'm actually wearing one of those items, and we'll talk about that when we do the full production. Some of you have, over the years, said, we'd love to have a chance to have a Rick and Bubba staff shirt. And really, for those of you that can't see it, picture like people who wear for their companies. They wear a polo, and it's got the company logo on it. And, the problem is some of these items, because of the type of shirts, can be expensive if you try to do a retail version of them. But a lot of you have said, well, give us a shot at it. If we think they're too expensive, we won't get them. But for those of us that don't think it's too expensive, we'd like to have one. So for the first time, we're going to actually offer an opportunity. If you want to get a Rick and Bubba, what we call staff shirt, you can. And I'm wearing it today, and it's going to be available. It's got the Rick and Bubba logo on it. It is a black polo, and we have these in various sizes. So this is available to you in the store today. So there you go. So that's one of the items, and then we'll talk about some of the other ones.
Great
coming
to play
up.
golf in.
Yeah, good to play golf in, and it's just a perfect. We're living in this time of business casual.
Yeah.
Everything's business casual now, to the point that we don't even know what it means anymore. But let's face it. Even there's a lot of times when you go, I'd like to have a Rick and Bubba polo that I could wear with some jeans or with some khakis, or with my golf pants, and now you can if you want that, because sometimes a T-shirt just didn't. You want something a little different.
Yeah.
And then we've got some fun items too. That we got one item that we'll talk about today, and it's expensive, and there's no way for it not to be expensive, including the shipping. I mean, the shipping's going. It's going to part your hair. Yeah. But if you want one of these, they're heavy. That's nothing we can do about that. Yeah. But it's one of those items that every family needs, and it's almost like saying you don't need a car. Cars can be expensive too, but you got to have one. And if you don't have one of these, as part of your home, it is. I mean, this is a chasm. I mean, there's a hole in your house that only this can fill. So we'll talk about that on the program too. So just you grit your teeth one time, get it, and then you got it forever.
I mean, if you want a sure enough good one,
these things last forever. So we'll talk about that a little bit too. Got some opportunities for some of you around the country to join us at some events coming up. We'll talk about that on the program today. We'll run the stories of the day. We will chat with you. Coach Skip Holtz is with us today. The USFL, they are about to kick off. The defending USFL champion is the Birmingham Stallions. And I know sometimes coaches don't like you say defending, but in professional sports you can do that. Because I heard college coaches all the time say, "Well, you don't tell us we're defending something. We got a different team." Yeah. That team had its year, and now but in professional sports we always say defending. Yeah. So the defending USFL champion Birmingham Stallions, their head coach Skip Holtz will be with us, and the regular season kicks off on April the 15th as the Stallions will battle the New Jersey Generals on Fox, and that'll be at Protective Stadium in Birmingham. And we'll tell you how the USFL is set up for season 2. And it should be a lot of fun. So we'll talk about that coming up too, because they're going to do 4 cities this time, and Birmingham being one of those 4, and all that's going to be kicking off mid-April. So, and April, by the way, starts this weekend, in case y'all wonder.
Well, it does, doesn't it?
That's real, by the way.
It is Saturday.
That is real. 16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That the band, along with the staple singers, including
I like that.
The sisters and Daddy.
How about it?
How about that?
It's a good little tune.
Bubba, we got much to do going forward on the program. We've been, kicking around and trying to get ready to go. Kickoff hour got Helmsy and Greg, and is Speedy already in Houston?
He's on the road.
Or is he driving
on
now?
the way?
Golly.
Boyd's got to drive ahead of him.
I know.
Said he left about 4:30 this morning.
Westbound and down.
I mean,
no, thank you.
He is.
Hey, Rick, would you like to drive to Houston? I would not. No.
That'd be no.
That's quite a little haul. Isn't it?
No,
I told him, I said, knowing you're in Houston is getting me through this day. I said, I will drive to Auburn, watch 6 hours of tennis, and get back home before y'all start watching baseball.
Oh,
wow.
my gosh.
How about that?
Hey, that is something in it. Well, here's the thing that gets me. Do they not know there's airplanes?
I know. Well, we're talking about Speedy.
Oh, right, cheap Speedy.
He's dreading
Right.
the gas already. He's having put in the tank.
Yeah, and you know he's riding with some other.
He packed the lunch. They went out to spend money on.
Yeah, Speedy's got a brown bag
With
crackers, and he's figured out how to cut the gas 6 ways.
He took a case of water, Rick, from here before he left yesterday.
I don't know.
That's good.
I don't know with
You know, they got
Southwest.
there's airplanes going to Houston. I mean,
Hey,
it's
I
not
don't-
even that far a flight.
I don't know with Southwest if it's not cheaper to fly.
It may be.
Maybe. Now, you may not
Now,
get
there was
there.
a day when it was. I
So,
don't know
Hams,
if it is.
pull
You remember
up
they
and
used
say,
to they used to do that New Orleans, Houston, Las Vegas hop.
Pull it up and just see what it would
But
be.
but you and I have learned this, and it was funny. You know how all the different things that our kids learn going out, and my kid, the next kid that's going to college, he and some of his buddies, they got together, planned it, financed it, did their own little college trip. Well, you know, there's things they have to learn. Well, you know them, they're looking at coming home, but they don't want to get up early.
Right.
So they think they're going to go and take off at 11 o'clock in the morning. And, of course, what happens? All the afternoon thunderstorms start. It gets canceled. They get stranded. And
You're
I said,
flying, you better leave
I said,
early.
if you care when you're going somewhere, you better be on that first flight of the day.
Yeah.
If you're on those later ones, I mean, you ain't gonna make it. So but Speedy would have got up and got on the plane, so he probably would have made it.
Well, and he could have got a flight this morning, flight back late tonight, and you take that. The hotel alone is one way.
Right. Yeah.
The
So
gas is the other.
I ain't driving to Houston.
It's not as cheap as we wanted.
Well, how much is it though? Just out of curiosity.
Well, just the first time. Now
What if he booked it when he first found out about it?
That's the thing. See,
Yeah.
I hadn't done that yet.
Yeah.
Let me go like a month out and see.
Yeah, go that.
I don't know how
6
long
weeks.
he's known about that because he's probably been sitting there thinking, hoping that these other dads wouldn't bring this trip up. You ever have that guy that's always coming up with things we need to do with our kids? You're like, hey, buddy, hey, please, hey, idea man. You know?
Hey, it's a long.
And here's the other thing I want to talk about. With
Once
these,
you get to Texas, it's still a long way.
well, let's say that you like
$200.
$200. Yeah, that's nothing compared to what you're going to spend
in gas
driving.
Now you talking about is that round
That's your
trip?
hotel, yeah, for one. So he would have had two.
So $400.
Yeah.
Not to be riding 10 hours one way.
By the time you
gotta
add
come-
up
you
all
gotta
the
come in.
taxes
Tanks of
and
gas
everything,
is
you
that?
probably
You know you
buy.
got to come back, don't you?
Yeah, how many tanks?
I
of
figure
gas
you
is
fill up every 3 hours.
Maybe 4,
Maybe
depending
four.
I
on
would
what,
say you'd
what
fill
they
up
got.
twice.
At least twice.
Only
At least
three.
twice, maybe
Say
3
three?
times.
I would say 3 times.
And what is that? $100?
Each time.
No, it's what
What
kind
is
of
he
vehicle
driving?
I
Yeah.
don't know what kind of vehicle he's in.
60?
Hey,
it's at least
It's
60.
it's $150 probably.
Yeah, at least
Anywhere between 150 and 175
in gas. Just
Yeah,
there.
Just in gas.
Just there.
Just there. You know you got to come back. By
Yeah.
the way. You know when you get there.
So you're
I'm
talking
all
about
I'm thinking about it.
$400 versus $375.
Yeah, and
I mean, is
I'm
that
not in the car.
350?
I'm not in the car for 20 hours.
Yeah.
When you do the ride back home, now you're 20
Is
hours.
it just him and Reese?
Yeah.
No,
there's a bunch.
Oh,
of
you're talking about
dads.
for their money?
Yeah, for his
For his
family.
money, that's all I would have had. Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, it you know, and of course I kept telling him this. I said, y'all got something to get going to see the Braves play? I mean,
I thought they were in the tournament. They just going to watch a game.
No, they just pick a stadium. They did it last year. They went to St. Louis.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And Bubba's show, and we thank you for being with us today. We do have much to cover on the program today. We'll have some fun, no doubt about that, but there's some heavy stuff out there as well that we'll work through. Of course, the Tennessee shooting, big in the news. Nashville police releasing security camera footage of the Covenant school attack that unfortunately cost 6 people their lives. And now, you know, that we come this part anytime you have these wicked, evil people. And then as the days go by, we begin to learn more and more and more about these shooters. And, you know, it'll be one of these things that, you know, I have not and would not recommend because of the language and some of the stuff I know that Chris Rock can participate in. But I did see the title of his new tour and this Netflix thing that he did, and I do like his title, and I understand he does cover some of this. Now, a lot of things Chris Rock and I would totally disagree on, but But the one thing that he is saying about our society, selective outrage.
Yeah.
Now he is putting a finger on that correctly. That it's one thing for us to all. It's one thing for us to all be outraged. And again, I wouldn't recommend watching that because I know that he goes down roads as far as language and getting nasty and stuff that I don't want to be part of. But as far as his commentary. That whatever that we said this on the show years ago that we now have moved into our society. We've all moved into our own little mob, and inside my mob, we get upset about things that our mob approves, and then we're very silent on things that is not approved by the mob. Mm-hmm. So we're not consistent. We don't say when this happens, we are all equally outraged, no matter who did it, no matter why they did it. We all say that evil is evil and then good is good. Well, that's over. Now it's I don't know. We should all be upset if this group of people does something, but we're not quite as upset if somebody from another group does it.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all. I think people who walk onto school campuses for whatever motivation they have and shoot children and shoot teachers like we wouldn't even treat animals that way. Okay. Yeah. And when you have such disregard for human life, I don't care who you are, what you represent, that's evil.
Yeah.
Okay? That's wicked. And I would say that to anybody who does that, no matter why they say they're doing it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting as we're really, and again, I don't know if this narrative will stand, but the early stages of the narrative is I targeted this school because of their faith. And I went and wanted to punish this school because it is a Christian school, because of the biblical view on and Tennessee's stand when it comes to children and transgender and all of this. Now, if that stands, it'll be interesting to see, will we still call that evil? Because it is. And now what I'm not going to do is what I don't want people to do either. I certainly have a biblical worldview, and I don't apologize for that because that's God's standard. It doesn't matter what I think about it.
Yeah.
And if I've been redeemed by him and I'm a follower of Jesus, then I say what Jesus says to say and I do what Jesus says to do. And as he told me, if people get upset, you'll have to take that up with him. But I can't claim to be a follower of Jesus and not follow him. But so, and that doesn't mean that I'm against you. That just means I'm for him. Mm-hmm. And so, but when it comes down to this, is I also will not say that this represents transgender people.
No.
This represents evil. This is just an evil person.
Yeah.
So it's not an indictment.
Shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, it's not an indictment on transgender people, but it also shouldn't be given a pass.
Yeah.
Because wicked is wicked and evil is evil, no matter who does it. And anybody that could even remotely say, "Well, now you have to understand." No, there's no understanding this. This we can't live in a society where these kind of people go. That we don't call it what it is. Now, thankful to law enforcement that it could have been a lot worse. They did get there and kill this person. And if that person didn't want to be killed by law enforcement, then go shoot up schools. But and of course the fact that the Biden administration the first thing they want to say about it is when will Republicans ban assault rifles? That and talking about what kind of ice cream you thought everybody had, that's not probably the best foot forward for the Biden administration. If even though I didn't vote for the Biden administration, there's a public relations side of me that just wishes I could help them. Okay, I would say, let me tell you something right now. 2 things we don't need to do. Let's don't talk about assault rifles, and let's don't have the president wander down here and said he heard there was chocolate chip ice cream down here. Did y'all see that?
Oh yeah.
I was really confused.
I'm like,
especially on Fox News, the reader underneath it said President Biden speaks on school shooting, and he's asking about ice cream.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Oh, Greg, have you seen it yet?
No, Speedy was.
We're gonna have it here. You have it now.
Oh yeah, it's not long.
Now listen,
it's very.
This is the leader of the free world, who is walking into a room that everybody, to Speedy's point, is being told the president will now address the latest school shooting in Nashville.
That's what he said.
And here's what he says.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Dr. Joe Biden's husband. And I ate Jenny's ice cream, chocolate chip. I came down because I heard there was chocolate chip ice cream. By the way, I have a whole refrigerator full upstairs. I think I'm kidding.
There's that I think you're kidding thing.
Yeah.
No, we hope you're kidding. We're hopeful that.
It's tough right there.
But does he not have any? Is he not coachable at all? Is there anybody we have a coach in? Is there no one that says, "Hey, let me tell you something"? There's been a school shooting, and now I know you were about to go out and talk about something else, but that's happened. Everybody thinks you're going to at least say something about that.
Yeah. We're joining you. They're joining you live.
Yeah, before we move into whatever else you want to talk about. I mean, guys. Like every TV show last night, I got a chance to watch a little TV. If it was something that was live, they would mention that their prayers were with the people that at the shooting. Then they would move on. The president, no way, no how do you start with a joke and talk about ice cream. I mean, the level of tone deafness here. But I will say this: I do not think that the president is tone deaf. I don't. I think that he has lost the control of his cognitive skills. Because I've seen it. We're going through it with our own dad right now.
Yeah.
This man his mental health is fading. Okay. He does not have control of his cognitive skills as he once did. You know, it was one thing to understand that he knew where he was. We just disagreed with him. He's not capable of doing this job. I mean, and it's so incredibly obvious. How does anybody talk about chocolate chip ice cream right there? Anybody. See, the only way you would do that is if you really couldn't control yourself.
Yeah, he didn't know.
There's no way you would choose to do that. I mean, I would just play that clip to anybody that disagrees on where he is mentally. Because no one would choose to do that. Nobody's that far off. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Bubba, you had one more statement before we hear some of the highlights of the hearing yesterday.
I kind of thought this guy would go up there and try to be professional, try to be humble, try to say, look, I've made some mistakes here in this, but, I'm a professional. And he didn't come across that way to me. He came across – now, again, I have a bias in this. Yeah. I can admit that.
Sure.
He came across very snooty and combative, and I think, the sad part of this is, Rick, there's some things that I want to be absolutes. I want to have confidence in our military. I want to have confidence in the CIA. I want to have confidence in the FBI. I want to have confidence in the office of the president. I just leave this with an uneasy feeling.
Well, I think I said it in the break. I believe we've gotten to the point, sadly, that to your point, I agree with everything you said. There was a time I think there were enough people of integrity and character in our country that you could fill all the slots you need to fill in these organizations that you just mentioned without any fear of having to compromise anything.
Right.
I think there's so few people of character and integrity now, you got to fill these slots with somebody. I mean, you listen to this guy reading his text, you feel like you're here, got some college kid up there reading text or some high school kid texting back and forth with the little girl he likes who's going to meet around behind the band room.
Yeah, now keep in mind, he's doing this with Shack Up Honey.
Keep in mind, this is a guy in the FBI. This is a guy
Rick, he's fourth in charge.
Do you realize he had access, to your point, to some of the biggest investigations, definitely in the last 20 years in this country, and we got a guy texting some woman he's got on the side like she's his high school sweetheart. I mean, and like they're mad at a teacher or something. OMG. We got a guy in the FBI typing OMG?
Well, let's hear some of the interviews.
So anyway, all right,
here's a few of the highlights.
First off, this is the representative from California asking him to read his own anti-Trump text. So watch and listen to this.
In front of you have a one sheet of paper that was presented to you a few minutes ago, and I'm going to just go to a date and then ask you to read your own words. March 4th, 2016.
You want me to read this?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. OMG, he's an idiot.
May 4th, 2016.
Now the pressure really starts to finish MYE.
July 19th, 2016.
That's code name for the Hillary.
How was Trump other than a douche? Melania?
July 21st, 2016.
Trump is a disaster. I have no idea how destabilizing his presidency would be.
August 6th, 2016.
I don't believe I wrote this text, sir.
Okay, it's been attributed to you, so we'll go on to the next.
Incorrect.
August 8th, 2016. And I'll preface it by saying this for context. Ms. Page said, not ever going to become president, right? Right?
No, he's not. We'll stop it.
Repeat that again.
No, he's not. We'll stop it.
August 15th, 2016.
I want to believe the path you threw out for consideration in Andy's office, that there's no way he gets elected, but I'm afraid we can't take that risk. It's like an insurance policy in the unlikely event you die before you're 40.
On October 20th, 2016.
I can't pull away and I defer to the chairman whether
You
or
can
not
just
he'd
use
like me to
one
use
letter if you
profanity.
don't mind.
What the F happened to our country, Lise?
Okay, read it again that way.
Sir, did you not, was it not
I just wanted to
intelligible?
hear it
You
one
just
more
want to
time.
hear it for me to repeat it?
Please.
Okay, sir. Sure. Happy to indulge you. I can't pull away. What the F happened to our country, Lise?
Why in the world do you believe that this committee should not ask for the record of similar text from your private account to find out what else you might have said about insurance
that was his
policies
FBI.
or about the President of the United States or investigation?
All right. Keep in mind, Bubba just said it. That was not his private account.
That was his business phone.
So
They don't have his private account.
And see, where I think it's, look, guys, let's put everything aside. Let's just talk about facts. See, he tries to convince us when he says we must stop it. He's talking about the American people. The reason why that's not true, because, just a C student from Calhoun County, the reason why I know that's not true is he goes on to say, but we can't take that chance, meaning you could just see what happens, but we can't take that chance. It's like an insurance policy, meaning when he says we got to stop it, the plan that was laid out in so-and-so's office, I think, will work. He's letting you know it can't be the American people, because he's even saying to her
that they're idiots.
That's too chancy. So we have to have an insurance policy, just like you hope you don't die before you're 40, but you take out an insurance policy anyway. It's obvious that he. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Bubba out. He'll be back with us, we hope, sooner than later, and we'll get an update from him coming up a little bit later on. Well, we are excited. Our show goes out to the world, but we come from Sweet Home, Alabama, out of Birmingham, Alabama, and we are excited and proud that we are the defending USFL champions, the Birmingham Stallions. Head coach Skip Holtz joins us again on the Rick and Bubba Show. Coach, good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here this morning.
Thank you. We're fired up and ready to go. You said you wanted more energy this time.
I do want a little more energy, and I'm not real pleased at this point. I mean, you can't say in that tone, you can't go, oh, we're really fired up this morning.
That's right.
It's like talking about ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's inappropriate. Let's go. Well, come on. Yeah, it's. I could see Coach a minute ago. He was up here last year, and I think he was just trying to get a feel. But today he came in assessing me.
Yeah.
And thinking, I'm looking for a good third down specialist.
Right.
Oh,
is that what it is?
Yeah.
They go dress you out?
Yeah. Yes. Maybe just I might come into scrimmage this weekend. So I might have a play or two left. Coach, I play a little ball. What do I say for that? Haven't been for an injury, I'd have gone to the NFL.
Exactly.
But anyway, so
if it wasn't for height and speed and athleticism, I'd be there.
So let's talk about, first of all, and we got to see you after the championship, but I want to say congratulations.
Thank
now,
you.
Of course, you're old school coach, so old school coaches don't look back very long.
Nope.
It's I remember every coach. We talked about this. Greg and I, Bill Burgess is our dad, and who coached and was from that same deal, that old school world that your dad came from and you come from, and it is. And one thing they always made clear is nobody cares what you did last year. Nope. Yeah, and it's that was good, and it's great, but it's over.
One of the first quotes I gave the team this year when our opening team meeting is, if what you did yesterday seems big to you, it just means you haven't accomplished anything today.
I'm right. Well, I didn't take long. Write it down. So
let's go.
So anyway, but I do want to ask you this, because last year is real. It did happen.
Yes.
How much of that team is back?
Probably about 80%. We probably had maybe about 10%, 5 guys go to. We have a roster of 50, and so we probably had about 5 guys go to the NFL. We had
Congratulations!
No doubt. Some guys just and had success. When you look at Gates, who went to the Chicago Bears, you look at Victor Bolden, went to the Arizona Cardinals. We had some guys go and have an opportunity to play some ball. So it was great for them to get an opportunity to go there. We had about 5 that retired, went to the XFL, whether that on their calendar, et cetera. And then we've got about 80% back. So great nucleus back. The USFL has enlarged our rosters for camp. So now we have 58 in camp. So last year we went through camp with 45. I still don't know how we did all that.
I don't either.
I mean, with that few players. But this year we have 58, and it's going great. Got a great nucleus back, a good group of leaders coming back, and excited to see what this team could do. But as I told them, you look at it, everybody's excited. We went 11-1. We won the championship, which was awesome. But we won probably 6 games by 1 score or less. I mean, so you're 6 plays away from losing 7 games last year. You know, it's that the winning and losing was that close. So we can't take anything for granted. Now we're starting all over. We're going to get what we earned this year, and I really like the way the guys are working right now.
That's good.
So, do you see do you know much yet about the new guys? I mean, I guess you got a scrimmage this weekend. That'll tell you a lot. Do you know much about them at all? I mean, as all the coaches like you and before you, everybody looks good in shorts.
Yeah.
So can you tell much right now?
We, to a degree, yes, but where you're really going to learn about it, like we won't tackle live until the opening game. You just don't have enough bodies to go beat each other up and go through injuries. So you'll go into that first game, fingers crossed. I mean, I hope we tackle well. I hope we, you can see who can catch, who can throw, and do all those things. But how your running back's going to run, how are they going to protect the football? They haven't really been hit yet and tackled live. So there's some things in there that you go into that opening game with an unknown. But I've got a pretty good feel right now just watching how they play and team every day, the way we're practicing together, the way they pick up the offense and the defense, the way they compete, just the leadership that they provide. So we've got a pretty good idea right now. I like our team. I like where we are. Love our coaching staff. We've got a couple new coaches on our staff. And so right now I kind of like where it's going. But as everybody right now, there's every time in the fall when the season starts, when you go into September, there's 130 teams that think they've got a good football team.
Of course. Yeah.
I've never heard a coach get to a press conference during recruiting and go, well, we lost a handful, so I don't know. I mean, they all love their recruiting class. Yeah. Everybody loves their team at the beginning of the year. It's going to be about staying healthy and see how these guys are going to continue to evolve and develop.
And everybody's got players.
Everybody has played. There's talent all across the league. Everybody has got talent. It's just who's going to gel, and that's one of the things that I think as a college coach, I was all about culture, chemistry, putting your football team together. And you always had from January 1 until September. So you had 8 months to get this thing put together and to build your culture and to have meetings that weren't about football, but just to get your team to work together and to get that brotherhood built. When I came here last year, it's like, okay, we got 3 weeks. We got 45 new guys, and we got to put them all together, and we got to mold together as a team. And I told them the biggest challenge we had was that everybody had talent, but it was who was going to come together as a team and play together a team the most was the guy that was going to hoist the championship. So proud of what they were able to accomplish, but we've got a lot of new faces again, and so we've got to kind of redo the same thing we did a year ago.
Let me ask you this, because you've been around long enough, and of course your dad's mark on football is when you talk to those guys, and you kind of at your age have been in both worlds, and I mean, I don't mean this negatively. I'm talking about I'm trying to accomplish this. I remember someone asking me in the last few years about helping with a team, just something local,
right.
Go over and help with the junior high, whatever.
Right.
And I said I don't think I can. And I said, first of all, it's scheduled, whatever. But I said I don't think I would be any good to you, because the game I play doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
And I said, so as an interior lineman, the way we blocked and the way we play defensive line, you don't play that way anymore.
Right.
So I honestly wouldn't know how to coach it. So the game itself, Greg and I were watching highlight reels of games, from the late 80s, early 90s, going back and looking at some of the things when Dad coached. And as you watch it, it almost shocks you because it was such a slow change, you don't really notice it. But if you go back and watch old football versus today's football, it doesn't even look like the same game.
No.
So how did you adjust as a coach there? Because the game itself has changed tremendously.
It has changed tremendously. And especially, I think the biggest place it's changed, speed and space.
Right.
The transformation. It used to be 2 tight ends, a fullback, I backs. I remember my father said to me one time, he said, the difference between you and me is I don't think you ever have to throw a pass to win a game. And I said, well, you're right. That would be a definite difference between you and me. I mean, you're right. I love the passing game. I love it, but it's become such a part of what we do.
You got to have it, yeah.
And even everybody used to say, well, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it in an NFL system,
right?
Which was quarterback under the center, two backs in the backfield, handing the ball off, play action pass. Now you put on an NFL game, they're in shotgun, running no huddle, throwing bubble passes and screens and things like that. It's become a speed and space game. It's no longer just hand the ball off and bang it away and the old Big Ten, 3 yards in a cloud of dust and keep going forward. It's no longer that game. And so many of the rules.
The tackling, how do you teach tackling?
You know, it is harder and harder. You're trying to get your head out of the game more and more.
Right.
I mean,
and I understand why we're doing it.
Agreed. I think the game is probably safer than it's ever been.
Right.
But I will, knees, ankles, joints were not built to bend in the way sometimes that they get bent in this game. I mean, there is injury still part of it, but long-term injury, if we can eliminate the concussions and those things. And I think, everybody wants to complain about it used to be a more physical game, and people put it on to see the big hit of the receiver going over the middle and the quarterback getting hit blindside and driven into the ground.
Sure.
But they've done an awful lot to protect the players. But I think the biggest change has been the involvement of the offenses and the speed in which the game is played now in a wide open space.
Yeah, there's no doubt what we're seeing athletically is thrilling.
Yes.
I remember even talking to some of the older guys. They said, I think we were probably more physically tough than today's player, but we couldn't run with them. We couldn't play with them. I mean, they would run us out of the stadium. They might. Now, if you wanted to go into a bar fight, we're probably still better. But as far as trying to run with these guys or cover this space and that kind of stuff,
I still think it's a physical game.
No question.
It is still.
There's no way for it not to be.
It is not as physical as it used to be.
There's
no doubt about that. Yeah. But still, it's kind of like watching a block or a big hit on the sideline. Standing on the sideline is like standing on the side of an Autobahn where you get an opportunity to see a 30-car pileup.
Yeah.
Or you watch it from 30,000 feet in an airplane. And you go, oh, wow, look at that big collision down there. But when you're right next to it, it's crash, boom, bang. So I think it's still a physical game, but nowhere near what it used to be. Plus, I think we talk about just the toughness, and I'm not talking just physical, but the mental toughness and the physical toughness of our society. I look at people, my father's age. I mean, just old school, tough, hard-nosed, push through it. Don't complain about anything. Drinking water was a sign of weakness. You know what I mean? It's like, get away from that water. You're tougher than that. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm dehydrated.
No fuel in the tank.
I'm about to fall out.
That was like, put the water down, go eat some salt.
Yeah, exactly. We used to take salt tablets. I mean, where we were, where we used to be. I mean, it was like no water, salt tablets. It was we have come a long way. But that old school approach, there was a mental toughness involved at that day that I think, it's kind of like, I know Nick Saban had a press conference the other day and talked about, soft times create soft people.
True.
If you want a tough football team, and I'm not talking about just tough, like, ripping the head off a trophy, but I'm talking mentally tough that I've got a nick or a bump and I can play through it. We're down in a football game and I'm not, oh no, we're going to lose. But the mental toughness to show up every day to work, the mental toughness, whether it's good or bad, regardless of what you have going on in your life, just the mental toughness, and tough times formulate that.
Yeah, they do.
And we as a society, we don't want to go through tough times. We want to do whatever we can to eliminate tough times for anybody. We want to give everybody a trophy. We want everybody to feel included. I get it. But it also creates soft times and it creates softer people. Those are some of the challenges we have.
No doubt. We're going to come back one more segment. Coach Skip Holtz is our guest, and we're going to talk about the new format with the USFL. Expanding from 1 city now to 4. We'll give you the opening matchups. It'll start on April the 15th. The Stallions will be taking on the New Jersey Generals, 6:30 p.m. Central Time on Fox, right here in Birmingham at Protective Stadium. So go to the USFL.com and get your tickets.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Police that want to come up, use their place in the FBI with these investigations to see if they can't do something to to make it more likely that he wouldn't win. Anybody that doesn't believe that, regardless of your political affiliation, surely none of us really believe that.
Again, put yourself in the flip it around. If that guy with the power of the FBI is investigating Michael Helms, do you think you're getting a fair deal?
No.
Do you think you're getting a fair deal, Greg?
No way.
No way, no how.
Greg's shaking his head here on the radio.
Yep. I have a microphone. I didn't want to squeak.
So,
all right, let's go to the next one.
All right, so this is representative from Texas, and this is when it gets kind of a little disarray. It
was crazy yesterday.
You got me right.
Mr. Strzok, the way you do, saying the things you did, you'd been better off coming in here and say, look, that was my bias. And you kind of get around to that a little bit when you say, hey, everybody's got political views. Those are called biases, and we all have them. And you have come in here and said, I had no bias. And you do it with a straight face. And I watched you in the private testimony you gave. And I told some of the other guys, he is really good. He's lying. He knows, we know he's lying. And he could probably pass a polygraph. It's amazing.
Mr. Chairman.
No, this is my
Mr.
time.
Chairman, I'm sorry.
Point of order.
This point of order.
No,
you
got
the
gentleman will state his point of order. A member of this committee just asserted that this witness, who is under oath and a former agent of the FBI, lied. There is no evidence that. I ask him to withdraw it.
I do not withdraw it. He is not a member of Congress. It's not a violation of the rule. And just as you have been expressing bias through your members about what a hero
there is not a
is
single
coming
person on
here
this
and
committee
lying.
who has ever characterized a witness
Gentleman
as
from
lying.
Rhode Island,
Sitting here
gentlemen,
appearing
it's
before
my
this committee.
time.
That's a disgrace.
Gentleman from Rhode Island will suspend.
By the way, this was the Democratic strategy. Just disrupt it. They don't believe anything they're saying.
Gentleman from Texas will suspend for a moment. There is the disgrace. And it won't be recaptured anytime soon because of the damage you've done to the justice system. And I've talked to FBI agents around the country. You've embarrassed them. You've embarrassed yourself. And I can't help but wonder when I see you looking there with a little smirk, how many times did you look so innocent into your wife's eye and lie to her about Lisa?
Mr. Chairman, this is outrageous.
Credibility of a witness
Shame
is
on
always
you.
an issue.
Shame on him.
Please, have you know, Mr. Chairman, this is intolerable harassment of the witness.
What's wrong with that? You need your medication.
Now, keep in mind, here's the other thing that now this is where the Democrats act like they're above the fray.
Yes.
I mean, how dare anyone go after anyone's personal life and their personal failings unless it's Donald Trump? and so what they're doing now, and the only strategy they had, this is so bad, we have to get in there and disrupt and holler and interrupt. And they know they know this is bad. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. It is impossible to take this Strzok situation and say it's okay, it's not a big deal. It's a very big deal. It's obvious what took place here, and he needs to be dealt with, which thankfully I think the FBI is dealing with him. But the problem, he has been removed, right? Now, he's certainly...
He has been removed from the Mueller investigation.
Is he still in the FBI?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that somebody needs to do something about that.
Well,
I mean, he's got to go.
At least go, possibly carried off in handcuffs.
We'll come back. There's still more.
Rick, what you don't see here is how many times during the day the Democrats scream to recess, just to quit.
I know. Well, I said that's all they got. I mean, it's that bad. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Cook's Pest Control. And the Rick and Bubba Show, we have been together for a long time. What a great job they do. It's so comforting. Look, I don't do pests and rodents. I don't like any of that. I don't like living with that kind of stuff. And so Cook's Pest Control and Centricon will protect your home from termites, but they also handle everything that needs to be done. Let them come out and evaluate your property, and you don't have to. You have no obligation to use them. They'll give you a free evaluation. Contractors, they do that for new home construction too. But you're gonna be like us. As soon as you meet them, and you see the job they do. You're like, you know what? I want to hire you. And save yourself the problem. Hire the best in the business. Cook's Pest Control. Go to cookspest.com, or you can find them at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Coach Skip Holtz is with us. The USFL Birmingham Stallions won last year's championship. We kick off on April the 15th. Coach, last year it had to be wonderful to have Birmingham as the host city for the whole thing.
Yes.
And Birmingham will still be hosting. But now Detroit, Canton, and Memphis will have 4 cities that will be hosting. Is there a side of you, though, that's kind of excited to be able to move it around a little bit too?
No, I love the progress that the whole league is making. A year ago, I think there had not been a spring league that had made it past 5 games since the old USFL in 1985.
Right.
And I think there's been 6 of them that have not gone through 5 games. So I think the model they put together to say we're going to put one hub together, we're going to put 8 teams, we're going to practice there, we're going to house them there, we're going to play there. The model was great, and I thought it worked out fantastic. This year they're starting to grow it, and now they're going, okay, now let's go to 4 hubs with 2 teams in each hub. We're here with New Orleans. And somebody said, do you like it? I love it. The problem with 8 teams in one hub is you're all fighting for the same meeting rooms, the same practice fields, the same. Logistically, it was a nightmare to put everything together. I loved getting to know 8 other teams and 8 other staffs. But now with them all gone, it's just us in New Orleans, and you're almost like, really, we have our own meeting rooms. Like, this is 1,000 times better than it was a year ago with what we have to handle and deal with. So I think it's going to be great, and I think as it's going to continue to evolve, it'll go from 4 hubs probably to maybe 6, and then maybe get to 8 hubs where everybody has their own hubs and everybody's playing in their own cities. So it's a great plan for growth and to get this league where it's got some stability to it and it's got a foundation that can be successmesuccessful.
Yeah, and you're having to stay in the same hotel with New Orleans, though?
We are. We're in the same hotel with New Orleans. I mean,
is that going okay?
No, it's going great. I mean, we had 8 teams there last year. There were no fights.
Okay,
there was no. I mean, you'd go down to eat, and there's 8 different teams sitting down there. Everybody's in the dining hall.
Okay.
And we're all eating together. So it's really, like I said, the interaction with the other teams, because really the game is about people. The game is about people. One of the things I loved about it was the opportunity to get to know these players. Every player is a story. And I'd sit down with a different player like almost every day and say, all right, tell me, where are you from? How about mom and dad at home? You have brothers and sisters. What do you want to be when you grow up? When football's done, when this is all done, what do you want to do? And getting to know these players, that's what it was all part of. And there were times I sat down with players or coaches from other teams and got to know them. But it's still all about people. And so I enjoy that side of it. But I do like having our own meeting rooms and a practice, just one practice facility. So I think there's a lot of advantages to it for sure. And we go up this weekend. We're going to have a double scrimmage up in Memphis. We're going to travel up to Memphis and have a little scrimmage, almost like a preseason game with a couple of the teams with Memphis and Houston who are housed up in Memphis right now. And so I think it'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. New year has got some new challenges in it for sure with some of the travel. Because even though we were a home team and had some people in the stands, everybody was a home team. Part of the problem with being the road team is you got to travel. You got to get in a new environment. Well, we were all home last year.
That is true.
We were all home in Birmingham. This year, there's going to be travel involved for everybody. So it's going to be a nice step. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, and sometimes, you've been at this a while. It's true. And I remember sometimes the travel actually focuses you more. I mean, because you get on a real rigid schedule. There's not a lot of laying around time, and it kind of forces you to be more focused. I know people always think it's a disadvantage to travel. I always kind of liked being on the road some. I mean, especially when I faced some adversity against, the other fans and that kind of stuff.
In college, when I've been a head coach in college for 22 years.
Yeah.
And I always felt like it was easier to play on the road at home because you're not dealing with all your families coming in.
That's
Where
right.
are they going to stay? How many tickets do I have? And Ellie decided to come on Thursday. I got to get her 2 tickets.
No, you're right. No.
And so you're dealing with a lot. You go on the road, and it's like, okay, we need 3 tickets. You know, when you're playing at home, I always had a thing. I said, seniors, who needs tickets? And it's like, Coach, I need 12. I need 14. I need, trying to tell their teammates. You play on the road and says, who need tickets? Like, I need 1. You know what I mean? That was it. They had one guy that needed 1.
Right.
I mean, so
he lives somewhere near there.
it made it a lot. There weren't as many distractions on the road as there was at home.
So that'll be fun.
Yeah, it will be fun. It'll be great. But I can't say thank you enough to the people in the city of Birmingham that supported us last year, and to have the opportunity to bring that trophy home and to see the pride
man.
the pride in it was just really, it was awesome.
Yeah. So we Protective Stadium, of course, as we just said, got the Stallions and the Breakers from New Orleans, and then Detroit has Michigan and Philadelphia. Canton's going to have Pittsburgh and New Jersey. And you mentioned Memphis; they'll have the Showboats, Memphis, and the Houston Gamblers there. So that's your 4 hubs. You kick off on Saturday, April the 15th, at Protective Life Stadium against the Generals. That'll be the first regular season game. 6:30 Central Time is the kick. You can see it on Fox, but of course you want to fill up Protective Stadium and be there. It's a wonderful time of year to be in Birmingham. Go to theusfl.com, theusfl.com to get your tickets. And Coach, thanks for taking time to be with us today.
I appreciate y'all having me very much. It's great to be here.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can hang with us throughout the season.
I look forward to it. Hopefully we can do this again.
Yeah.
And I got to find a way to get this theme song as kind of our pregame entrance.
You
know what I mean? I think I need to use this music as our pregame entrance. We take the field for.
I like that a lot.
I knew Coach meant business when he showed up with the whistle on. He's got his whistle.
That's right.
He's ready to go.
I thought to myself, this could be bad for us, right? Top of the hour.
Up downs.
Bubba will update us on what's going on with him when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, you have to. So we've been playing back some of the excerpts of this bizarre hearing. Keep in mind, this is an FBI agent. Please don't let that get past you. And
one of the top, Rick.
Yeah,
who was reassigned to. And they asked that yesterday. I thought it was strange. He was involved in 2 of the biggest cases. They said he was the number 4 man at the agency. He was reassigned to human resources, and he never asked why.
Yeah.
Never asked why.
I can't believe in the vetting process that anyone was allowed to be the number 4 man at the FBI who would text OMG. I mean, the first thing I looked at, because you know they investigate you big time when you're going to be in stuff like the FBI. Yeah. I would have walked in and said, "This guy's out." And somebody said, "Why?" I said, "I've looked at some of his past communications. Was there something lewd going on?" No, he's using the word. He's using OMG. We can't have a guy in the FBI that types OMG. And so anyway,
and Rick, what's so strange? I mean, you both know people who work for the FBI and other.
They don't type OMG.
Officials, and they're absolutely the top shelf class people. And I wonder, how did somebody like this get to that level? That's what's disturbing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It doesn't match the other people that I'm familiar with in these agencies.
Well, that's my point. I don't understand this. So anyway, what's next, Helmsy?
Well, I saved the best for last.
Gowdy?
Yeah, I'm a best for last guy.
Let me tell you, Gowdy was good when he thought he was going to stay in the government.
Yeah.
Now that he knows he's leaving,
he's even better.
He's better than ever.
He is.
He doesn't care what happens now. No. I mean, not that he seemed to care before, but it's another couple clicks up.
Yeah.
So here's Gowdy.
Not speak to Special Counsel Mueller's
How long did you talk to him?
The reasons why he did or didn't.
How long did you talk to him when he let you go?
In this answer the question.
Witness will be afforded the opportunity to answer the question if there is a question he wants to answer after Mr. Gowdy's time.
My recollection, it was a short meeting, somewhere between 15 to 30 minutes, probably around 15 minutes.
And your testimony is Bob Mueller did not kick you off because of the content of your text. He kicked you off because of some appearance that he was worried about.
Sure. My testimony, what you asked and what I responded to, was that he kicked me off because of my bias. I'm stating to you it is not my understanding that he kicked me off because of any bias, that it was done based on the appearance. If you want to represent what you said accurately, I'm happy to answer that question, but I don't appreciate
what was originally said being changed. I don't give a damn what you appreciate, Agent Strzok. I don't appreciate having an FBI agent with an unprecedented level of animus working on 2 major investigations during 2016.
And he throws the mic after he's done.
It was a mic drop.
Wow.
He puts his mic in it.
Wow. That's good stuff.
But I don't think Gowdy cares about what he thinks about it.
Well, it's just unbelievable that we've got to this level.
Well, I'm like you. The thing now I find myself landing on, first of all, again, let's just nutshell the whole thing. If you're listening to this or watching this, regardless of what political party or view for America you may have, let's take that and put it over here. Every single one of us are asked to believe that this guy, Strzok, had such bias, not just one way. He thought Hillary Clinton was the greatest thing this country was ever going to experience.
Yeah, he said that she should win like 1,000,000-0.
Yeah, and then he thinks Trump is a disaster, will be the end of the country. Please tell me he's not going to be president.
We will stop him.
So he despises the president that is now the president, the candidate Trump, and loves candidate Clinton, and says that the Trump candidacy is so concerning it must be stopped. And you and I, as the American people, are expected to believe the number 4 guy at the FBI, who got to investigate 2 of the biggest political investigations in the history of the country, definitely in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
The 2 biggest ones. And he's telling you, while he's cheating on his wife too, showing there may be a character integrity problem there, and he wants you and I to believe that he went into these investigations, both on Hillary Clinton and then against Trump, and he had no bias whatsoever. That didn't influence his investigating at all. That's what he wants you and me to believe. I just don't believe that. And he comes across really as, I'm really disappointed in the FBI, and now I've lost confidence in y'all because I can't believe this guy got through your vetting process. I think that's embarrassing as a citizen of this country and for all involved with the FBI. How in the world do y'all let this guy
Well, you know who he worked for? Comey.
Right. I don't know.
And Mueller.
Whatever your
Mueller.
vetting process is at the FBI, you need to change it. Because people like that, I mean, I'm looking at this guy, it seems like a slime ball.
Rick, they even went into yesterday, if you're a federal employee, the things that you have to avoid, the political things that you have to avoid, you do give up some of your freedom to express yourself if you're a government employee, for as taking positions in some of these political issues. And, they even made him read out of the handbook what the rules were yesterday. Mm-hmm. And said, did you follow this? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's unprecedented. I'll say that.
Again, as a citizen of this country, what I guess I hope, this is the only thing that I can keep going on because I have great respect for the FBI. Well, I did. And I guess either the vetting process got fooled and people get into office and they change. Certainly that can happen. Or the vetting process is not what I always have been told it was. I was told that if you had anything that was concerning, you had no shot to ever get into the FBI.
Right. Well, let me say this, and I had a conversation with someone who is much more familiar with all this than I am.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, Speedy, all here. Bubba not here after we told you about what happened yesterday. We'll get a full update from Bubba, as a matter of fact, right now. Also yesterday, we debuted a brand new phone system. I know that Bubba has bigger fish to fry, but I kind of want to know what he thinks about our new phone system, being somebody who's on hold up. Look, Bubba, could you hear me click just then? Could you hear the click sound?
No, let me tell you what I hear on my end.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm getting a lot of feedback, too.
Are you really? If that sounds good on our end,
yeah.
We're good over here.
It's real loud coming back. It's an echo.
Okay. Okay. All right. Testing 1 2 for Bubba.
It's not a clean mix minus.
Okay.
When I was cutting my spot with Elizabeth from Calitrin yesterday, she said it was echoing back on.
Okay. All right, so that's two people.
It's real bad. It's real bad.
Okay, real bad.
Real bad.
Yeah. You think it's just happening like after the show? Because nobody on the show yesterday that called said that.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, but it's, usually we feed a mix minus. We feed the program audio minus the caller back to them.
Yes.
And it is not mix minus.
Well, I hope you don't have a nice shirt on today because you just wasted it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, I will say this. Other than the echo, it's very loud and very clear. It's so loud and clear I can hardly talk.
Okay, well, that's better than what we had before. Before we had before, it was all the people that were saying. We did come to the conclusion yesterday, Speedy, that people were. I think that this is so much better than what we had.
Yeah,
because people were in the past. I was getting on them the fact that I'm like, why can't these people get the tempo going?
Yeah,
and I realized they can hardly hear us. And they're trying to figure out what we're saying to them. But now it's like it's gone the other way. I think they hear us loud and clear with a slight echo.
Right.
So anyway,
no, it's a major echo.
Major echo.
Sometimes this will happen.
I mean, I feel like I need to sing the Star Spangled Banner in the stadium right now.
Really?
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes this will happen just in a phone call in my car, and I'll hang up and call back, and it's fine.
Correct.
Should we have him give that a shot just to see?
I kind of want to.
Yeah, but
can you call 866? Would be big, Bubba.
I think it is. I don't think it's the cell. Sometimes it's the cell that gives you too much audio back.
I get that.
A real delayed echo.
Here's the sad part, Bubba. As far as what the audience is hearing right now, it sounds so good.
It does.
Yeah, that's the sad part.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. What I heard yesterday, it sounded real good.
Yeah, like you sound fantastic. We just don't sound fantastic to you. What I'm having to do is talk into the phone and keep the speaker away from my ear so I can keep any kind of pace going at all. Okay, well you've given me a topic for the show today. When people call in, do I sound echoey and too loud?
You can check it with some other calls. It would be interesting to see.
Well, Greg said when he did that commercial that she had the same problem.
She did mention she didn't act like it was a big deal. But
yeah. So she's not a master engineer, Greg. All right, so Bubba,
she didn't know about mix minus.
She said something about that, but I thought she was talking about something.
She mentioned
tell Scruggs that we do not have mix minus on this line.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
He's on vacation. Sure. All right, so Bubba,
short timer.
Yes, right. He can just about. He's just about done with us. But anyway, remember when you were at work and you were like, I just got a few more days. Everybody, yesterday as you left the show, Bubba, give everybody an update. And again, we know the balance. We talked about this, first world problems and all that. There's no loss of life, no injury. Praise God for that. But and there's people with much more devastating loss of property. But it's not a mild situation that you're in. It seemed like that problem
Rick,
just got worse.
Yeah, to put all this in perspective, and just to review, we got word yesterday morning, right after we went on the air, that our lake home, which is something we hope to retire at one day, was hit by a tornado on Sunday night. And as the daylight came up, it was obvious that we had major damage and all that stuff. I stayed on the show. Betty went ahead and went down and started the process. I want to thank, too, right out of the gate, we have a lot of neighbors, and some of them I don't even know who it was, but they were out there with chainsaws clearing our driveway and our cul-de-sac so we could get to the house, and I appreciate that. I don't even know who it was, but I want to thank them this morning. And Rick, as you said, look, a lake house is a luxury item, and we're very thankful and blessed to have it, but it's not a necessity. And, it's just wood next to some water, and it's great. And we've had a lot of fun memories there, and we hope to have more memories there. But we have it in perspective that this is not critical, and it's nowhere near what the folks in Mississippi have been dealing with that have nothing today. And our heart still goes out to them. I definitely can relate more, but this is no way in the category of what those people are suffering.
But still a lot to deal with, and as far as the show like we do, anytime anybody's in the handle here on the show, we look at that as content. So y'all do have the hassle factor is way up.
Oh yeah, it's going to be high for a while. the first thing was to get tarp on the house to try to keep any more water from getting in. The roof was ripped off. Most of the roof on one side is gone, and there's a lot of water got in, and most of the damage is going to be water damage. The porch that wraps around the house was ripped off, and so as far as rebuilding this, goal number one is to get a roof on it. And then we're basically going to have to gut the inside of it. All the walls and floors have got to come out, and we're just going to have to tear it down to the studs and start over.
Well,
that hurt.
I don't, you know, I tried to help you yesterday because, you know, we're always there for each other. And I said, well, at least you got Beaver Bite Ridge.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for you to sell Betty on weekends there.
Yeah, well, since there's really nowhere to stay other than a tent or a camper, you know, that's kind of a hard sell. But
yeah,
you know, again, wonderful neighbors who have offered places to stay, and you know, there's companies that come in and redo these things, and of course, we'll be reviewing all those on the air in the coming months.
Of course,
but. It's just, you know, the trying to get your personal items out because they're going to tear everything out. Yeah. And, you know, you forget how much stuff you can put in a place over a couple of years. So you try to get all that out in 2 days. It's kind of a headache.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. I'm just thinking my mind's, you know, because I did go through a water situation with just a small apartment, you know, during the Arctic blast. What happens to all the furniture? I mean, what are you going to do with it? Where does it go? I mean, a lot of it's wet. I mean,
it's most of it is what we can find is destroyed.
Okay, so that's just
a lot of it. A lot of it is still missing, and we will never find it.
Okay, so it got caught up in the tornado.
Oh yeah, it's probably fish food somewhere now.
Yeah,
but a lot of the stuff inside has just been destroyed with water damage, and you know, you can't fix some of that stuff because it'll get moldy, you know.
Yeah, do people come and haul that away, or they just treat that as hey, we're a cleanup crew and this is going with us?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it'll get thrown in a pile just like wood and pieces of the roof and all that stuff, and head to the landfill.
Yeah, of course my mind went there immediately because, you know, I'm very hassle sensitive. So I'm thinking of things that probably people never think about, you know, or at least they don't think about till like on down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But my first thought was, wow, what's he going to do with all that stuff?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's and that's why you're not be able to be here today. This stuff has to be. You got to get a system rolling, and then you can.
Yeah, we got to get organized today. I should be back tomorrow. Betty's a great foreman. She'll be able to work through this in the coming weeks. Today, we have a crane coming in to get trees off of the house that is left standing. And getting a crane down our driveway and all of this, the guy said, you know, it's going to tear your yard up and probably your driveway. And I said, yeah, I know. But you gotta get in there and clean it out because we don't have any way to start rebuilding. We can't get to everything.
Okay.
Jeez.
There it is.
It's a steep
I'm
driveway
so sorry,
for a
bud.
crane.
Yeah.
You know, the thing with all these devastating tornadoes too, where did this one come from? I mean, this is one of those things. I even heard that like they'd even go back to regular programming and Span took off to. You know, it was you know, these things just pop up. That's why you do the watch, and that's why you talk about these thunderstorms, and one can pop up out of a storm system like that at any moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was talking with Span about it yesterday, Rick, and a warning was issued. There was advanced warning in this area. Now, keep in mind where this is not the Birmingham TV market, so Span would not normally be covering that. That would be handled out of Montgomery.
Sure.
But, you know, again, counting our blessings, we were not there.
Amen.
Amen to
so, you know, we didn't know we were under a warning because we were not there.
Right.
But there was a warning issued, and you know, the system worked, and you know, other people in the area took cover, and thank goodness they wasn't hit. and we were just fortunate that we were not there. I think we probably would have survived, but it would have been very disturbing.
It'd have been a wild ride.
Yeah. Hey, Bubba.
Yes, it would.
With 20 seconds, are you hearing yourself echo, or is the show echoing? An engineer wants to know.
No, it's just me. It's just me.
Just you. Okay, thank you.
All right. Bubba, thanks. Do what you got to do, man, and let us know any words or anything like that we need to get out to everybody.
We'll get the ship headed in the right direction. See y'all in the morning.
All right, man. Thanks for checking
See
in.
you, Bubsy.
There he
Thank
goes.
y'all.
There he goes, Bubsy. There he goes. He's
We
out.
love you, Bubba.
There
We
he go-
love you.
There we go. All right, and him being an engineer, he got to hear the news phone system. That was good. But as far as what everybody heard on the show, really good.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he had pointed out that in all of these agencies in the government, and it can be FBI, it can be education, it can be CIA, it can be Department of Defense, it's full of liberals, full of it. Lifetime left-wingers. Now, why is that? Because liberals love big government. They love that format. Most conservatives do not want to be lifetime government employees.
That's a good point.
At that level. Now, I'm not talking about rank and file. I'm doing a job. I work on this. I work on that. But I mean these oversight, these people at the very top that set policy, because that's what they dream of, getting in there to enact their political agenda. And they love it. They become lifetime people. They're on the public trough, many of them, their whole career. But while most conservatives had rather be out working in the private sector and making something for themselves.
Well, I go back to this. Maybe it's as simple as, Mr. So-and-so, I don't believe we're going to put you through. How come? You're a grown man. You're texting OMG.
That just disqualifies.
You're out.
Can I have Gowdy one more time?
Yeah, let's go into the break. Here we go.
That being changed. I don't give a damn what you appreciate, Agent Strzok. I don't appreciate having an FBI agent with an unprecedented level of animus working on 2 major investigations during 2016.
And the mic drop.
And mic drop, and my time's up. All right, well, we've been talking about for a while, I'm not saying that, everything that is done in Singapore and places like that are the way you want to do that. Now, if you go to Singapore, I will tell you this. I mean, you can eat off the streets.
Yeah, you can.
And,
you don't chew gum.
You won't step in gum. You won't see any graffiti, I'll tell you that.
Nope.
And so there's been other countries that have, started to look at the way they handle certain things, the Philippines and all that, and they start thinking, that maybe some things we could take on. Because there's one thing they do that I think we would say is a positive, is that if you go to some of these countries, they make it very clear if you're caught dealing drugs, they'll kill you.
Oh, yeah. Singapore has a noose hanging in the airport, we've been told, that said your neck will be in this if we catch you dealing drugs.
Right. I don't know if that's hyperbole, but there is something that tells you when you arrive, if you are a drug dealer, we will kill you.
Yeah.
That we do have the death penalty there. So if you've got them and we find them here in this on your way in, this is what happens. Well, we now have Sri Lanka. Do you remember we actually have this South Asian nation, believe it or not, there is a connection to Sri Lanka, is that how you say it?
Yeah, Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka is how I say it.
Sri Lanka. Is it Lanka or Lanka?
Lanka.
Lanka?
Sri Lanka.
I've heard it both ways.
Okay.
Sri Lanka?
That's how I say it now, Rick. I don't know if that's correct.
Well, I always go to Gadsden to learn how to say things.
That's it.
So anything, but the bottom line is this. Their rifle team that went to the Olympics, how did they end up on our show?
I don't know. They were passing through town or something, and they came and sit in with us when our studio was in Gadsden, and we had a lot of fun with them. Now, we couldn't talk to them. They didn't speak English, so we had a translator.
Well, that's good radio. Yeah.
It really was.
You know how Greg.
Greg, we're trendsetters
We
here,
are.
man. We don't want to do it like everybody else because you know what? That's everybody else.
Back off, haircut.
Sri Lanka president says they will start hanging drug offenders, hoping to replicate the success, don't miss that, the success of the Philippines' bloody war on drugs. So they're saying it appears, and we've kind of, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. It appears that people will continue a behavior more often if there are no severe results to the behavior, and they're less likely to continue it if the results are so severe it breaks their will to continue to chance it or do it.
Right.
Right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So
I
there's
believe hanging will do that.
They're saying that
well, we make out like this is odd. We have the kingpin law here in the United States. We had somebody that was found guilty under that. Now, Clinton ended up commuting their sentence. Yeah. But we had that in Piedmont, Alabama.
If you order someone killed, even though you didn't do it yourself, you
Right.
get the death penalty if you're a drug dealer.
Well, it was all on that kingpin.
Oh, he was the first one to ever convicted of it.
Death penalty for dealing drugs seems, you think to yourself, wow. But I will tell you, whatever we're doing in this country, it doesn't work.
Well, we're trying to legalize them here, Rick.
Yeah, whatever we're doing here, the drug problem in this country, guys. Hopefully, you live in a community where you're kind of, All right, we're back. 23 minutes past the hour, so there's the Bubba update, and he will get back to the show as soon as he can, but obviously a lot on his plate right now. So let's talk about what he said about the phones, because we needed engineer Bill Bubba Bussey to the new phone system. We're all happy with it. Don't misunderstand. I think it's a step in the right direction, but then we got to dial it in. Now, I'm getting emails from people that said they called the show yesterday and they had no echo on their end at all. Greg did have a client that said they could hear a slight echo when recording a commercial yesterday. Bubba said, of course, he's an engineer, that he could hear it substantially. Super Tom is helping us, who's now gone corporate, but young Scruggs is on vacation this week, so Tom asked some specific questions. Super Tom, the master engineer.
Correct, yeah.
And
we're going to try to investigate.
And so will y'all call us right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can talk. I mean, you still can do a topic. But I'm going to ask you things like, do you hear an echo coming from us? But let me tell you, talking to Bubba just then.
Oh, it's nice.
It's the quality of the calls on our end.
Yeah.
We could tell you weren't here yesterday, but we could tell it was a step up.
Right. It sounded.
Yeah.
It sounded
now
really
there's
good.
a clicking sound. Not clicking like technically. There's a sound effect that clicks
Surely
when I
that
answer
can
the
be
phone.
adjusted in preference.
But I don't know that I want it adjusted. That was
We may like it.
I like
Okay.
it. It's
All right.
growing on me.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg's on the phone, so call us right now, and we want to walk through with you. Are you hearing an echo on your end? Because Tom needs to know this. Now, we don't hear an echo.
Mhm.
We're good.
Right,
Okay, so
right.
we're fine there.
On air's good.
On air's good.
But we want it to be pleasant for you that call.
I don't know anything about mix minus. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's just
but I think it was just if he would have hung up and called back, he'd have been fine.
Well, how do you explain the client yesterday?
Yeah, and
well,
they-
that's going to happen. That happens
From time to time.
Time to time,
Okay.
that
Now,
happens.
now the thing about Grace is that she's on a landline. He calls their office, so she heard an echo on a landline. Well, I don't know if that's
And
any,
Bubba might have been on a landline. No, he
No,
said
I called his cell. Yeah.
Okay.
It might have been mix minus.
It might have been. Who knows?
Y'all don't know about mix minus.
I don't.
So
I'm
what
a
we want-
little bit, I've been in radio a while. I've heard the term mix minus. Got no idea what it means.
Right.
But I've been on location. I've seen a lot of panicky mix minus talk.
Oh, yeah.
You really hear about it on location a lot.
Yeah.
Boy, they'll talk
Very
about it
important.
on location. So let's go to Gary in Gadsden. Testing 1, 2 for Gary.
I don't like that.
Testing for Gary.
Check 1, 2.
Gary, how do we sound coming to you back down the line?
It's clear, but it's an echo.
There
Mix
is.
minus.
Is it just when you talk, or is the show echoing?
The show's not echoing, but I am really bad.
All right, you're echoing. We are not.
And now ask him, when Greg was talking to you off air, screening you, did you echo then?
No.
All right.
Okay.
That's what I needed to
That's
know.
what we needed to know, Gary.
Rick, hold on before you take the next call. I mean,
Hold
you can hang
on.
up on
Can I hang
him.
up on him?
Yeah, but I need to tell Speedy
That's
something.
really loud.
Speedy, I want
That click was really
okay.
loud.
Listen, I want you to listen. Here's what I
I
want
like
you to
that
do.
click.
No, listen, Speedy. I want you to give it a couple segments
Don't
before
panic
you make a
about it.
ruling on the click.
I didn't
okay?
like it either, but
I
it
didn't
got-
either,
but it
and it
started
started
growing on me.
growing on me. So, and that one was a little weird too because you didn't get to hear the full sound effect because of something else. Just hey, keep an open mind. That's all I'm asking.
All right, listen right now. Just listen. Is it Case? Is that your name, Case? Casey? Case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you hear me? Are you echoing when you talk to me, Case?
I can hear you. There's a little echo.
A little bit of an echo?
It's my voice.
Right. You're the only one echoing.
Clearly mix minus.
And Greg did not echo when he answered the phone.
No, sir.
Did you echo to Greg when he answered the phone?
Yes, sir.
Wait, no.
That's
He's
what he
saying. Now
said.
he's just saying yes, sir. He's been taught to say yes, sir. I think.
And you know what? What a breath of fresh air.
Right.
I don't know who your parents are, but we need more of them.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
So when you were talking
I
to
hear my voice when I talk.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Now, but when you were just talking to Uncle Greg off air, were you echoing this bad?
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
what it is.
Okay. All right.
You're
Okay.
right.
You're
That's
right.
what it is. Yes, sir.
I talked him into that one. Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, I got
Yes,
it.
sir.
It's kind of like we used to go out rabbit hunting. Every now and then the dog would bark just because he really smelled something.
Right.
But then I go, let's go. Yeah. No, I talked you into that one.
What a nice young man, though.
You know
really
what?
was.
Yeah. Such a breath of fresh air. Yeah. It drives me crazy when I hear people tell young people they shouldn't say yes, sir, and no, sir. You're completely wrong on that.
Yeah.
Brett.
I tell you, you're going to end up liking it before it's over.
Brett, how are you?
Can the callers hear that?
All right, pretty good, guys. How are y'all?
No, fired up. Yeah, good.
Greg, I didn't have an echo, but I've got a real bad one now because I was on speaker with him, and I asked him, did he want me to take it off speaker? And he said, no, just talk in the phone. So I'm talking in the phone.
That makes sense.
But
it's a bad echo.
All right, bad echo. All right, are you satisfied now?
I am. It's definitely mixed minded.
This is all for you, this whole segment. You know, to see yeah. All right, so we do have a problem.
I think we have a problem.
I tell you what, we got a
But
mixed
on-
minus
but
problem.
Only on air.
It absolutely is.
Only on air through the board. That's it.
Okay,
Yep.
but can we solve that?
Yeah, I
we're
think so.
working on that right now. But those questions needed to be answered so they knew what the problem was.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So is it so bad on callers I shouldn't do phone segments today?
Oh no.
Okay, it's not.
I love this.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean,
I want to know: can the callers hear the click? Or
Yes.
Is it just
well,
us?
I think everybody can hear the click.
Really?
I think,
So we're
yeah.
okay with that.
And I almost. I mean,
It's a
it is
substantial
It sounds like somebody's hitting a racquetball. I mean, what are we doing?
I do want to know if we can change the sound effect to whatever we want it to be.
Is it a sound effect?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that official?
No, I don't know.
Well,
but
you're really throwing out some statements.
You're all over the
you
place.
don't just put that in there if it's not a sound effect. You can either turn off or
Have
change.
you got something in that mango smoothie?
I think he does.
Greg spiked it.
He's rock back. Look at him. He's rock back over there. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Since you're protected from it,
Right.
guys. The drug problem in this country. I mean, I'm telling you, I know the number of people that I just know personally who either themselves or their family are right now completely destroyed over drugs, the meth, the opiates. I mean, it is
Lost family members.
It is completely out of control. Completely out of control. And something must be done to really severely. And that was one of the things that was odd in our state that we dealt with, that some of the money coming from the government that was going to our drug enforcement, the state government decided to cut that back and start giving it to some other things, which was bizarre, because to me, you only do that if the problem's gotten better.
Right.
You certainly don't do that if the problem's gotten worse. And so it's got to be made a priority because of its effect on so many things. It's a snowball.
Oh, yeah.
You say, well, if I'm not involved in drugs, it ain't going to affect me. Yeah, it does. But because all these people that need rehab, all these people that got to be put in jail, all these people, I mean, we all pay a big price for the drug epidemic in our country. It destroys families, and then people end up, not being able to pay their bills, and then people end up out on the streets, and people end up prostituting themselves, and it just turns into a nightmare.
And think about this too.
Crime goes up.
The
of all
time and
kinds.
effort that has been spent to stop cigarette smoking and to attack tobacco companies, and the damage that really they have been destroyed for the most part, that industry. But yet we're taking government money and subsidizing the cannabis industry. It's really very odd.
You're talking about Old Gateway?
Yeah.
But here's the thing is that, and I understand we need to think this out, and this is what they're thinking through. But if you have a problem, let's say that we got tired on our street, which we were. I'm not saying you should go this far. I'm just giving an example, an easy example. On our street, the way our street is designed, there was a rash of people knocking your mailboxes down. I mean, they loved it. They thought that was awesome, and it got old. But really, there was nothing that anybody could do to you. You know, odds of getting caught were almost none. And then if you got caught, there's so many other things they have to do. So people who like to knock down mailboxes thought, well, what the heck? I mean, what's going to happen to me? What if all of a sudden we said, if you're caught knocking down a mailbox, we'll kill you? Well, then people were like, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know that it, or you would go to a place where if you knock down mailboxes, they don't kill you. You know, you would just say, we got to have a new location. But it's just not worth it. It's just like...
Or just say you're going to jerk them out of the car and do to them what they did to the mailbox. That'd be enough.
Yeah, if you had one mailbox person who got jerked out of his car and got beat over the head by the mailbox that's been knocked over, then that people would see that and go, this street's not a good street to knock mailboxes over.
No, I think I'll go do something else.
So what Sri Lanka is saying is this. We see countries that kill drug dealers, and they don't have drug dealer problems anymore.
Right.
We've tried other ways to do it, put people in jail and rehabilitate, and it just doesn't seem to solve the problem because the people who are dealing drugs, even if they get caught, the things that happen to them don't seem to be the things that deter it.
Right.
So we see countries that don't have this problem. What are they doing? Oh, they have the death penalty for drug dealers.
And they don't just have it; they actually follow through with it.
Absolutely,
they hang them, and they're saying
no threat.
Yeah, and they're saying that we are now going to start hanging drug dealers and take a tougher approach so we can have the same results of the countries that seem to be having the same plan. Makes sense. I mean, you can argue
they're really subscribing to the "don't reinvent the wheel" concept.
And I know you would say, well, Rick, what do you think hanging a drug dealer is the way to go? Well, I would ask people, and I understand people make choices, and I'm certainly not downgrading that. But I know that people who will have a loved one that's addicted to drugs, okay? And certainly that's on the person for ever trying it to begin with. I'm not taking away that responsibility at all.
Right.
Nobody forced you to take drugs, okay? But once they took the drugs, when they started trying to help the person who now wanted help, which is key, then you can't help them until they want help. And during the process of trying to rehabilitate them, they were talking about how their phone just continued to buzz over and over again. They take the phone from the loved one, and drug dealers would call on the hour trying to kill their loved one. You know what I mean? Well, when you realize that this person doesn't care if your loved one dies, even when the loved one's trying to get help, they're trying to do everything they can to get them back on the drug.
Right.
And you picture that person being hung at the town square.
Don't really bother me.
It probably doesn't. And you start thinking maybe this person is so evil and wicked, they want to kill people, so unless they want to stop doing it, maybe they should be killed.
Rick, they're doing exactly the same as someone who would shoot up a neighborhood with bullets.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. No Bubba today. He'll try to be back with us tomorrow. Field of Greens, I'm telling you, everywhere I go, I think I'm becoming a bit of a bip to people about Field of Greens. My friends, I think, are almost to the point where they're like, we got it on Field of Greens, okay? I think they're doing that thing where they go, all right, into our lunch today with Burgess, how long before he brings up Field of Greens? I think I'm becoming that guy. Well, again, I'm excited about it because I love how I feel, and it's fieldofgreens.com, and a lot of you have been asking me, which one? The green one, the one that's the original canister, that's the one I use. Be careful of some junk science that's out there. Doctors call that because many of the fruit and vegetable supplements that you see out there, be careful with that. The junk science folks, these are inferior products. And the reason is they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with few health benefits. Field of Greens doesn't do that. That's why I take it. It's made from whole organic fruit and vegetables, no watered down or freeze-dried supplements. It's backed by the Better Health Promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lung, kidney health. Others support your immune system, blood pressure. So these things are really important, and I can tell a difference. I love it. I take it in the morning, and then I take it again later in the day, usually after I try to do a little better, and then before dinner, or if I forget, right before I go to bed. So fieldofgreens.com. Get yours now. Get 15% off using the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com. Look, we know the fruits and vegetables that our body needs, but do we really get those in every day in our daily nutrition? Not not usually, tough to do, but with fieldofgreens.com, you know that you're getting it done, and your doctor's going to love you for this too. Fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Okay, only this show will continue to do this. We've talked to Bubba. We've talked to master engineer Tom Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jessica, we're gonna try some things. Jessica, first of all, talk and see if you continue to hear the echo.
Okay. Hey, how are y'all?
Do you hear yourself echoing?
I do.
Okay.
All right. Now, Rick,
what should I do?
Now put the phone on.
Right here?
Yeah.
All right, Jessica, try it now.
Hey, how are y'all?
Still echo?
Still hear myself.
You still hear it?
All right.
Okay.
Now the audience is going to lose you, but take 1, 2, and 3
Am
out.
I leaving phone in?
Yes, and take 1, 2, and 3 out.
All of them?
Yes.
All right, they can't hear her. All right, so Jessica, the audience can't hear you, but we still can. Do you hear the echo now?
Good morning.
All right, so we
I do not
I can't hear it.
All right, put just one in.
Okay, all right. Jessica, try it again. Do you hear the echo now?
Good morning.
Yeah, do you hear the echo now?
I do hear an echo.
Okay.
So
So none of that works.
Yeah, no.
Did he ask
Have
us,
you heard Bubba's message you left me yet?
Did he ask us to try it on the second line?
Yeah,
too?
I'd like for you to put
Now,
her on
all right.
hold and switch over.
All right,
to
I'm
the
putting you
other
on hold, Jessica. Hang on. All right, so she's on hold.
Look
and
at
I'm,
you working that
now I'm
thing.
coming over here,
Uh-huh.
and I answer her over here now, right?
Correct.
The
Okay.
B.
The
Just
B.
hit the B.
Okay.
You got to click on her and then the B.
Oh, I see it up there. Okay.
She's saying that is funny to
Yeah.
me.
Sorry
I thought
about that.
that's what you did.
Well,
anyway.
right there.
There it
All
is.
right. So Jessica, hello, hello to Jessica.
Hey.
Do you still hear the echo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
All right.
clear.
Well, that was
Okay.
a waste
Minus.
of time.
Okay, it was a waste of time.
That's
but,
all right.
But we're ruling things out. So
That's it.
So Bubba, I could hear really good, but the guy that called after him was echoing to me.
what? As a
Oh,
listener
don't
to the show?
add
And don't
to
start
it.
all that, Jessica. We can't have that. I mean, because we heard him fine. Okay, so some of this. All right, so as a caller to the show, let's say right now you were calling and you really had something important you want to talk about. Can you live with this going back and forth
Yes.
enough to be on the show? Because you sound good on
Yes.
our end. Okay.
Yes, it's not terrible.
Okay. All right. You can live with it. And that was
I
good.
don't like the way I sound back to me, but it's okay.
Understood. But we can get around that.
That's
Okay.
fixed,
Yeah,
minus.
yeah, thank you. All right, thank you, Jessica. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Bye. All right. So I needed that.
Yeah.
Because I've never done a B call on the B line.
Okay.
So that helped me figure
Well,
that
that's
out.
good. That's good.
Yeah,
and this is also the audience is really helping engineering out because
Yeah.
these are things that we couldn't do off air. It has to be on.
Yeah.
All right. So
Appreciate y'all.
I notice now that they're all B's up here now.
Yeah.
How'd I get them back to
Go
A?
back to click select A.
Yeah, yeah. Click
the bottom.
click who
Here?
you want to answer to, and then go to A. So click like whatever caller, and then go A.
No.
No, you click on the A first down there. I
Yeah.
think.
You can't do that because there'll be a B.
Yeah.
And then
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
You don't want to
You
be a
click
B.
on that, and it
Right
should
here?
change
A.
everything to A, and then you go up and answer. Of course, I think you don't click on that. You click to the right of that.
No, they went all A's. They went to A's.
Okay,
now.
good.
Yeah. All right, they're all A's now.
All right. So now, then, when you want to answer it, you just go click on.
Let me tell you what I don't need you over messing with it.
He didn't like me over there either
Why are you
yesterday,
over-
and I kept
Guys,
touching his
I gotta
mouse
tell
on
you,
purpose.
I just did to you what you love to do to
I know.
us,
Yeah.
and that is bother us.
I know.
You love to mess with us, and I knew me being there messed with you.
Nobody should be in here.
Right. That's
But
why I did it.
But here's the thing.
Which is
You
really
have to
sick.
understand. Yeah,
to
and
be
it
honest
is.
with you.
Let me tell you how I have to learn. You have to really say to me, Rick, we're going to leave the room, mess around with this thing, and I'm going to make some mistakes, okay? But I'm going to make them going 100%.
Yeah.
I'm going to always be falling forward.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta-
So, but I have to deal with it because I don't learn being told how to do something. Just ask my wife.
Yeah.
I have to actually do it.
Right.
You know, I was not a good listener. I struggled in school. That format.
The looks I got yesterday, Speedy, when I would touch that mouse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
Horrifying.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
I've got to hear what. Could you answer me?
Yeah.
I've got to hear this.
Where are you? 4? Which one are you?
Hold on.
Are you 3 or 4? Is that you right there?
Yeah.
Will you do one of your voices for us, man of 1,000?
All right, here he goes. All right, Speedy.
This is Noppy.
Yes. Wow, that's the best Nope we've ever had. Do you hear the echo, Speedy?
I hear so much echo. I feel like somebody is in room with me, and it helps me because I'm so lonely.
But the quality of your call
Is
in
excellent.
my headphones is so good that I'm willing to let you suffer a little bit. But no, I don't want callers to have echo. I want us to solve that.
no.
And Bubba says it's mixed.
Yeah. Whenever I'm talking, it's like I'm in the bathroom or a hall, which I am in a hall now, so that hurts a little bit. So let me step outside. Now I'm outside. So, yeah, it's just a second delay, kind of like you're doing a microphone in a stadium, and it's just bouncing back.
Okay. Yep. All right. It's mix minus.
It's clearly mix minus.
We've covered this.
Oh, look who I just found. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
How you doing? You cutting me off?
Nope's out here, guys.
I hear that. How about Nopey?
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Hey, be good, buddy. We'll see you later.
Hold on,
Speedy, did you hear the click? Oh, we lost. Okay. All right. So, all right. We everything we've tried, and I haven't heard Bubba's voicemail yet. I sent it on to Tom, but I'm going to listen to it. Okay. And because this is dry. If you want Bubba to, this is the worst thing that we could have ever done to Bubba.
Yeah.
We have a technological slight issue on the new phone system that he knows what the problem is, and he can't be here to discuss it. And this is probably taking him away from like the latest piece of furniture he just threw over in the junk pile.
Yeah. And what's so sad is I think it's the board. I think it's the noids going to the back of the board.
What?
It's noids or something like that.
Did you just say noids?
I did.
Is that
bad?
I've never heard
Is that bad?
Engineering.
Adler? I've heard Scruggs say something about a noid.
It's nodes.
Noids. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we avoiding the noid? Like, wasn't that a Domino's commercial?
I don't know.
Yes.
So a node, I think there's going to have to be something that's configured. I think it's our board.
You're rambling now.
Yeah. I don't think it's the phone system.
You know what you are right now?
The phone system's just phones.
You ever see somebody run down here and they're trying to keep up with it?
I think it's a nod.
It's mix minus. I'm telling y'all, when all else fails, just repeat what Bubba said.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, because he'll be right.
Absolutely.
By the way, he'll
mix
be.
minus.
Let me tell you something. Bill Bubba Bussey will be right on this kind of stuff.
And he was so just. I know exactly to a T what's going on, and y'all better listen.
That's why mix minus is
when
so
as far
important.
as he left me a voicemail and says I need to listen to.
By the way, you'll just send a voicemail to somebody else without listening to what he says. You don't even know what he said.
What if he was dogging engineering?
Oh gosh.
Well,
I thought Tom needed to know it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I don't think he is.
I don't
but what
think
if
he's
he
dogging
was?
Tom, but what if he says something else in there? I mean, he may not have.
I thought that he needed to know that.
Can I hear it?
Yes. No, I'm going to listen to it.
Might as well play it for the audience.
I'm going to listen to it in the break. Let's see. And I might.
Somebody needs to get control of those noids, and I mean now.
All right, we come back. So I think
What's it called again?
All right, today.
And Greg, it's not nards either, Greg. It's not nards, Greg.
Right.
Okay, stop saying that.
Right, and then you saw Adler, old school pan, and he thought you said narc.
Right.
All right, so
Sure.
I can't believe Opie's outside. He's outside.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The slower process.
That's right. Yeah, they are killing people.
Yeah.
And I understand people make the choice to start. I got all that. But there are people, when they start trying to say, I made a wrong decision and I want help, they make the decision where you're saying, I want my loved one to live. They say, for my financial gain, I want your loved one to die.
Right. Right. Just for a buck.
Right. And so if those people started getting killed, wouldn't it kind of make it where we live a better place? And I would hope it would also make people who are doing it stop doing it so they don't end up getting killed.
Right.
I'm not saying that I want these people to be killed, but maybe it would make this – because what do you hear right now? Well, hey, man, if you're down and out, you can't make no money. What do you expect? People go out there and they got to find a way to make a living, Rick. Well, yeah, but if making that living led to their death, like being hung – they probably would say, well, maybe I will try to start my own business. Maybe I'll start landscaping.
Well, in this economy now.
Maybe I'll just take a job that pays and try to work my way up.
When you're talking about 3.5% unemployment, which is margin of error for the survey, pretty much everybody who wants to work can find a job.
You're right. You can't make the kind of money you make dealing drugs, Bubba.
Well, you can make money as an assassin, too, but we're not going to okay that.
No, exactly. Out of Montgomery, Alabama, the name of the minor league team is the Montgomery Biscuits.
There which is excellent to begin with.
Excellent. You hear us there on I-92 WLWI. Beautiful facility, and they have a lot of fun there. And you guys were telling me, you know, they're part of the Braves organization, correct? Is that right?
No. They're part of the
Brewers.
The
Brewers.
No,
That's right.
it's not the Brewers.
They were playing
the
Rays.
It's
the Brewers.
It's the Rays.
It's the
They're
Rays.
playing the Braves.
It's the
Mississippi
Rays.
Braves.
It's the Rays. No. So they're part of the Rays organization.
Correct.
Everybody calm down.
Well, they change sometimes. You know, different.
Now I will say this: looks like the Brewers organization the way the colors and logos. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But
so they're actually part of the Rays, and they were playing one of the affiliates that
this is coming up.
That are the Braves. They got this coming up.
This is so good.
Let me tell you something.
Good.
Hey, Biscuits, this is hilarious. Millennial Night. They're going to have Millennial Night at the ballpark.
They are.
And here are some of the things that will be featured on Millennial Night. And if you don't love this, there's something wrong with you. Places for you to take a nap. Is that part
They have nap stations.
Do you want me to read their Facebook posting that they put out yesterday?
They have selfie stations, Rick.
Selfie stations.
And most important, everyone that comes through the gate will get a participation ribbon.
So good.
And, Rick, Avocado will be available all through the stadium.
And then, of course, Adler took that personally.
Yeah. Now, what is the deal? I've got to, and Hams, I want you to read the official thing. Then I want to ask about avocados.
Well, they posted this on their Facebook page, Twitter, and all the other ones yesterday.
Yeah.
Want free things without doing much work? Well, you're in luck. Riverwalk Stadium will be millennial friendly on Saturday, July the 21st, with a participation ribbon giveaway just for showing up, napping, and selfie stations, along with a lot of avocados.
Now the avocado.
And see, the only other thing, they ought to have snowflake ice cream.
Yes,
that would
Bubba,
be.
I hope they add it.
Surely they're going to do that.
And if they can somehow tie it to Thirsty Thursday.
No, Greg. You always want to, Greg. How about
that's really a good giveaway.
Greg? No, these teams can do something other than that.
they all do though.
I know they do.
Well, you had the batter that if you got a hit,
beer
everybody got dollar
Greg.
beer.
Greg, I had never seen you light up like a little light when you heard about that promotion.
So
I hope they pick a good player.
And they do mention that they'll have avocado on hand. Which what is the deal with millennials and avocado?
It did a healthy fat or something, and they're all fired up about that.
Adler eats that thing every day. It looks like a giant green egg when he's opening it up.
It looks like a lizard took a dump on his plate. That's what it looks like. I mean, it does. Have you ever looked? It's so gross.
Oh,
Adler, what is the deal with avocados?
Yeah,
I think he's in the production room doing something.
He left. He's no longer with us.
Is he no longer with us?
He's headed to Houston.
He's putting some millennial in there, and they're asleep. All right. So,
I love that they'll have selfie stations and napping areas.
Yes.
Yeah, and the avocado, I didn't know that was a millennial thing. I do know it's a healthy fat. That I know.
Well, they say that, Rick.
We were
Who
talking
knows?
the word healthy and fat. Come on.
It is hard.
Together.
It's hard to put.
Yeah, just forget selling me on a healthy fat.
Well, you know what this is. You did the story before. This one falls in that category of when they discovered this don't have any fat at all, and they forgot that some fat is brain.
Your brain uses it.
Yeah. And so this one would fall into
healthy
that.
fat.
But I don't.
Well, just have a small steak.
I just think the avocado presentation fits millennials, even if I didn't know anything about
right.
it. Oh,
just the look of it.
It's still funny.
It's almost like if you eat.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right. So we know where we stand. We know what we need to do. Bubba, I listened to your voicemail. I did pass that on to Tom. He agrees. So it's just a matter of getting that done. So we will get that resolved. But today, and I think we know what the problem is, and so it's a new phone system. We like it a lot better than what we had. And you are going to hear something. Bubba even told me what it was like to be a caller. He said you do hear a noise. It's not a click on their end that lets you know you're on the air, which that's standard because of what's going on. So let me tell you some other things going on today that are a lot of fun. Mentioned some of this earlier. The Kickoff Hour has mentioned that too. You know, we always get excited when new Rick and Bubba swag comes to the Rick and Bubba store. And today there's a couple of items that I have been in pursuit of that we finally have landed on that I'm really excited about. And, of course, number one, I'm wearing it. This is a staff shirt. Some of you have been asking, why do we not have access to those staff shirts that you guys wear? And really the answer was because we thought they might be an item that would be too expensive because these are, polo type shirts. Some of they're high-quality shirts, and didn't know if y'all would wear something that kind of goes, with playing golf or doing business casual or going to work. and all that would have a Rick and Bubba logo on it. But some of you said, no, I'd love to wear one of those. And what we did on this one is took the Rick and Bubba logo, studio logo, and made it a little bit smaller. We have one shirt that's got it on there really, really big, and that's good for us, but I'm not sure. More people like a little bit less is more. So it's a cool logoed shirt. It's right there. It's available in the store today. So that was one you guys have been asking about. Greg, you and I have been so fired up about this right here. Look right here.
Well, that's a nice logo.
I kept talking to the gang at the Rick and Bubba store. I'm like, can I just have a traditional coffee mug? Look, I like all this stuff we do and all the different thermal stuff and this, that, and on-the-go coffee cups.
Got a cap on it.
Got a cap on it. I know everybody loves all that. I want to sit down with a good old ceramic mug with a big old Rick and Bubba logo on it, and I want to sip the coffee.
That's how I prefer it, by the way.
Yeah, this is the kind of coffee mug that I love. And, Greg, you love it, too.
That's right. And I'll even take one in the vehicle, even though it splashes everywhere.
So this new coffee mug is available right now in the store. And things with coffee mugs, when they come out, usually when we sell them, they're gone. We don't usually reorder them too often, and then we move to another kind of cup. But if you're like us and you just want a good old traditional ceramic, is that what you'd call this?
Yes.
Coffee cup. And with a big old fat Rick and Bubba logo on it right there.
I like the handle. It's a big handle.
I love that right there. I like that right there. And for those of you out there like Granddaddy syrup, you can put a little bit of that in your coffee.
Yeah, sure.
I love that. So that's available today. All right. Can I tell you what's sad about this?
Tell me about this.
Can I tell you what's sad about what I have here next?
What is that, pencil bag?
For those of you it does look like
That's a pencil pouch.
I forgot about pencil pouches, by the way. All right, so it looks like a pencil pouch to Greg and I, but for boat people, people who do go down to the lake, and that's a lot of you, by the way, or to the beach, and you got stuff. What's so sad is Bubba picked this out, excited about boat season coming up. I was there when it happened. I was there when it happened. And what it is, when you're in a boat or you're down at the beach, you have stuff you want with you, your phone. You want to carry
wallet.
You want to carry some stuff down there, your wallet, that kind of stuff, but you don't want it to get wet. You don't want it to get wet. You put it in one of these, and it's a waterproof bag with the Rick and Bubba logo on it. Good for the lake, good for the beach, good for the pool. So that's what that is right there. Okay, so that's a new one that's available.
I like it.
Now I want to show you this real quick. This little phrase, we actually, I never thought the Rick and Bubba store would have a workout shirt. It just didn't seem to go with us.
But as we call you out.
Yeah,
you were the worst one about making fun of me and Speedy when we'd go do CrossFit.
You
remember
he'd
say, "Y'all do it a little better."
I'll sing this song. I'm trying to do just a little bit better.
Scoffed at it.
Oh yeah.
And so this is actually a shirt for being out. Can you see it? And I know it's hard to make it out because there you go. And it says on the front of the shirt, and it is the kind of material you'd work out in or be out moving around or walking. And on the front of it, it says, try and do a little bit better.
That's it.
Look, and then on the back, you got the Rick and Bubba logo on the back.
I like it.
I'm trying to do just a little bit better.
Now look at it.
I know. Now he's wearing it.
Well, look, you know what?
You evolved.
I tell you what I did is I realized that if I didn't change the way I was living, it was going to cause a lot of problems.
You're talking about 290 getting us out the door.
Yeah.
A little bit better.
I think it had more to do with us. Him being making fun of us walking off, with shorts on like we doing something.
Yeah, and I make fun of myself, and I try to do a little bit better too. Yeah. But it's a struggle for me, and I represent a lot.
It was nearly bullying.
I didn't mean to bully y'all.
All we had was a PVC pipe, but I mean, still, we were working out a little.
We're trying.
So anyway, and I will tell you this: what I've done, and I've used this for me. It was. I think if you're going to try to do a
little bit,
if you're going to go out there and try to stand up and talk about spiritual discipline, that's good, but I don't think people really think you have a whole lot of integrity if you don't have any physical discipline. And so I had to deal with, for me in my life, and we were kidding around about that, it was a sin issue that I had to deal with. And so I'm not doing this to live longer because I know I'm going to die anyway, or I'm going to be here when Christ returns. But I did have to deal with something in my life that I was justifying something, that the way I was carrying on by not being active and overeating, that I was in sin. And I didn't have integrity in any kind of leadership role, especially in men's ministry. Now, am I skinny? No. Will I ever be skinny? Probably not.
That'd be weird.
It would be.
But am I living a life that I can stand before people saying this is not a sin problem in my life anymore? Yes. And do I have more energy to do what y'all need me to do here? Yes. Do I have more energy for what my wife needs from me? Yes. Do I have more energy to carry out what God's called me to do? Yes. Than when I did before. Do I like doing it? No. Is it good for me? Yes. Mm-hmm. Am I trying to achieve some spiritual height and weight? No. But I did deal with things in my life that need to be dealt with because they were sin. So, and I'm trying to do a little bit better.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. The other thing is, and this is the one that now I'm going back the other way because I still love cornbread, and cornbread owns me.
Ooh, I love
but in moderation, I can still have it.
You
But
don't eat it every day like we used to.
But here's the thing: everybody needs an iron skillet.
Oh yeah.
Everybody needs an iron skillet.
Look at that.
What if you drop an egg in it?
You talk about a great wedding gift. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get one for my 2 sons that are getting married this year.
How about that?
It's got the Rick and Bubba logo right in the middle of a cast iron skillet. Somebody say amen.
Amen.
And, of course, a cast iron skillet can be hot. So we've got a little, what would you call that thing?
Oven mitt.
Oven mitt that you reach in there and grab it out. And it also has the Rick and Bubba logo on it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you straight up.
You ain't going to see many shows like this with a skillet.
Name another show that's got a logoed iron skillet.
I don't think you'll find it.
Now, I will say this. It's expensive.
Okay.
Because we don't.
That's a sure enough good one. That's why.
It's a sure enough good one, but cast iron skillets last forever. If you know how to take care of them, don't put them in the
Wipe
washer.
them out, just
don't
wipe
put
them
water on them. Get it seasoned. And by the way, these are already seasoned.
All right.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. It's not so much the skillet itself because it's priced about what skillets are. The shipping's what's going to hurt you.
Bam.
I'm heavy, Rick.
$18 shipping.
Oh.
Well, it's heavy. It's heavy. But anyway,
and I like about the oven mitt too. It looks like it's a little non-slip action.
You like that?
Because when you got something heavy like that, sometimes an oven mitt you can lose grip a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
This one here, sure enough, good grip.
Rick, we said earlier that we'll keep one in here.
Yeah.
And when somebody's like late or something, we put it on and slap them with it.
Greg.
An oven mitt.
That replaces
the oven mitt.
That replaces
not
the
the cast iron skillet.
Yeah,
I want to be clear.
Skillet,
I want to be clear on that.
Oh, the oven mitt. I was saying people with the skillet. Okay.
We got the
I'll
power.
tell you what, they won't be late twice.
Now, picture that big old hand. Stop.
Okay, that's not bad. I think didn't our legal team shut all that down?
They did. But
yeah.
That was a paddle.
Yeah.
This is a
so
oven mitt.
So all these items and some more are still coming are available. And Adler has one that.
What?
They want us to do a fanny pack, but I was like, there ain't nobody in our audience going to wear a fanny pack.
I look cool.
Guys,
Check
there's
me
also
out.
sunglasses and a dog bandana.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
We don't have it. They didn't bring us one.
Yeah, we got Rick and Bubba sunglasses.
Oh,
We got Rick above a fanny pack. Check me out. I'm like Joe Rogan up in here with my fanny pack.
Where's the fanny pack?
If you want to wear that fanny pack, we got a Rick and Bubba fanny pack now.
Fanny packs are back in, so are perms.
Yeah, but not for me. Yeah, they are.
Mustache.
But it's a lot of people want them. I got talked into that, but that's all in the store right now.
Fanny pack.
Avocado, then you're somehow just a little bit more aware than everybody else. You know what I mean?
Right. If you could
See, I know about the advantages of avocado, and you don't.
All right, so now it goes on and say, are you offended, right? I see this post.
Oh, yeah.
Question
Yeah,
mark.
they're getting a little blowback about it.
Feel free to fight your
By
battles.
the exact people they're targeting, which is just justifying everything they're saying.
On social media, which
they're pretty much
irony
justifying
there.
every stereotype that they're using. They're actually making it show you where they got it.
Yeah. How about this? I don't have.
There comes the green one.
There he is.
There. Look,
Oh,
he's got an avocado. What you got, buddy? Got you an
Tell you what.
avocado?
Yep.
It's a weird
He had a
vegetable.
plate this morning full
What
of
does
them.
it taste like, by the way?
Nothing.
You've never had an avocado?
I've never had
No,
one
I
either.
hadn't either because I can't eat something that color green.
How are you adult men in on the planet Earth?
Well, I eat apples and oranges and bananas, regular fruit.
Regular, real men fruit.
Yeah,
We don't
sure,
drink
sure.
that.
I think
eat
the
that baby
avocado's a
stuff.
And I'll
vegetable.
let you know I tear down some broccoli, too.
All right, that's
yeah.
it. Do we have time in the break? Should I do it in the break? Cut up an avocado, Bubba eats it when we come back.
Oh, Bubba,
I
eat it.
can't eat nothing that glows in the dark green. I just can't do it.
It's a green.
Greg's already said what it looks like.
Yeah, and
It's
that's
like the
just-
iguana got loose.
To me, let me tell you about
that iguana dumped on my plate again.
let me tell you everything you know about the avocado because I have had them before. This, of course,
What's it taste
if you do guacamole, the Mexican restaurant, you too have eaten.
Well, see,
avocado.
I don't like guacamole
I don't like-
because of that color.
But I'll tell you
I can't
exactly-
eat that color green.
And the texture. I can't handle that texture.
No, but let me tell you what
a lot
it
of
is.
bad things.
It's like a lot of these so-called healthy things.
Mm-hmm.
It has no taste at all. What you enjoy is whatever you put on it. Like if I put
Add it
hot,
to a
if I
sandwich.
put hot sauce on it, and I do this and I have it part of a presentation, I go, well, okay. But if you made me tell you what an avocado actually tastes like, I have no idea. I mean, to me, it doesn't have any taste at all. It's just it's something that brings food to you. It's a food delivery system more than it's a food.
And it's supposed
So it's
to
like lettuce.
Well, and I'll tell you, the presentation on that looks like a vasectomy gone bad.
Yeah.
We should have got.
Yeah, it doesn't make you want to
We
eat.
should have
does it?
got to him earlier.
Does it?
I don't want to hold this anymore. I don't want to hold this anymore.
Well, you're qualified. Hang on.
Yeah, that.
Thank you. Good one, Greg.
Yeah,
all right, so during the break,
trying to sneak it in there.
You know what that looks
good.
like?
That's
That looks
good.
like he. That's great. That looks like he brought it in here to say the operation went fine and they let me keep it.
Yeah, they varnished
what I
it.
got.
They varnished it and let me carry it home.
Now you see why they had to get that out of there.
right, you can
Pressing on a
see
nerve.
the problems this could cause.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I'll cut it up during the break. It's from California. I don't know if that makes it worse or better.
But wait a minute, I don't think you have Bubba. He don't want an avocado. He wants an avocado.
Yeah,
I don't know if
he's
you've-
an avocado.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
I'll tell you what an avocado tastes like nothing. It tastes like it takes on whatever taste it's being mixed with. Somebody says,
To me, it's the color.
I've heard somebody say this because I've had it before. Hey, here comes some avocado toast. No, what you like is the toast and the egg that's on it.
Yeah.
I mean, all this is almost like it's almost like a condiment trying to act like it's a food.
Rick, avocado to me is the color of kitchen appliances in 1970.
It is.
It's your refrigerator color in 1970.
But it's like Bubba. It's a healthy fat.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. There's old Bill Bubba Bussy.
There he is.
You know, perfect timing here. A lot of people have been emailing us wanting an update on your health. You know what they're saying? They're calling it, we care about your health.
We care about your
We
health,
care about your
Bubba.
health. And this is interesting because we did
I believe.
minor league baseball team, the Montgomery Biscuits, out of the home of I-92 WLWY. They're doing a promotion, Millennial Night. Millennials, first of all, get a participation ribbon just for coming. They have nap zones if they want to take a nap. They've also set up that they can have a selfie station where they can take pictures of their narcissistic self. And then they've said there'll be plenty of avocado at all concession areas, which led us – someone else said, is there a discount for a man bun?
Oh,
If
yeah.
you have a man bun, do you get in cheaper?
Absolutely.
By the way, the man bun must be stopped. No one make fun of the mullet while wearing a man bun.
Right.
Okay, but anyway, so
Bubba, will you please grow your hair and start wearing a man bun?
God, Greg.
That'd be the new you since your heart's better.
Greg, you know it'll like a snowball in the back of his head.
God, it'd be so good.
Somebody stuck a snowball
got a
on there.
snowball. Look at. But anyways, do you want to try the avocado first or give your health update first?
Let's do avocado.
All right, so
I'm gonna try it
You've
too.
never tried
I've
an
never
avocado.
never tried it, just based on its
Well,
look.
let me tell you something. You ain't missing anything. So, I mean, I
I'll say this: it
one.
looks better like that than it did.
Yeah. Well, sure. You don't
before it
want
was cut up.
Yeah, you don't want it cut up.
I put a little salt and pepper on it for you.
It looks.
I mean,
okay.
I don't. I eat avocado, so it doesn't really bother
I
me.
have it, by the way.
Yeah.
I'll try that.
They
piece.
guilted
Is
you
that
into
all
it,
right?
Rick. I mean, I do it
Can I
so.
try
I've had it in a soup, maybe.
Is this okay? This
But
piece here,
Oh,
is this
you
okay?
got to get
That ain't
bigger than
enough.
Bubba.
Yeah, that's plenty.
It ain't gonna taste like anything. I'm just telling you,
Hey, Braden, you got to get a bigger bite than that.
You'd eat a booger bigger than that.
Greg.
All right, I'll try a little more.
It really doesn't taste like anything, does it? I mean, there's not a whole lot of taste to it.
There you go.
Is that better?
Now I'm living on the edge.
I did get the ones off the salt and pepper side, though.
Well, that's smart.
Helms, I dare you to eat the whole chunk, the big chunk.
Not a whole lot to that.
Ain't a whole lot to it.
Goodness.
You know, the consistency is like you're eating a piece of butter or something.
Right. It's just,
But it doesn't. It has zero taste to it.
yeah.
So why would I eat that?
The only way that you like if I have guac, and I didn't like guacamole until
I don't like it,
recently.
yeah.
You know, as
I
George.
taste the salt and pepper, like you said. That's all I.
Yeah, well, you remember George Carlin once said that guacamole sounds like something you would say when you can't think of something. You know, it was a guacamole.
Right,
See,
right.
the
And,
texture bothers me. It's like
and,
I can't explain it.
But do
It's
you,
like butter that you get at a diner. You know that has the paper you pull off
Yeah.
and you eat it.
But don't you agree? It's just a food delivery.
But
thing.
butter's much better tasting.
It's not really. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Phones start the hour because Tom Scott, Super Tom Master Engineer, has made an adjustment. He said, I might have made the new phone system better or possibly worse. But we'll find out. As Bubba's working on that from afar, we'll just take a regular phone segment. We will go ahead and hear what you want to talk about. But that will be a side part of it, too. Have we resolved the echo issue on the new phones? Only this show would work these things out on the air. So the gang's all here, except for Bubba, and he'll be back with us as soon as he can get back with us after the tornado did damage their lake house, and he's having to be on site to try to get a very grueling process of getting all that resolved and working its way back. So your phone calls coming in. Speedy's on the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever you want to talk about, we will chat. But also we're going to ask you, did we solve the issue as well? Emails coming in after we talked about the new stuff. People say, Rick, you have lived long enough that the mullet is back. The fanny pack is, I didn't know it had to come back. I didn't know it ever went out of style. It's just not something our generation would wear. Yeah. But they're saying fanny packs are getting huge again, which we have a Rick and Bubba one now. And they said, we can talk about it later in the show, the perm has returned.
The perm?
The perm is back.
You know, Amanda has a little,
if I had any hair left, I'd get one.
Fanny pack deal she wears when she takes the dogs like on a walk with treats and stuff.
Yeah, well, fanny packs in large people don't really work usually.
They're stylish.
Because you forget you have it and you can't access it.
Yeah.
You know, because it gets trapped under your love handle and you can't get to it. Yeah. And so a fanny pack on a fat person is just frustration. Yeah. Unless it's got snacks in it. Then we find a way.
I've never been able to go there. Just
now,
not.
I can't do it.
It caught me off guard when Amanda had one on, and I said, really? She goes, don't you be making fun of my fanny pack.
There's a lot of things I thought I would never do. That is watch my little children play soccer. Never thought I'd do that.
Yeah.
I never thought I would coach lacrosse. Never thought that would happen. Yeah. But they did. I don't think the fanny pack will ever happen.
Yeah,
it's one of those.
Try that one on you.
It's like a chasm I can't cross. It's like I can't get there. Adler looks great in it, but I just don't think it's. But there's people who want them, so we got them. So go.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Mark in Tennessee. All right, the click was gone, I think. No, I'm sorry, I didn't have the phone line up. Mark, talk to me first of all. Have we resolved the echo issue or made it worse?
Everything sounds great.
You can't hear yourself echoing at all?
Well, I did get it then. I got to echo back.
Doggone it.
Yeah. So what's on your mind today, Mark? Go ahead.
It must not be that bad.
I'm recently retired, but I've been in education for 39 years.
Yes, sir.
And the last 15 I spent as a school safety coordinator in 2 different systems. And this school shooting, the only way to prevent this, or you actually can't prevent it, is you got to get the SRO in every school. You got to have an armed officer in that school all the time.
Yeah, and
I've seen this thing evolve.
Yeah.
And trained with these guys over the years. And these SROs will come and take that threat out and mitigate the loss of life.
Yeah, well, there is one thing that always gives you, a chance, and that's if someone else who's trained and armed can stop. These predators always go after soft targets, and we've talked about it on the show forever.
Yeah.
And I think now, especially with what may continues as the narrative comes out, when you start seeing the motivation. I saw someone say if you are a school that is faith-based right now, if you don't have a security officer, you better invest in one, and you better invest in one quickly.
Yeah.
It's sad that we are to that place, but it kind of goes back to a lot of things. You might want to prepare for the way things are, not the way you wish they would be.
Yeah.
And I hear you on that note loud and clear. Let's go to Bo. Bo, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Click's still there. Bo, hey, buddy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm hearing.
I think it's worse.
I'm hearing me talking. That's messing me up. But
Guys,
I'm talking to get to it.
Okay, hang on.
That last guy kept pausing.
I wonder if we need to take it. I wonder if we need to restart the program for the changes to take effect that Tom did.
Good question. Yeah, I think
because if the click is still, that's what got me was the click still there.
Yeah, and I don't mind the click, but if the echo has gotten worse, see now the people don't seem like they.
I bet we need to.
The first caller, you could tell he was having to pause between words.
Yeah.
I bet we have to start it and start it back over.
Bo,
Okay, I heard the ding again. Am I back on the air?
Yeah, you are.
You are good.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, the good one is going to go ahead and tell you about your the pouch that Bubba picked out. I think another avenue of it is for motorcycle.
That's terrible connection.
Yeah, I'm so
terrible
sorry.
connection. Good.
Yeah, Bo, I'm so sorry, buddy.
Sorry, Bo.
Yeah, that I had to protect the audience. That is my job. I am their protector, and I apologize for that.
Rick, is there any way we can exit out of the program over there? And then, I would come over there, but you don't like me in your space, and I don't want to touch the mouse.
Hollering.
He will push me on his own property.
Right.
None of that.
If we could exit out of it and start it back, I bet it would eliminate some of this.
All right, so you want to do that now, or do you
Speedy's waving.
No, Speedy's. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
That
You want me to throw a
You have a
curveball?
microphone. You have a microphone.
Is that a slider, curveball? What you got?
Tom is trying to fix the problem. He thinks he knows what. Hold on, let me.
That's what that hand signal
Tom
meant.
is trying to fix the problem.
I didn't get Tom out of that at all.
By the way, now that we know what it is, give us what you did again,
Show us
just
that
so we
hand
can
signal.
see if we can make it out.
I can hear you.
Okay, this is.
Hold.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Tom. I didn't know.
No. It's
Hold
hold to the
up.
top of the hour.
What do you mean top of the hour? It's 15 after.
Oh, I didn't know the time.
I can hear you. You have a microphone.
Okay.
I hear you.
I'm sorry. So Tom thinks he didn't want to do it in the middle of the segment, and I told him
Understood.
you could do really anything. He's got to go the other way. He thought he knew. He thought he was making the right move, but he went the opposite way. He thinks he can fix it.
All right, I'm going to go to break then.
Okay,
and then,
that sounds
and then
great,
come back
buddy.
because we're close enough.
Hey,
we're about a minute
listen,
early.
You go.
I can hear you. You're
break.
talking in a microphone.
And
You
then
don't have to
break
do the
it.
hand signal.
That one signal I don't know about.
This means Tom.
You go.
When he threw top of the hour at me, I'm like, we're way
break.
past that. Yeah,
Now.
didn't this mean they didn't restart the play? The
yeah.
clock.
Well, that could, yeah.
okay.
We need to reset the clock. But
Yeah.
you just go to break, and then we'll be right back.
Okay. All right, callers. We're gonna reboot everything. Tom thinks he's got it, and we're gonna try it again. We're gonna work this out.
Yeah, we are.
And I love us for that. And thank you for those of you that persevered. And Bo, sorry you got put in the grinder a little bit. It's all part of the bleeding edge of technology. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Food. I never really ate that.
It's a food. Like
that could be.
If I put hot sauce on this and salt and pepper,
Put it in stuff.
You know what I would say? You know what I'd say?
Put it on a muffin.
Yeah.
So you were licking the paper.
I've occasionally had a little bite of butter in my younger days.
All right, here. It just I am.
That's not.
I don't like the texture.
I don't either.
It doesn't taste like anything.
No.
It tastes
I mean,
a little bit like grass.
You know what I'm tasting? As Bubba said, salt and pepper.
Yeah, that's all I
And
can
when it
taste.
has hot sauce on it, you know what it tastes like? Hot sauce.
So
and salt and pepper.
why do you eat that? It has no taste.
Because
to
it's
it.
a healthy fat.
It's a healthy fat.
Well,
though.
But
It's
it
a
has
total-
no taste.
It's a total guilt food.
I tell you where you
Nobody
get it.
likes
Put it on your
Throw it in a
sandwich.
soup or something, it'd be good because you're tasting the soup.
People
Let me
try to
check-
be
That's
sharp.
where you
put it
get
on-
your healthy fat.
Let me tell you how I use it.
I'd rather eat
sandwiches.
silly
Yeah.
putty.
I use it the
It's
same.
a lot like silly putty.
I use it the same way that
Some
I
good
use.
hot silly putty is about what it tastes like.
I use it the same way that I do, like say peppers and onions.
Yeah.
Adler, bring me another piece.
I don't want to
want
sit
more
here and eat a pepper or an onion, but I like to take peppers, onion, cook food in it, and let it be part of it.
Yeah.
So if I'm eating some eggs with avocado, I'll take an avocado, put it on top of the eggs, put some hot sauce, salt, and pepper on it, and I'm bringing the avocado in
There
with
you
the
go.
eggs. And really, I realize it's a nice accent,
Yeah.
but it's certainly
just
not. It
want-
can't be a focus food.
Yeah.
Now I've got kind of an aftertaste.
Adler
and I
eats
don't want-
big piles of it.
All right, so Bubba,
I ate 2 avocados for breakfast this morning,
Man,
by
that-
the way.
Avocado makes a banana taste like a flavor explosion.
so are you doing it for health
Like
or
a
because you like the
warhead.
taste of it?
I'm doing it for health. Yeah. But I do like the taste of it, too. I'll put salt, pepper, hot sauce, and then I'll do 2 hard-boiled eggs.
But there is no
It's
taste.
good.
I started to say,
How can
what?
you-
Where do you find taste in that?
It's good.
It's just kind of a greasy type feel to it.
What'd you say a minute ago about you bet it wouldn't rival the great?
Oh, it's nothing compared to a Reese cup.
What is in guacamole besides the avocado?
A lot of times people do like chopped up garlic, a little bit of onion, and some lime juice.
So
salt and
that's
pepper.
where the flavor.
Be
is.
careful too. They'll drop some little chunks of red pepper in there too.
I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
eaten. I can't eat.
No.
Pimento.
the color
Somebody
of it.
put pimento in them too.
Hey, by the way, we got plenty of golden ticket people that are right with me. They want it. They want some of this.
Well, I tell you what,
avocado.
I'm going to let them have my pieces.
Raise your hand if you want a slice of avocado. That's like 2 people.
Okay, and if you want a participation ribbon,
Both of them are millennials.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't know about the avocado millennial.
I didn't either.
I can see it though. I easily make the transition to it.
Rick, just from a flavor standpoint, apples, oranges, bananas are so far ahead of that.
Sure they
are. I'm sorry if you're an avocado farmer, but I mean, you couldn't if you couldn't grow lemons or limes. I guess
let me give you a hint. Don't feel bad for the avocado farmer. He's rolling right now. Oh yeah. He's laughing at us. He don't care.
Wow.
He says, I don't think they're any good either, but people sure do buy them.
I tell you what, they don't have a problem people stealing them out of their trees. I know that.
No, they don't. By the way, they are complicated to be able to prepare. You got to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And my wife will
What
send
do you
me.
mean? He just cuts it open and eats it.
No, it's not that simple.
You got it out.
If I tossed you one and said go in there and bring out what he just brought out, you better.
It
know
looks
what
like
you're
a
doing.
green egg to me.
It's got a big.
You scoop the middle. Is that the middle we're eating or the outside?
That's the white of an egg. Or
Let me tell you, the inside seed is this big around.
Listen, that's what I was thinking to say. The first time I ever saw an avocado, I was in school. I was in elementary school, and the teacher in science was trying to be sharp. She had a grapefruit. She had an avocado. She goes, now, which one do you think has the bigger seed? Of course, we all said grapefruit because it was bigger. She cut that thing open. We just fell out. We couldn't believe how big it was.
You thought it was unbelievable, didn't you?
I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's
That's the first time I'd ever seen one.
That's a good one, by the way.
I mean, she did. She got it. She pulled it off, and that big old seed was in there. And boy, you never
every
know.
time I'm sent to if I'm doing a grocery thing and Sherry said grab an avocado, but be sure it's a good one.
Oh.
How do you know that?
You got to be. It's got to be a little bit spongy or it's no good.
A little bit, but not too much.
But not too
my
spongy.
Goodness, it's tough.
It's a tough call.
There's like a 1 hour period in which it's good.
Yeah.
Really?
That's my one complaint with.
Have you ever
avocado.
seen Adler? Hey, cuts it and gets to see that real fast with his knife.
Oh yeah, he's sharp.
Yeah, I saw the sushi guys do it over here. It's great in sushi, guys. It's great, Bubba. You should start getting your sushi. Maybe start warming up. Consider it butter. Consider it, but
green butter,
healthy butter,
healthy butter,
butter that had been left out.
Sure.
What's that butter you use? Ghee.
Ghee's good too.
Yeah.
By the way, that's clarified butter. Ghee is clarified.
Okay.
I figured it. I started. Yeah, I'll say something on the air and think I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. A lot of times.
We've done this for 24 years.
We
know that.
Y'all remember earlier today when I said Speedy better watch out because of the Houston floods? That was like a week ago, and I didn't realize it because I saw an article.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
Well, you know what I was thinking? What I was
where you
thinking was, wow, Houston floods a lot.
I was thinking the same thing. I thought it just flooded like even
Of course,
further
we'll
back
repeat
than
the story.
that.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah. We won't check a date if our life depended on it.
And then what messed me up too?
You heard
is
about that guy killed that hog in Samson?
Yeah, we're going to talk about it next year this time.
Yeah, we were
again.
talking about that Samson thing, and it was like, well, all right, 19 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So check the Rick and Bubba store today. Launched some really cool new items. And I'm watching right now because the orders come in. How about the cast iron skillets moving?
I got a challenge on that.
What's the challenge?
I want the first listener to make cornbread in it to bring us some.
Oh, yes.
It's always about Greg, isn't
It is.
What's wrong with that?
I like that, and I like
You
that
think
a lot.
Don Day can make cornbread?
Oh, here we go. Don't pull Don Day, Greg. It's like he works on your peanut plantation.
Have you taken him?
Rick,
have you taken him to lunch
yet?
yet?
I was looking for him during best of.
Well, look, I'm drinking my first cup of coffee in the new mug.
You wish the coffee was better.
Hey, don't do that in front of baby.
What, did
bro.
Kelvin brought a couple of mugs?
Well,
I knew he was going to say. I knew that he wanted that one so bad.
You wanted this mug so bad.
I've got like the last three, so I quit.
Yeah, no, I'll get everybody some mugs. Let me know how many mugs you want. Of course, they're moving. I may leave them alone.
Yeah, let them soak. Rick, let them soak.
Right.
Give it a couple weeks.
Right, that's right. We still suffer from 2020.
Yeah.
Rick,
I can hang on to this one right here.
Right.
This one, what year this one came out?
Right. Yeah, but I didn't.
What does it say on
But
there?
Greg, this is the mug you and I have been asking
Rick and
for
Bubba.
years. And-
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's
No
the
doubt.
one. Yeah,
That's the
I mean,
one.
everybody
You
was
talking about the one you wanted, Greg?
Yeah.
You kept talking about it all day.
All right.
Oh, I'll tell you, that's a nice one there.
That's
That
a
means he
good one.
wants it.
Anybody going to get it?
Greg, I'll get you a mug. Got to talk to you about something yesterday too, by the way, here in a minute.
Okay.
All right, so
Fanny pack is mine.
fanny pack. You can.
Gosh.
No one's after the fanny
I
pack.
like
Buddy,
fanny.
nobody's going to take your fanny back.
You're good.
Speedy
guys
won't.
want
My wife likes the fanny pack.
Here's the difference.
She does.
Me too. Me
Yeah,
too.
you know what?
She'll
She's a
take
woman.
she'll take it to the grocery store with her.
You know why? She's a woman.
She has to put her phone in there and stuff. That way she can. she
when-
doesn't have a
a
purse
woman
or-
with a fanny pack is perfectly fine, just like a woman playing soccer.
Right.
But a man in a fanny pack, that's different.
That's even better. Yeah, I agree, Rick, with what you're saying.
Yeah. But see, Adler has the confidence to wear it and not be bothered by the shrapnel. You don't.
Yeah.
If you put it on the way everybody we'd be on you, it would bother you. Adler takes it as a badge.
How long are the straps, Adler? Can you extend them out pretty good?
Adjustable.
Because I've seen the fanny packs be used where they go over the shoulder, over one shoulder, and kind of connect down by the hip. And that's how they wear them.
Well, they're crossing
some
guards.
Some of the ladies.
If I think there's a market for it, I can be talked into it. And we got one coming that that everybody on the show has a little bit of disdain for, but there's so many people that like it, we're going to sell them.
Soccer ball.
You're close.
Really?
You're close. It's going to upset him so bad. He's
really?
going to be so mad. Yes, pickleball.
Oh, it's not
a paddle?
Rick and Bubba pickleball set.
Oh, that's
coming.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's good.
And you know what we got for Father's Day coming up?
We got elderly that listen to the show.
For Father's Day coming up.
That's a great point.
For Father's Day coming up, we have a shirt, Somebody Help Daddy.
That's great.
Hilarious.
I love that.
All that's still to come.
Oh, that's still
Yeah,
Well, I'm trying to get talked into playing pickleball. There's a bunch of old.
Are you getting about that age?
Old adults that just go out and have
athletic.
fun. They just go out and have fun.
Don't you think Speedy's too athletic for that?
No, it's about having fun, and it's like a co-ed, husband wife
You
go
keep
out
it in
just
that frame of
goof
mind,
off.
yeah.
and have fun.
I'm speaking on behalf
I'm
of
not getting in a league or anything.
I'm speaking on behalf of baseball umps everywhere. We have a friend, Greg and I, who you know, Greg Haystack Stewart.
Oh yeah,
played nose guard at Troy State back when it was called Troy State. And
come on out, boys, they got us.
Yeah, come on out, guys, they got us. He's tried to, because he's been athletic, he's tried to enter into the pickleball world. People who actually came from real athletics are way too intense for those people. He gets in trouble all the time. They don't like him. They think he's over the top.
I will say
You think he won't be that way?
I will say Jason in Helena, one of my best friends. He's the Greg of Helena. He did go out and started trash talking because he's that same mentality, and he got in trouble.
Yeah, sometimes you won't do well there. That's not your.
We compete at everything we do, so you're not. There's going to come a point where you step out of your hey, this is fun and friends, and I want to compete.
You won't do
and
well.
that's fine. I love that about you.
You won't do well.
Don't change. But there are places in pickleball that you would do well there.
Yeah, I'm just saying the official invite hasn't happened, but I see what's going on. It's a lot of murmuring about it.
Your walk into the pickle world community, I give it a month.
Really?
Look, I have no problem with pickleball. I wish y'all would stop acting like it's the eighth wonder of the world. Okay? That's what I want you to stop doing.
Oh, boy.
There you go.
You wouldn't like it. They play on tennis courts,
and you need to change the name of it.
Yes.
The reason I think some of my pushback on Fanny Pack is the name. How in the world can anybody embrace a product called Fanny Pack?
Yeah.
I got my coffee creamer in here. It's great.
That's right. Got a few diapers.
I could fit some diapers in here for my kids, not for myself. Yeah.
Well,
just to clarify.
We'll be the judge of that. All right, so
I'll take the pencil pouch.
The pencil pouch. You know what I find a lot because Sherry's a big beach person, loves the beach. It is a hassle to go down to the beach and take your wallet, your phone, and all that stuff, and try to keep them getting wet.
Sand on it.
Yeah, and getting on a boat too. Back when Bubba's had a pontoon.
Sure.
Before a tree fell on it, but all right. So
he needs it more than ever now because he don't have the cover to protect it.
Whoa, well said.
He said he had a convertible now.
You're silver lining, aren't you? You always are.
Always thinking positive, Rick.
Hey, half full over there.
Yeah.
Drives this one crazy. And in my house, I'm the most negative person on the planet.
Oh, good. You've raised people even more negative.
No, what I'm saying is, it depends on what environment you're in. At my house, I am negative. And here, I'm positive.
And here, you're Richard Simmons.
I am.
It bothers me because I feel bad for him because he's going to be disappointed.
At home, I look like the tornado that hit Bubba's house. Here, I look like sunshine.
I know. Well, yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, you sit next to Eeyore over there. I mean, he's got me up here being a motivational speaker. You know it? So,
y'all just naive.
I know, Greg. It's a curse.
Rick, I thought John Maxwell was sitting in here.
Even Greg had John Maxwell being bitter. All right, so, and by the way, those of you when Helmsy does Best of Show, I don't know who these people are. You email Helmsy.
No, just go to goodies and then,
right.
and then click on intros.
They're all there.
They're always emailing me. Yeah. The thing, this past Best of week, and I think because it was in March, it threw everybody off. Yeah. There were more confused people that thought these shows were live, and I was being asked questions about things I don't even recall.
Yeah.
I had people eat me up about things I didn't even recall. And
yeah, how about that?
We'll get that.
One guy was so severe, I said you need to just look at the email, rethink it, and ask yourself, should you have sent it? And he came back and he said, I really shouldn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What I don't understand is when people email and they say, I listen to the show every single day. I listen to the whole show. and I watch on YouTube every day. Where are you guys today? Please fix this immediately.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do those two things happen? We've been
Yeah.
talking about being on a best of a lot, so I guess how did you
can't listen to the show every day and not know we're on vacation. Those two things are mutually exclusive.
Why aren't you on YouTube? Please fix it immediately. I listen every day. That doesn't make sense.
Whoa! What was that?
That was me answering.
That's
the phone.
unacceptable.
Hello, caller.
Hello.
All right. So do you hear a echo in your voice as you talk? Huh?
I do. Yeah.
Still there. Okay. All right. Just check. Anything you want to talk about?
The quality on our end's really good.
Yeah, anything you want to talk about? Because the quality on our end sounds great.
You know what? I actually called to comment on the Helms negative issue.
Yes.
Hi, Helms. It's Christine from Anoka.
Oh,
from where?
Christine from Anoka.
Anoka.
Yeah, I don't.
Where is Anoka?
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
Okay.
Minnesota. It's from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Sorry.
The golfers.
Should have clarified. So anyway, no, Helms is the sweetest person on the face of the planet.
Thank you.
He's faking it.
Gosh, I hope that's in the archive today.
He's faking it in Anoka.
I'm kind of hot for Helms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
I like
Speedy,
the
that
green
was
he wears.
uncalled for.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry. That's on me.
That was completely uncalled for.
Is Helmsy, but is Helmsy, to his point, is he kind just compared to the rest of the show?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'm
No,
really a
because
kind
I love
person.
you all. You all have wonderful personalities. Greg, you make me laugh so hard. Anyway,
Okay, I thought you were going to say something.
and I don't have a crush on Greg either.
No, I thought you were
None
going
of
to say
you are
something
my
mean and that I
none
was
of
a
you are
jerk.
my type.
No,
None of you.
No, you're just a kind person.
And that's a good thing since we're all happily married.
I was afraid you were going to call me a jerk.
I know.
That's what I thought.
No. So Helms.
Yes.
I just have to tell you this. So I emailed him. I was struggling with some massive issues a couple of years ago trying to get out of a relationship. And he was the only person that would email me back. So, so he emailed me back, but I also struggled with some weight issues. I don't need the comments, please.
Been there.
Look, we can't
So over the last year, I have lost 45 pounds.
Congratulations. Well done.
Awesome.
Doing a little
Thank
bit better.
you.
Well done. Great.
Thank you. So Helms told me just start walking a mile a day.
Gotta start somewhere.
And I did.
Told you that.
Yeah, I think we're a lot of people, those of us that struggle with our weight, and I have my, ever since the overwhelming majority of my life, still. And I think every problem is we try to do too much too fast. You got to ease in. It's got to be a lifestyle that you can actually do. And so that
I really hope John. There's this guy John, and he's the only person that has ever done this. I do play those motivational speeches, Rick Rigsby, John Maxwell, PJ Fleck, and all that. He despises it and sends me an email every time. He's the only guy that's ever done it. I get hundreds of emails, saying, "Who is that? Can you send that to me
I get
again?"
'em. Yeah, so that's true.
So
I did
this,
them too.
there's one guy. So I hope that guy is listening to that because that's where all this started. She heard that one of them one day and emailed, and to Greg's point, Greg's making fun because I said the 1 mile a day.
Rick and Bubba.
Year and a half old.
Rick, if you go to the archives
and it was a pet, by the way.
I guarantee you we talked about it.
Rick, if you go to the
Guarantee
archives a
we
year
talked
ago
about
around this time when the article actually came out, I promise you we talked about it.
You know what we need to do, guys? Let's treat articles like we would milk. You're going to check that date.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that don't mean
Uh,
anything. That put anything.
So,
in there.
Bubba, everybody wants a health update.
Health update. What do we need to know? I had one heart stent about 3 weeks ago. Is that right?
2
How's
weeks.
it stenting?
Has it been 3 already?
Yeah, because I came back for a week, then we were off a week, and now we've been here another week back. So it was 3 weeks ago. I was supposed to go back to the doctor last Tuesday, but he had a family emergency, so that got pushed back to next Thursday. So I haven't been officially released to start doing my exercising program that I'm fired up about.
So,
Your face as you're saying.
Bubba,
I know.
Bubba,
Just me saying it.
You said it best. I love you, man. You're a great guy, and I'm so glad to have this partnership with you for
But I'm doing
24
good.
years.
I'm doing good.
But the only hope of you is a fat camp. You know
Yeah,
that.
well, it might be.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
I've got to
or a
return.
sleeve.
I've got to return to the summer of Bubba
I
mentality.
know, but you got to work that plan.
But no, let me tell you, I have eat so much fish and chicken the last 3 weeks, probably more than I've eat in the last 3 years. So, we're working on that. The weight, I was doing good on the weight. Vacation week hurt me a little bit because the routine's a little different, but we're getting back on that track, and it ought to catch back up next week.
Would you like and I hate to say this.
Which was down 12 pounds, by the way. You can't tell it when you weigh what I weigh, but that's, it's a start.
12 pounds for us is like somebody else losing 2.
Yeah, we got water weight that fluctuates 6 pounds a day. So.
I want some of y'all who brought the birthday cake today. See, I'm glad we're celebrating, but
I just, Rick, I drug a piece of heart healthy dark chocolate through the icing. That's all I had. I didn't have any cake.
Did you just say heart healthy dark chocolate through the icing of a birthday cake?
Yeah.
Somewhat healthy snack, Rick.
Well, it was better than the half of the cake.
Yeah, it was. Little victory.
It's baby step.
Summer Bubba was everything changed in Summer Bubba.
Yeah. SOB was something to remember.
It was. Can you go back to that?
That's the recipe I'm on. I got to work on it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Yeah, come on. As we make our way back, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba out. He'll be with us tomorrow. Hey, can I point you to a couple of things coming up in April? April. It's here. This Saturday is April 1. April the 14th, I'm excited to go to Omaha, Nebraska. And we've talked about this, trying to find a way to get there after the show on a Friday and speak on Friday night, April the 14th. I may or may not get there on time. The pastor there at Westside Church, he's going to be in the position to speak on Friday night for this little weekend conference. But I will definitely be speaking on the 15th on that Saturday morning, and I may get there in time to at least speak a little bit on that Friday night. I hope to. if all the commercial airlines work out. And, of course, we know the odds of that are not very high. So we adjusted that a little bit. I will be speaking on the 15th for sure. So April 14th and 15th, Westside Church, Omaha, Nebraska. If you'd like to find out about that conference, you'll see that. We have that linked for you. And at themanchurch.com, at burgessministries.com, and at rickandbubba.com. So you can go to rickandbubba.com, look at April 14th, 15th. You'll see it right there. Omaha, Nebraska. They are doing the strategy from themanchurch.com. And, guy reached out. He was familiar with the show from other markets. He went there, got excited, and said, man, is there any shot you could get here? And, man, I'm excited about this. I love an opportunity to go somewhere I've never been before and speak to men that I've never met before, and so I'm looking forward to that. So if you're in and around that area, or you are familiar with that area, you can get word to them. Westside Church, it looks like it's a phenomenal church, and that will be April 14th and 15th. I'm excited to be there. Sherry and I will be headed down toward Tampa, Florida. Bell Shows Church, another fantastic church in Brandon, Florida, and Sherry and I will be there for it's going to be a one-night marriage conference on April the 21st. I'll be speaking, Sherry will be speaking, then we'll do a session together where we answer some questions that they'll allow you to be part of. It looks like they're going to have a lot of fun for married couples, and a lot of games we'll be playing, great praise and worship, and Sherry and I will be leading all the sessions. So we're excited to be there for that one-day marriage conference, April the 21st, Brandon, Florida, at Bell Shows Church. You can find both of those just by simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under events, or you can go to the other websites like themanchurch.com and burgessministries.com if that works better for you. And if you're following Burgess Ministries and the Man Church on social media, you'll see some links will be out there on social media as well. So April 14th, April 21st, two markets that we really haven't been to. I've never been to Nebraska. To Omaha, Nebraska, and rarely do we get our way down to Tampa. So I'm looking forward to being in those two markets because that'll be some new ground to plow. So it'll be a lot of fun. Adler, what have you got there?
Did you know that my dad was the music minister for 5 years at Bell Shoals First Baptist Church in Tampa, Brandon, Florida?
Are you serious?
How about that?
I attended that church.
It's a small world after all.
From like 2 to or I guess like 1 to 5, 1 to 5.5 is somewhere in there. And if you, I bet they've redid the church by now, the pews and stuff like that. But if they haven't redone the pews, the very rear center pew is why I have this scar on the top of my head.
I had no idea.
So just imagine me with a bowl cut just running around in there.
Picture it. I can't wait. We looked, Hams and I were checking out the online and everything. It looks like it's a really cool church. It does. And so excited to be there for that and for them to trust Sherry and I to come in. So that'll be fun.
I have memories of breaking ground with, like, you remember they'll like circle the whole church around and everybody gets a cup and you'll dig some dirt up.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the church looks very different now. I actually have memories of doing that at that church. So I'm sure it looks very different now. But man, that was weird seeing that on the schedule.
How cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also, Greg, I have to talk to you about this. So we were talking about all the different personalities on the show, and we had the nice young lady from Minnesota call, and
I'm still recovering. I had to take my inhaler in the break because of these two.
Yeah, I know. And
Greg and Speedy.
And so
Speedy was just venting a little.
So I'm checking out of a grocery store the other day. Have y'all ever had the thing happen? Because we still, at the heart of all this, it's just a radio show that now we're still on radio stations, and now we've got in all these other platforms too. But it is still very possible that people, unless they watch us on YouTube or they watched us back in the years of being on cable TV, or they go on to the website and look at pictures or follow us on social media, if they don't do any of that and all they do is just listen to the show, they don't know what any of us really look like.
Yeah.
Okay?
True.
So,
that's true.
So I was checking out at a grocery store, and I had on, we've had some things that are just for the team. And one time we took some T-shirts and just put Team Rick and Bubba on it. I still have those.
I got mine.
Yeah, try to do a little better in them or work in them. Or
I got paint on one.
Yeah, So anyway, so I had that on. So I was in the line, and the person who's checking me out looks at him and says, "Oh, do you work for Rick and Bubba?" And I said, "I do. I actually do." And they said, "Yeah, that my mom, man, she doesn't miss that show." And I said, "Well, that's great. Thank you very much." And then it happened. I'll tell you, she really likes Greg. I mean, she's like her favorite person. And this is what the daughter said. I don't know what that says about my mom.
Oh, wow. Brilliant lady.
And the quote was, I think he says what everybody else is thinking.
Well,
but there's a reason we don't say.
But he really does.
That was a
That's the
backhanded
thing that people don't understand.
Right.
He doesn't say what he's thinking. He's
Right.
actually thought it through, and he's changed what he was going to say.
He's actually toned it down.
He has.
He has, and that's the scary part.
I mean, if
Yeah.
just
Hams,
have
you
to be
may
on-
be on to something.
No, I am on to something. I'm around you enough.
Tell me if you think this.
You get filtered, Greg.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to everybody.
That
You
is
get
so
filtered,
true.
Greg.
That is so true. Matter of fact, Greg, seriously, and we'll be talking about it in tomorrow's Bible study. Greg is still talking. You listen, Greg's still talking to you in the time of grace. Because what we're going to talk about tomorrow is what you don't know is if you think what's going on right now is bad, wait till God ends the time of grace and it's unrestrained wrath that comes down. We have restrained Greg. Yeah, but anyway, so let me ask you if y'all think this is weird. So I'm talking, Greg, to our parents about this yesterday, and I'll update you on that.
Oh boy,
got a project in there. But anyway,
Great.
so anyway, Mom looks at me, and it was funny. You ever? And she goes, "So then you told him who you were?" And I said, "No." And she goes, "You never told this person that you're Greg's brother and that you're Rick from Rick and Bubba? You just let that stay that she thinks you just work for Rick and Bubba?"
Well, he does.
And I said, "Well, I do."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she goes, "You never did clarify who you were?" And I said, "No." And she looked around. I said, "Is that weird?" I didn't.
I guarantee you that guy went back and told his family that he bumped into somebody from the show.
Yeah.
And they'll go, "What do he look like?" And they'll start describing him. Well, that was Rick.
That was
He
Adler.
found out.
But
I guarantee
but
you.
that's not weird what I did, is it?
It's not like you. I was.
Now, if they asked me
It is
directly,
slightly
who are
weird.
you?
It's slightly weird because you're Rick from Rick and Bubba.
Right.
That you said exactly what all three of us say.
Right.
And I love that you handled it that way as well. But you probably, I don't know, it was kind of weird that you're like, yeah, I'm Rick.
Well, I didn't. The way the conversation went, it
Yeah,
didn't
it
really
did.
lend itself.
Okay,
to
well then
I
that's
see
fair
what you're
enough.
saying.
But I have walked away many a time saying when they asked that question, I work for the Rick and Bubba show, and that's all that's
Yeah, I've done
said,
that
and
too.
I
If you
just
have a
walk
shirt
away.
on.
I never even
Yeah, right.
take it any further. But you are Rick. I mean, you're on the logo.
Oh, you
for
work
crying
with the
out loud.
show? Yes, I'm actually Rick.
But I do work with the show. But
Right,
here's-
but when he asked, "Oh, you work with the shows?" Yeah, actually.
Well,
Yeah, you could have went that.
I'm probably I'm.
Well,
I am.
here
I'm
the
Rick.
way it works here, honestly, we kid around a lot, but it's such a team format.
Yeah.
There's rare is the day that you ever even look at the hierarchy and go, okay, well, we Rick's boss. We just don't really do that.
But you are on the logo.
We don't really do that a whole lot. You know what I mean?
Right.
I only had to tell Greg that once.
Yeah, and that's 15 years. That ain't
But,
bad.
but anyway, no. What's
You had to remind me of it one time too.
Oh, that's right.
And then Greg got on you into my defense for some
and
reason.
then I left
That was
'cause I had
kinda
I
caught
thought
off
that
guard.
was interesting.
I thought it was too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's funny?
I can't let a wrong happen.
Speedy said he cleared.
I
'cause
had
he couldn't
second
handle it.
hand. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
I had to fake a phone call. Hello? Yeah. Help me
He
get out of here.
bolted from the room.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep talking to my phone till I'm done. Okay, sure, man, that was tough.
Right.
Oh, done.
Right. That was.
Hey, it hadn't happened again though.
No, it hadn't. But I could have handled that better. But
And that was 15 years ago.
it was effective.
Look how far we've come.
It was effective, but that's
It
not
was.
always the way.
Sure.
Yeah, we're not arguing that.
Right. But let's go back to this. So one time, because you can go too far with what I did. One time, this person came up to me and said, "Has anybody ever told you look like Rick from Rick and Bubba?" And jokingly, I said, "You know what? I get that all the time."
Now that's different.
And so anyway, so they left and went back. So it was over. I said, "Hey, I just wanted you to know, just messing with you." And they started laughing. Not gonna fall for that one. I mean, you don't look just like him. But, I mean, and
You ain't that.
yeah, and they left, and I never got to clarify it. Seriously, that's kind of way. Okay, yeah, good. Good to meet you too.
Got me.
Yeah, you don't look that much like him. And so sometimes when you do that, you miss a window of opportunity.
Yeah.
But I don't. It just didn't happen. And plus me getting. I really, 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 and it is so beneficial. And all of you have very, very busy lives out there, and some of you, that give us plenty of feedback, so we're good.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is,
covered.
I always enjoy to be able to be part of a fly on the wall of how people really see the show.
Yeah.
And as opposed to now they got to go into a different mode because they realize, oh gosh, this is one of them. I've picked up on conversations about the show before, and I never will say anything. I just sit and listen because that's unfiltered feedback.
That is.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Rick. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh wow! So really, I thought that was really working for us. Stop. Yeah, that's it. All right, Greg. When we come back, I'll tell you, there's a project in on
Got
Monday.
me a project?
Got you a
All right.
project. And I don't
So
know.
you can talk about this.
Oh, sure.
And engineering has said they believe they fixed the problem.
I'm tired
They've
of hearing
rebooted the system. We don't need to reboot on our end, and they want us to try it out again.
All right, well, so phones too when we come back.
I'm tired of hearing it's been fixed.
866 We Be Big.
That was Greg, Tom, not me.
Unrestrained Greg. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, we've
That's
lifted
a good
off.
one there.
We lifted off. Freak show's gone.
That's a good one right there to get going.
Find your seat. Sit down. Get left.
Rick, lot going on, busy weekend to review.
Yeah.
And as we speak, at this exact moment, President Trump is live with Vladimir Putin as they have
Or
met.
Vladimir, even.
And what I call it?
Vladimir.
What's his right?
Vladimir.
That'd be Vladimir.
Close enough.
Sure.
It's Russian.
Yeah.
The G is silent.
Vladimir is actually little talked about and usually hidden gay brother, but Vladimir is actually talking to Trump.
They are meeting as we speak right now, and it's.
Vladimir.
I tell you, we were talking about right before the kickoff. Presidents are busy; they do a lot. But I'm gonna tell you, Trump has been. He's all over the globe.
He is.
I mean, we had North Korea that took place in Singapore. Then we had NATO. Then he was calling them out for not paying their bill. Then he was running Theresa May down over in Britain, and now meeting with Putin. I mean,
Vladimir.
I'm gonna tell you, the guy keeps a busy schedule.
He's gonna be Sadamir after he's done with it. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look, here's the thing the thing about Donald Trump.
I like Vladimir better than Vladimir or whatever.
It sounds nicer.
How about?
Hey, it's early. It's hard. You shouldn't speak Russian right out of the gate.
Come on.
But the thing about the old Trump era, and we don't know how it's going to be looked. When it's all said and done, who knows? And regardless of your political affiliations or whatever, but the one thing we can pretty much say he is across the board, and this may be what you like about him, maybe what you hate about it. Just like our show. The very thing you love about our show is the very same thing you'll hate about it at times. And that is that we just pretty much talk about whatever we feel like it at the time. But anyway, and we've done that for 24 and a half. But if you've ever been that person that said, I just don't know why we let fill in the blank go as a country, whatever it is.
Right.
He's out dealing with it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever said, well, I don't know how we get away with being part of NATO and nobody pays and we have to carry everybody. Well, this is the guy that walked in and said the same thing.
Well, Rick,
I mean,
and
if you
consider-
ever said, well, I don't know why we let Russia, he'd go over and deal with that. If you ever say, well, I don't know why we just let people run through the border, he'd go in there and deal with that. I mean,
hey, this Korean
don't
War.
ask if you don't
this,
want him to do it.
This Korean War thing's been going on 60 years. Well, let's just take care of that. Let's just. I mean, he's.
I don't know why we don't take that guy on and threaten to kill him. Well, all right, done.
You know what he is?
I'm going to threaten him.
He is the guy that will clean out the garage.
Right, and you may not have wanted it cleaned. That's what I'm saying is, but but there's stuff just flying out of the garage like crazy.
Oh yeah, and it's
That'll
not
make a
going to
mess.
be.
It'll
It's
make
not
a
going to be
mess.
a general
Sure it will.
yard sale. He's going to have a crew in there, and they're going to have a hose pipe. They're going to clean that thing out.
Well, and we all said this. You've said before. There's some of these things that have to be done. The only way they're going to be done is if you just don't care what people think about it. Well, you finally found that guy.
Yeah.
You know.
I'll tell you. I think really, how far is he into this? A year and a half?
It's not long.
Yeah.
It hasn't been long.
I mean, we're sneaking up on 2 years in January, right?
Yeah.
I will say, I think, and we've been through in our lifetime 4 or 5 presidents. I mean, I can't remember of anybody that's been more busy than him.
No.
As far as getting things done.
Well, remember now, this is a guy that claims that your body only has a finite amount of energy, and to exercise is to waste it.
Right.
Yeah, use it up.
Rick, I kind of like that theory. I'm looking into that.
Bubba, you think that's pretty brilliant.
But
I mean, I know with knee cartilage, there's only so many beans in that thing, and it's done.
So anyway, but we'll see what happens in Russia, and we.
Did you see Trump's comments? He said he could get Putin to give him Moscow, and the Democrats wouldn't be happy.
Well, no, he's right about that. Well, you also,
but he said it though. That's what's funny. Every other president would have joked about it behind closed doors, so he just said it.
Well, whatever
you gotta love
whatever party you work for or you're with, if you want to be successful in your party, when you get the votes from the people, you need to implement whatever your party truly claims to be their worldview.
Yeah.
If you ever won't do something because you're concerned that the other party may be mad, then you'll never be a person that gets anything done.
Right.
I mean, you have to be.
Well, I think we skipped over that.
Yeah, you have to be a person that says if my opponents get mad, they're just going to have to get mad, and then y'all can vote. You can find a way to beat me in the next election, but I'm moving forward while I got it. I mean, if you don't have that attitude, you really can't get anything done.
Hey, Rick, somebody
And it's
had
going to
sent
upset
us-
people, and people going to cry, and people get upset, and I understand all that.
Somebody had sent us, and I don't know if it's true or not.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, you want me to test the phone thing first before I tell Greg about this? All right, so. Oh, wow. Testing one. I'm good. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Huntsville, Alabama. You're on the Rick and Bubba show. Do you hear me?
Yeah, you can call me dog.
Hello, Huntsville. Hey, Huntsville.
That sounds good.
I'm hanging up on this guy. I don't even know what that was. I think that was somebody that called us from a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
That person did. That was a butt dial, I think, to the show.
Yeah, it must have been. I don't know.
All right, so 866 We Be Big. Hamzy, I'm sorry. I guess you will have to go.
Yeah,
in
I
there.
can go in there. It's not a problem.
Call us because now the engineers said they want to check the phone thing again. All right, so 866 We Be Big. So Greg, here's what's going on. Well, okay, there. Something's coming in quick. I'll tell you. All right. All right. So let's see what happens. Speedy, do you think this is going to solve it?
I have faith.
Do you? You know, it's mixed minus. That was our problem.
That was our problem,
Right.
and that adjustment's been made. I think.
I've always wanted.
I hope.
I always wanted to say mixed minus more. I always felt kind of left out.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Couldn't
like
find a reason to use it.
It's like when Bubba gets around his hound buddies. I feel a little on the outside looking in. And all right, so let's go to Aniana and see what Luke's got here.
Oh, Luke.
All right, Luke, talk and see if you hear yourself echoing.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Boy, that's good quality. How's it sound on your end?
Still echoing.
Come on.
Are you serious?
I am.
Okay. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks, buddy.
See you later, buddy.
Luke. All right, then.
All right.
All right, I'm letting him know.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well,
Okay.
We're getting there.
Your dilemma now.
We're getting there. All right. So all the different stages of life that we've covered here on this program. Okay, and we've covered them. We've talked about them, and we've had little kid world as daddies. We've had married world as husbands. We're now walking in. Speedy, you and Greg we're walking into grandkid world. Adult children world, empty nest world. Adler's still he's now still in little kid world. So we got our foot in a lot of worlds now, and of course there is the aging parent world. And that is that's as Jeff Foxworthy said, and Mom has even laughed about this. Your kids pull out of the driveway and your parents pull in.
That is funny.
And so Mom and Dad are in a retirement community now, and they live about 7 minutes from me. And at one time they lived about 10 minutes from you.
Yeah.
So we've both been here, and when you're the closest kid, I mean,
Yeah.
it's easier for you to things, but it's now, when Mom crosses into the world of technology at 81, and by the way, I don't know when you did it. I have been told this 4 times.
Oh, wow.
And really only about 3 days. Okay.
Really?
You called her 82?
Oh no.
Is she not 82?
No, and she's 81, and she.
How old's Dad?
Dad's 82.
Is he about to be 83? When's his birthday?
Because
January.
Mom catches him in November.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah, and so, but
Sorry,
you have declared her 82 already.
Well,
And
I
it
don't
had
know
to do with her blood pressure. You said something.
Her blood pressure?
Yes, she said something about the doctor. She's never had high blood pressure, and the doctor wants to check her. No, cholesterol. And the doctor, and the doctor wants to check her cholesterol. And you said, "Well, but Mom, you're 82." And I thought,
well, she's acting like I said 89.
I know. I
it's
didn't
not
think it was that
it's
big a
1
deal.
year.
She goes, I can't believe.
No, it's less than a year.
I can't believe he called me 82.
It's
I'm
less
not
than a
82. I said, Mom, you're 81. I mean, you acted like it was a big miss, and you and Dad track at the same age for a little bit of the year.
Well, that's just
I know you use an excuse to throw him under the bus, though. Did you go, I can't believe it?
I did. I said,
I know better than that.
I said, let me tell you something. You probably don't even know your birthday's November 3rd.
3rd?
Yep. But anyway, I was.
Did you write that down, Greg?
Greg, you watch me.
Let me say it right.
Only way I know
You
is
weren't very confident.
Well, I'm October 3rd. That's why I always know.
Got it.
All right, but anyway,
Mumble it, November.
Now I thought Dad's birthday I can never get right. Dad was born somewhere in the 20s,
25th,
in the
or
20s of January.
23rd.
I think it's 26.
Really? I know it's in the 20s. I'm with you.
I've called
I
it-
depend on Lisa for all this.
Yeah, I've called it 21, 23, and 26. It's one of those.
Yeah. See, Lisa's good at birthdays.
Yeah.
I depend on her.
But anyway, and of course, Dad couldn't care less about what we thought about his birthday, even back when everything was fine.
Oh.
So anyway, so we had some storms, as we know. That's why Bubba's not here today. We've had some awful things, and then we've had some minor things, and then we've had somewhere in between, which is kind of where Bubba is, with property really damaged. But so Mom, I look and I see over in the chair her weather radio.
Mm-hmm. She hadn't pulled it out.
And she goes, and I actually,
Not the NOAA
I actually,
weather radio.
I actually thought she was kidding at the beginning. She said, "I need you to try to program that weather radio where I'm not getting all these alerts that are not anywhere near where I live." and I said, and I kind of laughed and whatever, and I was like, so I don't even bring it up again. I'm thinking, well, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin to do that, and so. We go through our day and spend, she went to, had stuff to do in the afternoon, and I was hanging out with Dad, which means what? We watch highlights of football when there was contact, and we watch the Eagles, the band. That's what we do together all the time. And then if we can get near some water, we'll fish. But anyway, so or eat something. But the
He's always up for that.
yeah. But anyway, so I get ready to leave. And I see her getting it. And
Getting
I'm
the
like,
radio?
I'm like, she's getting the radio. So could you take this and get it programmed for me? And why don't you have Greg look at it? And I was like,
have Greg looked at it.
I was like, Greg. And so she's like, I said, what do you
So
want?
basically, hers is still under Calhoun County.
I guess she doesn't want to hear about lightning.
Yeah.
She says, I don't want to hear about lightning.
Well, now
She says that I think she only wants severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in her area.
I get that.
She said,
I get
she just kept telling me about when here comes lightning. Well, I can see lightning out the window. And I was like, yeah, Mom, maybe talking about it's dangerous. Well, I'm not going outside. Why do I need to know that? I'm not going out in the lightning.
That's a good point.
And I can see the lightning through my window. I don't need to hear about lightning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
So you don't need to hear about hard frost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She wants
maybe.
she wants tornado warnings and severe.
First of all, I know it's still under Calhoun County code, so she wants it to be where she is now.
She wants it to be where she is. Do you know how to do that?
I have to Google
It's in the
Seems
office.
like
I have her weather radio in the
Seems
office.
like I
and I
Googled.
can't go back with it not being changed.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't know.
And you know what's going to happen now?
Could I record the two of you doing this?
Can I tell you what's going to
'Cause I
happen?
need that.
And here's what's going to happen now.
good.
So now I'm in the mode of when are you bringing it back?
Oh, yeah.
That's the night.
I mean, we're going to have to Google it and see.
Okay.
It seems like I saw
Bubba
it.
knows how to do it, but then he's not here today.
There's an
He-
app for that.
He just texted me and said it's probably mixed minus.
Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
Yeah.
I got mad because I called her a minor.
Right. Greg, this thing you said about her being 82.
What? She didn't act like to me.
4
did
times
it?
she's told
Are
me
you
this.
serious?
From Wednesday to
Well,
yesterday.
she never mentioned it to me.
Okay. Well, I don't know where he gets off thinking I'm 82. I said,
I'm
yeah.
going to counter it. I'm going to tell her she's 80.
Yeah, go back the other way.
Yeah.
All right, top of the hour. If you're hanging with us, you got more Rick and Bubba. We'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Been out of the news loop this weekend, which is why I'm in such a good mood today. But
Right, yeah. Me too.
Of an MSNBC host that looked like she was praying on the air for a recession just so Donald Trump wouldn't be reelected. Is that a joke?
No, I've heard
going
people
around?
make that statement. That, I mean,
Is that
that's
a
been
fake
in
story?
the
Even Bill Maher said that.
But there's
Yes,
one
that's
out
who it
there.
was.
There's
So
one out
they even admit things are going so good, you're going to get another dose of the Donald. Is
Right.
that it?
And this
Yeah,
is
where are you at when you pray for a recession?
right.
if that really happened, understand some of our. This is what we call Mary
Yeah,
Bird show prep. This is a Mary Bird story. So I don't know whether it's
well, Mary's usually dead on, but I'm not questioning Mary. I'm questioning the story itself. Is that for real?
Did that really happen? It may have. I don't know. We'll find it. We'll show you the picture of it and look at it.
Boy, we had a busy weekend. Everybody was all over the globe, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
Speedy, I don't know how you did it.
16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And was near where Bubba and his family go to the lake, and Helmsy was told to drop on by, and he did, and Helmsy said that he saw some things that he's never seen from Bubba, and we're wondering, has the heart cath and the stent, has it created a desire for, what we once remember was
I saw a desire for life.
That's
is
right.
what I saw.
That's right.
How long did you have to park cars before you got to come in?
Now, before we start, we have to give Caroline, Michael's daughter, props because she played up in her age group and won a state championship. She did a great job.
All right, Caroline.
Yeah.
Sweet
Caroline.
Bubba's fake. All right.
They did all right.
And that gave you a free weekend to Rome, Georgia
It did.
later this
It
summer.
certainly did. That's all I could think about was more hotel costs and more entry fees.
Back to Bubba's song.
Coaching fees.
Back to your theme song again.
Things that kill me make me feel alive.
I don't even know where to start, guys. I've got 5 little titles here. Y'all just tell me where you want to go.
All right.
Number 1, Bubba, the generous, kind-hearted host.
Well,
Number 2, Bubba on the grill. Number 3, Bubba loves the boat. Number 4, Bubba's getting healthy. And number 5, Bubba's energy.
I'll take number 4.
Right out of the gate.
The others I can see.
And all of these, all of these guys, I think, kind of tie together.
Okay.
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 I just saw a different Bubba this weekend, and it wasn't that Bubba's not always kind-hearted and nice. Okay.
Yeah.
But I saw a man, I've never seen this. I saw him stand over a grill for over an hour. And while he's grilling, now keep in mind, I also know that it was hot where we live.
Yeah, well, it was hot, baby. God, that kind of hot make you mad.
I know he was on a boat. He gets up early. He doesn't sleep in. He was on a boat in that heat for over 5 hours before we got there. Now, that was also a joke because there were people asking before they went on the boat ride, hey, how long are we going to be out there? About 3. And Betty would just laugh at him and say, you better plan for 5.
Yeah, he'll stay out on the boat.
And so
it's a big lake.
What amazed me was the energy and the generosity and the servant's heart that the man had after a long day.
Are you sure this was Bubba?
I know. That's what.
Look, I love Bubba, but I think you're also confused. He loves
Did you
the
drink
boat.
before you got there?
No,
And got him
I
confused?
get all this. I get that.
Driving a boat's not sacrificial to Bubba.
Maybe not.
really not.
But you got to understand.
use your talent.
You got to understand this. That's not what I'm talking
Your
about.
gifts.
Standing over a grill after all that.
I've seen him stand over food for over an hour.
When we go hunting, when we go hunting, what does Bubba normally do after we hunt?
Sit in that
He-
chair.
Go to sleep.
Thank you. I never saw him sit down one time other
Right.
than to eat.
Right. He's
He was
clearly
all
on
over
some
the
That
type
blood's
of
flowing now. I
stimulant.
told you that blood
Rick,
was flowing.
here's what I was seeing too. Hey,
He's on a stimulant.
hey, can I get you something to drink? We got all kind. Hey, Caroline, you get in there. Hey, you do this, I'll do this. And never saw him sitting down. Just energetic, bubbly. I never once saw the guy sit down.
Was there times his feet didn't even touch the ground?
Betty even looked at me at one time. She goes,
I
don't know.
My blood was clogged and now it's flowing.
yeah. She's like, you need
I
to
can't
video
tell no
this.
difference.
Yeah, well, Helmsy did.
I really could. And I say this on the healthy. The reason I included the healthy, and I know he hasn't been released and all that, but I never saw him go back for seconds. I never saw him snacking. I saw him eat the meal that he prepared, which was delicious, by the way. He cooked up some of a huge spread on his green egg. And there was some healthy choices in there, which he actually went with. And he never it was never a, hey, I got to go. I think I was one of the only ones that went back and got extra.
Oh, I tell you. I go back to that scared straight.
Yes. Who's wearing that blue shirt?
Who is this masked man? Are you sure you're at the right level?
No, let me tell you this too. Hey, no.
Were you at Malzahn?
Hey, little things like this, Rick.
Are you at Carl's?
You can't. I'm a detail guy. Listen, normally, if you and again, I mean, I've been with Bubba. This is not my first rodeo, so I have data to compare.
So
it
you've seen
to.
Bad. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. We are moving through it. No Bubba today. He's tending to property damage from the tornadoes that came through the South. And will be back with us as soon as he can this week. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here. I be Rick, and enjoying spending time together. Now, I do want a couple of things. If you're on hold right now, there's nothing we can do about the phones today. We think we know the problem, but it will require this whole studio board to be rebooted, and that's now the final step, which can't be done during the show. Now, if you want to stay on the phone calls just because you got something you want to say and you want to be part of the show, then you stay there. We're about to take them, okay? But we're done with the testing and all that. We know that the problem has not been solved on the echo back on your end. We're very excited about how it sounds on our end now. It's been an upgrade. But we know that you're still hearing an echo. Does. But the engineers now have ruled out anything other than dealing with it with the board.
Right.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so.
So
just deal with echo.
So we got to deal with that for the rest of this show. So just know that. Mm-hmm. Also, great questions. We launched new Rick and Bubba merch today, and people are asking about the cast iron skillet, which people are moving to get, which I'm very pleased. But you wanted to know something about the cast iron skillet, and we have good news.
All right, so I got an email this morning and didn't know how to answer it, so I went to our sales extraordinaire, Kelly, and I said, hey, getting some questions about this cast iron skillet. They're wanting to know, is it a lodge?
L-O-D-G-E?
That's it.
Okay.
And if it is, you need to put that in the description because that's a sure enough good one.
Okay.
And you're going to get many questions. That's going to be one of the questions you get asked because the iron skillet folks, they're going to want to know that. And I'm here to happily report it's a lodge.
It is a lodge.
Right there.
It's a lodge cast iron, baby.
Yeah, Adler says he knows about it.
Adler, you know about lodge?
Yes, absolutely. You guys don't know about lodge? Come on now.
No.
I've got several lodge stuff. You see them in stores. They are the standard.
Yeah.
They are the standard.
Yeah. Right there. Yeah, when I saw that, when we were shown the skillet, I knew it was a show enough good because I know what one looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so that's fantastic.
Look at that.
Greg, get one of those for Mom, too, when you take her weather radio back to her. Okay. All right, so anyway. And, Greg, I've washed out that mug. I'm going to let you have it.
No,
I'll go
fine.
get me a mug.
I always get the mug.
But
I'm gonna share.
I can get me a mug. I want my baby brother to have a mug like that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, you were drinking coffee long before me.
That's
when
true.
When I was the scourge of the family.
That's true.
And I was an embarrassment to Burgess everywhere because I wasn't drinking coffee.
Have you ever seen anybody love coffee like our dad?
Never in my life. Never seen anything
We would
like
leave
it.
to go places.
I've
He would
never
take a thermos.
Seen anything like it.
Wouldn't he?
Yeah,
he would take his own coffee wherever he went.
If Mom does not intervene, he will drink coffee from the time he wakes up to the time he goes to bed.
Yeah,
and it won't affect his sleep in the least.
Oh yeah,
he cranks it out all day long. We'll get upset. We ain't got no coffee, and he'll do that little squint thing he does. You know that Greg and I inherited.
Yeah,
we ain't got no coffee. You don't have any coffee, and then you'll say, "You want me to put some coffee?" No. Well, you want some? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd love to have some. Y'all ain't got no coffee? I mean, he'll start that.
One of the worst chewings I got, we were going hunting. First of all, he would wait till you got on a dirt road and then tell you to pour him a cup out of his thermos. You're just bouncing everywhere.
Yeah.
But anyway, I put the lid back on the thermos and I didn't tighten it down good, and we'd stick it like under the seat.
Oh, no.
And we got out. We were going to go get ready to go hunt, and all of a sudden he starts looking. There's drip coming. He's, what's dripping out of my Bronco?
Oh, no.
He goes over, he goes, I beat. You know,
yeah.
Greg, you didn't put the lid on. It was the coffee where it
yeah.
spilled out, was dripping.
Yeah.
And and that was it because he was counting on that for the rest of the day. You know, we was already in the woods.
Yeah, now he ain't got no coffee.
Oh, he was not happy.
No. And don't think he worried about, because there were no such thing as cups on the go then. If you didn't have a styrofoam cup,
Right.
You know, you didn't have anything, and he would drink out of the top of that thermos.
The lid.
You know how it was a cup, a plastic
Screw
cup.
it and turn it into a cup.
Yeah. But we'd be on a nice, good, smooth road, wouldn't say a word. He'd get on a dirt road. Hey, Greg, pour me a cup of coffee.
Pour me a cup of coffee.
You think that was by design?
You ain't got no coffee. Yeah. We ain't got coffee. That's it. That's it. That's it. Absolutely. Go to a restaurant. So anyway, I tell you what I want. I want a cup of coffee.
Yeah. No matter what time of day, no matter what weather.
Let me tell you when he drove me crazy is when I had I don't know what I was thinking, and I took him to England. Look at me rubbing my forehead.
Do you think he's going to be impressed?
Do y'all remember that story?
I do. I remember your mom having to go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah,
remember?
England,
crawl under.
Yeah.
London has no commitment to great coffee because everybody drinks tea.
Yeah.
Okay. That drove him crazy the entire time we were there. I think that he at one time petitioned to see the Queen. I mean,
we got to do something about this coffee.
Hey, this coffee's awful. That I know that 2 days ago we had that. Okay, the coffee's never going to get better.
Yeah.
I tell you, this coffee. And I said they drink tea. Tea? Who tea? You talking about like tea? No, it's warm tea. Warm tea. Everybody drinking warm tea. That's what they really specialize in, Dad. Well, I don't want warm tea. I want coffee. Got it. So we got you some coffee. That's coffee.
Terrible.
I mean, my gosh. Let me tell you what I don't like is their coffee. Got it.
Roger what they don't do very well.
That was it. And you remember that was when he did the ATM thing. He didn't talk to his bank before he left, so they wouldn't give him money. And I said, "It's fine. I'll handle it. Well, when we get back, I'm gonna get you some money when we get back. Okay. Even though that's Dad, y'all are our guest. No, he'll drive you crazy. He's not gonna let you pay for anything. Dad, it's all good. Hey, I need to be able to get some money. I know that, Dad, but we're in London and your bank won't give it to us. That's over.
That's on you.
That's over. Okay, so let's not worry about it, and let's just finish out the vacation, and then when we get home, hey, I'm going to get you some money. That sounds great. Not here, we won't.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait till
He never gave up.
We'll have to wait till we get back to the colonies, okay, United States of America. We'll have to wait till we get back there. As long as we remain near Big Ben, you cannot get money here.
Yeah.
Dad, respectfully, and I'm going to watch my tone because I know you're about to get shut down. We don't need to talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, take me over that ATM right there. I'm going to try that one. Dad, that's not the changing of the ATM.
Rick, but we're in France now.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. What do you think about France? No, that's not going to work either. No, that's not going to work. No. Well, it ain't even the same currency, is it? It's not, Dad. It's not about that. It's U.S. currency, and you didn't tell your bank you're traveling around the world, and they won't give it to you. Okay? So I'm going to handle it. Well, let me tell you what that is. I know what that is, and please don't say it in front of the English. They don't take stuff like that very well. The French, they're annoyed by everyone. They probably like you, but this is here. Let's not say things like that.
No,
if we could.
Not in front of the Rick, not in front of the beef.
Because he doesn't whisper. He talks out loud, really loud.
All right. So what? So hello.
I know somebody else like that.
Hey, listen. Yeah. Hey, hello and welcome. What can I get for you? Hey, can we get some coffee? Dad, don't do this again. And then here comes the coffee. 3, 2, golly. I tell you what they can't do is coffee. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right in front of them.
Had that on Sunday evening. It's now Thursday. You know,
didn't improve.
This is about our 8th restaurant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It did well established. Got it. Wow, we got it. I tell you what, though, I'm paying for this. No, Dad.
No, you're not.
We've been through that.
Unless it's an IOU.
So you're telling me I can't get money. That's I hate to be the one with that
That's
message.
it.
I wish I didn't have that message, but that is it. Well, I'll tell you what that is. Yeah, I know what that is, and
that's what he's done.
Yeah, I don't run the bank, and it's fine.
So does he consider bad
me,
coffee an underscoop or overscoop?
Probably an under.
Under.
Yeah, too watery.
Too watery.
I can be real specific. I got it down to the.
Okay.
I tell you, might as well just be water.
Okay, that's it.
I know that.
Or puppy urine.
He wants truck stop coffee. It's been sitting there for hours.
Right, he does. Absolutely.
That's what he wants.
Riding around that thermos for about
hard
a
to find in London. Hard to find in London. I can get you all the tea you want. I don't want tea. Got it.
Rick, but I got bad news. You can't pay for the tea.
Right, yeah. I'll tell you, whatever you're going to get, I'm going to have to pay for. I really don't like you having to pay for everything, and I won't give you some money. But you'd have to be able to get something. Yeah. You telling me I can't get any money, Dad?
There
I don't
you
know how to
go.
say it any more clearly.
Roger. That's put a period at the end of
right,
that.
Right. That's well, we get back home. When we get back home, we'll settle up.
We're going straight there.
Right. Right. As a matter of fact, I know the ATM at the airport in Birmingham. I know the one we need. Huh?
And we'll stop at Marathon and get you a cup of coffee.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll take you straight there, and then we'll hit Marathon. You know it right there.
Get some of that good stuff.
Do you think his coffee's good? No, that I don't. I agree with you, but I've moved on.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well,
I'm talking about eating wise.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about just everything. Like, for instance, if we're at hunting camp, hey, we'll see y'all, in the recliner, wave me out there. He walks us out, tells us goodbye. We talk a minute. He stands there and watches us leave, just wave. And just, the guy was all over the place. Life of the party.
It's a new energy.
It is.
It's fun watching people go up the driveway.
I thought that might be it, too.
Right, yeah, right.
It's a little
buddy,
challenging.
I thought mine was steep.
Yeah.
Y'all have seen mine.
Hey, this was
steeper.
this was a different Bubba. It had to be carted out of Greg's daughter's wedding, isn't it?
It is, no doubt.
I mean, think about that day
doubt.
when he was feeling so weird that he couldn't even interact with everybody. Think about
Rick,
it.
that's 180 degrees.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the low moments prior to this.
Oh yeah.
so.
Yeah. What a couple of weeks will do.
Yeah.
Or releasing a dam and letting the water flow.
Now, as far as not going back for seconds, if he's like me, when I'm grilling, I'm eating the whole time I'm grilling.
No, he did not. I never saw him eat. That's the thing,
I
Greg.
give me them little
Greg,
sausages and I
Greg,
wear 'em out.
Look, I was watching for this specifically.
Yeah.
And there's snacks laying out. There's chips and dip. There's all these things. Nothing. He wouldn't touch any of it. I never saw him eat the cake that was there. He may have. That doesn't mean he didn't. I never saw it.
Right.
I
didn't have any cake.
I didn't think you did.
No.
And so it was. And here's another thing
Rick,
too.
I
Back to
didn't
the
have any
energy.
cake.
Back to the energy.
I'm in shock.
Listen,
I can't even speak. I
Rick.
tried to put together a sentence after that and couldn't find one.
I was Vladimir.
Got us all back on the boat after dinner, like it dark. You went back out.
Oh, he loves to go out at dark.
Sunset Cruise
Yeah.
is my favorite.
Yeah, the
of all
boat thing's
days.
not surprising me because I've been with him on. He loves the boat.
But the energy that's on the boat, that's the thing that
But
surprised
no,
me.
he took me. He drove from the minute I got there to it was so pitch black I couldn't see, and at that time he was about to die. I mean his artery was clogged in, and he was still doing
That's
that.
what I'm saying. But funny.
He loves that boat. Now the eating is shocking.
It was. He did better. I mean, I was really.
But you're talking about he was energy the whole time too.
The energy
no
is
sitting,
what caught
no
me
sitting
off
down.
guard. I really never
Understood.
saw you sit down other than one time to tie your shoe when you were grilling, and then so that's how much I was looking at this.
Right.
And to drive the boat because you have to sit down to drive the boat,
Right.
and then to eat. That's the only time I saw him sit down.
So and he was
all
full
over
of
the place.
energy.
Full of the
Color looked
energy.
good.
Yes.
His color looks fantastic.
The fact that Betty looked at me when look, he's out there grilling and she comes out to bring him another take-up plate, as we all call it.
I love a take-up plate.
And so she brings him another take-up plate, and I just looked at her, and I kind of looked at her with a confused look, and she did. She looked at me. She goes, "I don't know."
No, listen. I was grilling on Saturday, and it was so hot. I'm talking about. Of course, I got a bad hot grilling area. I mean, there were times where I thought, if this doesn't get finished here in a minute, I may not make it. I mean, it's so hot. And he was just
He was
fully-
working that meat on the grill and never cracked a frown, even though he was sweating. He just, I mean, I don't know.
I think.
Speaking of unicorn,
I think one of the things that I've added to the grilling experience, and see, I don't get to grill as much as I would like to.
Yeah.
And in our family, our setup's a little different because Betty is the gas griller, and then I'm the green egger at this point. This is kind of how we break down. But I've added the little fan on the bottom to control smoke.
Yeah.
And it's a game changer.
Yeah.
It really
That's what
is.
I hear.
Yeah.
And plus, with the green egg, you can buy these things that control the temperature, and you got to keep working it. You got to inflow, outflow.
Yeah.
But
I noticed you playing with it, but I didn't know what you were doing.
I positioned the fan to help me stoke the fire
Okay.
a little bit and control the smoke. So you gotta keep moving everything, getting it just right,
like a
controlling
mixing
the
board.
knobs.
It's like a mixing board.
Absolutely.
He's back, guys. He's back. That's all I'm telling you. He's back.
But let me say this: wasn't that steak good?
Oh, my
And
goodness.
it wasn't
Delicious.
the griller. It was I contribute to meat. So
Wow, well, that does make a difference. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
past the hour. But it's not for the losing man. Somebody say, when the number one son goes back to the devil's hand, that it got so sick so quick. Somebody say, I was the one that got good when a gun took the money from the rich man's hand. All right, so as we work our way back, 866 We Be Big is the number. Give me some water. All right, so we'll continue to work on the phones. I think we're going to land in a pretty good place by the time we get this one last little step. But we'll do phones again before we leave if you can handle the echo for another day or so. All right, so let's when a package shows up at the Rick and Bubba studio, you never know what's going to be in it. We get some
Sometimes it's scary.
get some very interesting things. By the way, let me update you on a package you gave me leaving here before vacation.
Okay.
It turned out not to be what I thought it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It wasn't bobbers?
Easy.
Oh, no.
Live
Craig,
mic. Live mic.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Yeah, right. It would have
Greg.
owned you on what it was.
Okay.
But anyway, so
almost opened.
Picture me down at the farm opening it up with my tackle box out. But
I
anyway,
can't wait
so
to hear this. I can't wait to hear this.
But anyway, because we get some cool stuff.
Rick.
Yeah, we get some cool stuff.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah,
And some weird stuff.
Well, so anyway,
You're at walking stick.
Adler, can you explain to me what just happened?
You got a name for it.
Because I walk out through because I thought it was something from engineering. It had to do with the mix minus and so I was walking out
so good.
to the bathroom. Anytime there's a big box leaning up against the wall, it's usually engineering.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I didn't pay any attention to it, and I look and
I actually brought it in this morning.
And Adler's in there, getting a knife out, opening it up, and he starts pulling stuff out of this box, and it's really cool. So Adler, tell us what's going on here. There's. And these are the kind of logos I really love.
Yeah, it's good. It looks really
good
stuff.
And this company has put together some really cool stuff.
Yeah, it was a super light box. I'm like, what's in here?
Your name was actually on it.
My name was on it and Bubba's. So, and I'm like, this is weird. And it looked like a TV, about the size of a TV, like a flat screen TV. I'm like, this is crazy. I start opening it up. I'm like, how's it so light? What's going on? And I dig into it, and we get these
please look at these
foam
logos. Yeah.
board.
Can we say it back here?
Yeah, these foam board logos.
Look at that.
And
Look
you've
at
got
Rock and Roll City.
You got Rock and Roll City featuring Greg and Adler. And that's pretty cool.
That looks really good.
That looks real
Great
good.
design.
Yeah.
And then Beaver Bite Farms.
I like it.
Boy, that's really
That's a
good.
good logo.
By the way, y'all didn't give me as much because I guess y'all thought it was too soon. That Bubba's Lake House has been destroyed by a tornado, and I said, "Well, you still got Beaver by farms."
Right, I heard that, and I liked it.
Yeah, I said Ridge though, but it's farms in it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We've gone back and forth between.
I think
Ridge.
the cake actually said Ridge.
Yeah, that's what he calls it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Adler, this logo for Rock and Roll City just in time for the theater tour we got coming up.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we're doing bigger rooms now, Greg.
Bigger rooms.
If you don't, Adler, if you don't put that inside in there where we can see it somehow,
Yes.
I told him it's got to hang on that black curtain.
Yeah,
I'm doing it.
For some reason, I'm bothered with the fact that the founder of the band is name's not on the left
This
side.
by
that hurt.
intelligence.
Is that what it is,
That
Greg?
is,
Okay,
yeah.
Greg and Adler.
Adler, I feel bad for you on that.
Sorry about that, buddy.
I mean, it'd be
older
like
guy.
if they made that for Rick and Bubba and it had Bubba and Rick.
Sorry about that, buddy. It doesn't mean anything. The order doesn't mean anything. It's how it flows.
Ask Bubba. The
They're being
order doesn't
respectful.
mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. Bubba and I are equal, but just not same.
That's right.
You say that about women all the time.
Well, and I stand by that.
All right.
But
that's from Cotton Eye Joe's.
Cotton Eye Joe.
You know, if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe.
How do you spell it?
cejoes.com.
Let me tell you
you go.
something. I know one Bill Bubba Bussy.
look at that.
I know one Bill Bubba Bussy, and I'm the same way. He's going to love this company, and we'll start. I guarantee we'll start using them.
Can I ask you a question? Did it come from that company, or did it come from a listener that used that company?
Good question.
Oh,
Kind of like
I
that
don't
portrait
know.
you got in there.
I don't.
The
good
bottom
question.
line is, though, if I wanted those
I
kind
bet
of
it was
stuff, I can get it from that
Good.
company.
You
Right?
could just, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
like
hit that little
I
button
like
there.
that kind of stuff.
On their website now, shopping.
And I
Wow.
like that they're light, which means they're easier to hang. It's not
Yeah.
such an.
Very light,
Yeah.
That emblem looked
sturdy.
good on the back of a T-shirt.
It really would.
but sturdy too. Yeah, yeah.
It really,
It
really
looks like
would.
they do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I like that.
Shirts and
I need to take a note of them.
branded logos and signs and everything. They do it all.
Yeah. No, I love that kind of stuff.
That looks good.
So anyway, thank you for sending
That's
that
my
to
name
us,
being first.
and it looks really cool.
Did you notice that at all? No. And now that's all you're going to point out.
What's wrong with Greg's name being first?
I'm
in there?
older.
Well, he didn't start the band.
Right, it's true.
That's an Adler thing.
Well, we got to find a new sponsor for the Wheel of Meat, and we ain't never gonna hear the band again.
I know.
You know, I mean, it's,
Speedy's got the answer.
Oh, okay.
I didn't take the time to
threw
look
that
at the
before it
card.
ran
I
off.
didn't see the
Didn't
card.
take the
I
time
didn't
to
see
look
the card.
Okay.
Rick, I think I'll pay for the band a segment every week just to stay away from the Wheel of Meat.
That's a good point.
I'll actually take that out of my paycheck.
That's not the Helms everybody loves.
Well, no, actually it is.
Minnesota don't wanna hear
Some
that.
of them are done with it too.
Yeah, I hate to take away. I hate to take away from Helmsy's positive, label or whatever. But calling him positive in this room, at midget wrestling, I'm Andre the Giant. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we said that compared to everybody else in here.
Yeah.
What's
All
it
right.
say?
So it looks like it is from the company.
Wrote a long thing.
And they're big fans of the show.
All right.
And
Wrote a
said
long
they
thing.
feel
It's a
like
card.
these two parts of the show felt like it needed their own sign.
Nice.
So he said, since that's what we do, we knocked that out. And so Jody, Joey, and Tommy from
E's.
Cotton Eye Joe's and Jody Spann, Tommy Gower, they have their cards in here. And so
That's awesome.
that's who sent.
Hey, that's
that
good looking
information.
stuff, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it
I like
is.
that. Do I leave this over here for Bubba?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least one of them because they're two different people.
Can I ask you something else, Adler? Why I have your attention?
Yeah, where we want to put the beaver?
I think we could put it on that right there, that column.
We're
behind
giving it
him.
the business.
No, I like that. What about, we need something right here.
Let's do that.
We need something right here.
Yeah,
really
I've
bad.
always.
Well, I
done
don't think that.
That's going to confuse everybody.
Yeah, I think Rock and Roll City.
No, let's not put the beaver face
Yeah,
there.
no.
No. Well, you can't really see it. That's
People ain't going to know what that means.
now the Beaver Bite Farms. That's about the shape of this, Rick. That might fit real good there.
Put that in.
But that's supposed to go to Beaver Bite Farms.
Yeah.
Well, but Beaver Bite's a part of this.
You don't know.
It's
Beaver Bite is inside all of us.
It is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like that, Rick.
We did have Summer the Beaver one time.
I can't.
Remember that?
Yeah, but it costs a lot.
y'all just missed him running
Was he
back. Yeah, when you come back out, will you run like the same exact way you just ran back in? Please don't miss this.
That's funny.
That looks good.
That does look good.
That's going to confuse
That
everybody.
looks awesome.
But we
Everybody's
love stuff like
confused.
we love stuff like that.
Nobody's going to have any idea what that means.
Well, here's the
Especially
other
if he names it Ridge.
here's the other thing that the other
I like that a lot.
Well, the reason why I like all this because it doesn't make any sense. And that's
How about this big beaver face? Put it up there.
why not?
Put that over Bubba's face in the logo.
What about putting it right here? Look at that.
Oh, that looks good.
Please,
Too much flavor. It's too much
please
flavor.
look, Rick. I say we do that and see how long it takes him to realize
Rick
it.
and Beaver.
Pass the beaver, please.
I don't know. Hey, Greg, why don't you just stop?
Look, we're working it out. We're having a meeting on air. That's fine.
I love those.
Sometimes
Probably not going to use that lyric,
No.
Greg.
Yeah, I keep wanting somebody to make a lot of money and sell that to somebody, and I guess that's
know.
not going to happen. How about this? Why don't I sell it? I bet I could sell it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I bet I could sell it. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Recapping weekends, we're running down some stuff. Speedy took his son with 21 other people to see the Houston Astros play with the baseball team and some dads. They saw the game smoothly the night before, and I'm afraid, and people are already emailing and asking, and I'll ask the question, I'm afraid it's possible that Speedy may have started to think he could have something.
Yeah.
Because he's getting toward the end of the trip.
Silly Speedy.
Am I exaggerating to say you're one escalator away from being out?
Oh, yeah. No, most definitely. I mean, because, like I said, you got sections of escalators, so when you're coming back off the top deck, and look, the first game we had really good seats. Second, when you're trying to get 23 seats together and block seating, it's tough to make sure and get the right section and stuff. So,
and you couldn't just walk down the escalator.
No, correct. You could not. It's sections. It's like you go down a little bit, and then it flattens out, and you kind of turn, and then you go down a little bit. So you're making your way down, and we finally get on the last section of the escalator. And there's a number of people, and we've kind of separated a little bit. Now, let me go back to the top. One of us at Pete, one of the dads started going, woo, coming out because they won like 9-1, which starts all the other drunks, woo! And so now everybody's, woo! We're all hamming it up. So if you look at the security footage, it looks like we're having a really good
Did
time.
you say the other drunks?
As one of the dads said, if one of the dads said, if we drank, we'd be in a handle because you wouldn't be able to control us. We have that much fun and none of us drink.
Mess the escalator up or something.
Yeah.
Right.
So we get down to the last section, and we're about halfway down, and all of a sudden, Ryan, who is one of the sons that went, I noticed, and he's kind of one step below me on the escalator. We're all just, and now look, there's 3 escalators going at the same time, and there are thousands of people. How about the Astros? They'll show up and support, Houston. I mean, the fans are huge. All right, so we're going down, and he's like one step below me, and I see him like something stuck, like his foot is stuck, and all of a sudden the escalator stops, and everybody almost falls forward because you're thinking you're going, all of a sudden it abruptly stops and you fall forward, and all of a sudden he comes out and he's like, my shoe, and he looks down and the escalator has eaten his shoe.
Oh, no.
And it has shut down the entire system. Now all of the fans, they're trying to figure out how to get down, and there's what the shoe looks like. All right, so you see how it ate the top of the shoe.
Right.
Praise God, his foot came out. All right, because the top of the shoe, it looks like he's, got his toes in the edge of the escalator there, and it kind of ate it up. Well, anytime you're in Texas and you see Big Buckle come out, like some guy with huge belt buckle,
like a satellite dish.
Oh man, he means business, right? So before long, the lady that's running it, she's mean because she probably thinks that people are messing around on the escalators. Like, what did y'all do?
Right.
But we're like, hey, we didn't really do anything. I felt like I was a kid again. We didn't do anything, I promise you, but he doesn't have a shoe. So he's hopping around. He doesn't have a shoe on. And we're trying to figure out what's happening. Well, I got to call security. I got to call somebody to come get it. And this is where it takes up, Rick, if you want to take the audio here and video. This is belt buckle here. Look how mad he looks. He can't believe it. He's studying it. He's trying to figure out how they're going to get this shoe out, and it shut down the entire system.
Oh no!
So there was the mean lady. That was one of the mean ladies. A lot of mean people there. Some nice. So this is the kid here. This is the kid. There's Reese.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kid here.
You got stuck in an escalator. That's all that happens.
How did he get stuck in the escalator?
It ate it.
You got he has one shoe.
It ate the shoe. It ate it. That is the most clutch thing I've ever seen in Ryan's story. Can we frame it? We've been playing baseball for 7 years. You've hit walk-offs. You've done a lot of amazing.
Did you ever think about leaving the shoe and just going on?
You don't think that was a discussion?
Because I think I would have left it at this point. I mean, there's no way I stay for that shoe.
Right. Oh no.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly. So here we're
Can't you
going
kick
around
it in
now
reverse
with
and
the
it'll
dads.
pop out?
Yeah. So I walk back over and I'm looking, and this guy here, we're
he's still
texting.
thrilled.
We're trying to figure out
Yeah,
what
he
are we
looks
going to
real
do?
fired up.
What are we doing? So now, as you can see, yeah, well the shoe's fine.
Mad about
Yeah,
it.
we're like
Dad
said that he just won't have a shoe. Yeah, so you can see how there's not hardly nobody there.
Right.
We're there, and guys, I'm talking about
How
45 minutes to an hour after the game.
Oh my gosh,
it's a long time.
I'd have left that
It is a
shoe.
long
I'd
time.
left that shoe so
On the
fast.
way out, I leave it.
So we got ate up by one old, I won't say what it is, just an older security guy
Codger.
that was just not happy at life.
Garak wouldn't have. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Just had a discussion this week with somebody about HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
HelloFresh.
Now this seemed to kind of there's so many other ways to use it, but one of the things that's quite obvious is if you're somebody that's trying to do just a little bit better. Well, that can be a problem. I mean, you're thinking to yourself, "Oh man, I got to figure out what to get," and then I do this, and then I'm eating out. Even when I'm ordering what I should order, I don't know how they prepared it. I got to find out how it's prepared. I got to do all this. Or you could just simply go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and look at all the different recipes that the chefs crank out every week. And you go to a category called Dietitian Win, W-I-N. Now, these are options. Every single meal is under 700 calories, and all the ingredients you need and the delicious recipes are included, and all you do is prepare them. So in that way, it makes it real simple. Maybe you're going, I want to power up with a little more protein. Well, then go to the Protein Smart recipes, like the one-pot pork and bean chili, Greg's favorite.
Yeah.
Helmsy leans a little creamy Dijon dill chicken, which is very good. And they feature 30 grams or more of protein per serving without hassle. You see why I love it. So here we go. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We'll get you 60% off right now and free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Free shipping, 60% off right now. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. So make it happen today. Sponsor button's got it too at rickandbubba.com. All right, some sports stories that we haven't gotten to today. Charles Barkley always lends himself to brutal honesty.
Oh, yeah.
And he and Michael Jordan have had a little falling out.
This has been going on for a long time.
Has it?
They haven't spoke in years.
Because of Charles being critical of him on how he handled
as an owner.
Yeah, and I know that, and Charles is asked about this, how it's going with that, I guess.
Yeah, this is on 60 Minutes.
All right, 60 Minutes. So here's Charles in his own words about his friendship with Michael Jordan.
Born 3 days apart, Barkley and Jordan were once the best of friends. But as Jordan struggled as owner of the Charlotte Hornets, Barkley minced no words.
And what I said, I think that he don't have enough people around him who are going to tell him no. And he got really offended, and we haven't spoken. But, John, I'm going to do my job because I have zero credibility if I criticize other people in the same boat and not criticize my best friend.
Even if you have nothing to apologize for, you think of just picking up the phone and trying to repair this thing with Michael?
I got an ego too, John. You can't be great at something that doesn't get it right to be a jerk.
You think you'll resolve this eventually?
He got my number.
That's brutal honesty.
Yeah,
we can't resolve this because he's not the only one with ego. I got an ego too.
Yeah.
That's honest right there.
Yeah, it is.
And
I love that man.
Right. I don't. I mean, he's got my number. He can just call me.
Go, Speedy.
Speedy.
He got my number. Just go ahead and call me. Good night.
What a disaster.
You hadn't been working on it much.
Yeah, right.
I know. You've had a tough week.
Yeah. So Charles is basically saying, I understand that sometimes to resolve a problem, you just try to be the bigger man, but I'm not capable of doing that.
And I thought he made a great point, especially the job he has. I got to be consistent, or I'm going to look ridiculous.
I would say this, and he's right about that. I agree with y'all 100%. But I think if you are my friend, and he used the term best friend, probably I would expect a call from you first, privately, and say, hey, just know when I do my job this week, I'm going to be asked about your team, and I love you, and you and I are friends, but I'm going to tell you, I think you need people around you that tell you no privately. Tell him that and say, I'm going to say that on the show because I'm just doing my job. But I wanted you to hear it from me first. Now, that wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. No,
probably
it's a good approach.
Yeah, that's
that approach.
That's a good approach.
Or even a post call of, hey, No, I would do a pre, but I mean, worst case.
If you didn't do the pre, worst case, do a post.
Hey, by the way, just want to give you a heads up if you didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I said this, but this is what I meant. I love you, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing.
Either way, but the pre would be really good.
That's first.
Yeah. And I mean, I did that with one of my sons the other day, and it really did help him when I said, now you're going to see me completely change my point of view about your apartment if it upsets your mother, and I'm going to side with her, but I just want you to know ahead of time.
Yeah.
And you're going to wonder who I am, what happened.
Right.
That's not the conversation you and I had. I said, but I'm going home with your mama. You're not.
Yeah.
So I will turn on you during this if it goes south. Right. Now, if it doesn't go south, we're fine. But don't think I'm weird and whatever when you're like, wow, Dad, this is not what you and I were talking about before Mom came over here. I said, so I'm going to change my tune, and I'm going to side with Mom. And just be ready for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what they said? Appreciate that heads up. Yeah. And all right, so now we have these other things in the sports world.
Yeah.
You want to go with the baseball glove or the flip of bat first? Does it matter to you? You want to do flip of bat first?
We can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Both are ridiculous.
This is college here, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So I saw this foot. I could not believe this guy was he tossed?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
And I think maybe suspended for the next game.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he was. You're right.
Yeah, so he's going about half.
This is a game-winning home run, right? Or no, the
That I
go
don't
ahead.
know.
The go-ahead
Yeah,
home
it
run.
may have been a
Yeah, it was
go-ahead.
the University of Arkansas at Monticello baseball player. He flipped his bat after a home run. He made it all the way around the bases, over to the dugout, and then he realized he had been ejected and suspended for the next game because of the bat flip was ruled excessive, according to the umpires.
What's happening with umpires these days? I mean, and
Now,
he threw it pretty far. He did.
Well, yeah, but it's more of a flip over the shoulder than anything.
He didn't really. He just flipped it.
Yeah, he didn't flip it towards the opposing dugout or
Yeah.
anything like that. It was just more of a flip over the shoulder.
He's not even hot dogging to the other players
No.
that he just hit a very big home run, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Let's count how many steps here he goes out of the box. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on the sixth step, he flipped.
Right to the on deck circle.
He does say
I don't-
something to somebody, but I think it was his coach.
Yeah, it was first base coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
is
he
this
was
one of those things where they try to claim safety issue? Well, he threw it so far, could have hit somebody.
No, it was
people
well,
hide behind that all the time.
Was the ruling excessive
bat, it
celebration?
says bat flip was ruled excessive,
But it wasn't excessive.
It wasn't.
Yeah, but we're becoming it's like trying to play sports with Pharisees in charge. I remember telling the guy that one time in a game. I said, trying to play a game inside your authority is like trying to follow the Levitical law. And he looked at me. He said, "I've never heard that complaint in my entire life." And I was like, "I mean, you got us all. I mean, you got to let everybody play."
And I don't mind the umpire even calling the kid out and going, "Hey, listen, just heads up, you're borderline excessive. Not going to do anything this time, but there's a chance that at some point you may get tossed out of a game for that. Use that as a teaching moment. You don't have to make the game about you and immediately.
Yeah,
you got a guy now who's just got his team evidently back in the game." And now you've suspended him for the next game by tossing him for something that's ridiculous.
That bat flip should not just play a factor in the next ball game.
No, no.
I don't understand that at all.
The home run still counts, though.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
100%.
But you don't have that player for the next game.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
or the rest of that one.
Or the rest of that game. And I think they just went ahead on that home run, so it was a close game.
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
So I just think it's ridiculous. And I think it does. There's something underlying on it, too, and it's what Coach Holtz said earlier in the show today, if you missed that. Skip Holtz, coach of the USFL Birmingham Stallions. He said, we're creating an environment where we don't want young people to have to persevere through anything.
Mm-hmm.
So then when they turn out and they're, we've said this on there, when they end up being someone's parent, someone's employee, someone's employer, someone's spouse, then they quit on all that because it gets hard and they've never been put in a situation. Some of this, let's stop all celebrations and let's stop all taunting. Let's stop. We're also coddling and babying everybody. Yeah. If you don't want the bat to be flipped going down the first baseline, don't let the guy rip one on you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Strike him out.
Yeah.
And part of somebody beating you in something is you may have to see it and hear about.
Sure.
I'm not saying that, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm just talking about this hurts my feelings that he hit a home run on me and flipped his bat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, get over it. You're a pitcher. It happens. You got to learn to deal with that.
Yeah.
So anyway, the next one is this catcher.
This is more ridiculous.
This catcher and this the umpires have become a bunch of drama queens.
Yeah, I know.
And we need to rid ourselves of them and get down to the guys that aren't and ladies.
Well, we're getting technology in place to where y'all are going to not have a job anyway.
Right. So you got a Phillies catcher. Is it JT Realmuto, I guess, is his name?
I don't know.
Anyway, Craig Kimbrell is the pitcher. He had just been called for a pitch clock violation in the bottom of the fourth inning of the Grapefruit League that they were playing, I think, the Blue Jays in. So Kimbrell asked for a new ball. And so the catcher, JT, not looking back at the home plate umpire, just presented his glove to him.
Which is standard.
Thinking the home plate umpire was going to put it in his glove. But after a few seconds, he didn't do that. So he took his glove back, and the umpire dropped the ball and threw him out. The catcher says he thought he was throwing it back to Craig Kimbrell.
Sure, because he waited.
Yeah, and then Kimbrell's eyes looked up to the sky, so he thought the ball was coming to him, but he gets tossed. Here it is.
Kimbrell says, I don't like that call. Now, here's the action right here. And The umpire felt like Realmuto took his glove out of the way, and I think Realmuto didn't sense that the ball was on its way, so he just figured the umpire was throwing it back to the mound.
You hear him? He said, I thought you gave the ball back to the pitcher.
Now, here's the action right here.
Y'all, his
Come on,
eyes, it's not like he could have even seen it.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is
Really
standard, by the way.
Look up.
You reach back, and
Yeah.
if he doesn't do it, if he doesn't give it to you, you feel like he's throwing it to the pitcher.
Yeah. And he went back after being tossed. First time he had been tossed in nearly 2,000 professional games. He went back and looked at the video and said, yeah, I thought he was throwing the ball back. I wasn't
no way he would have known he was about
trying to
drop
show
the
him
ball.
up. The umpire said he wasn't buying it and tossed him.
And so that stood.
Yes, that stood, by the way.
Wow.
Phone calls to wrap up the hour. All 10 are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues and look at anything we may have missed. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, not at all. And so we got ate up by him. But finally, I'm trying to find, I think this is it. Finally, they had to go and trick the system into putting it in reverse. And you'll see the shoe pop out here in a second.
Sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead.
And so he finally got it in reverse. But look, they had to open the entire. I mean, guys, that's where you walk out. They had to. Of course, one of the bolts was stripped. They couldn't get it off, so they had to open all that up.
Speedy, y'all calls that he's down in the the motor of it.
Yes, yeah. So as you can see, there's nobody there, right? I mean,
The
guy,
stadium is completely
the
empty.
field crew has already sprayed the field, watered the field, and taken up the bases.
Y'all
And
are the
they're-
reason at this point that they haven't been able to go home.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah.
Most
And
definitely.
they were thrilled about it. too.
Oh yeah, so we finally leave. We didn't have to worry about traffic. That was part of this discussion of traffic getting out.
You had to
That
keep
wasn't a
telling
problem.
you had to keep telling yourself that.
That
too.
wasn't a problem.
You
at
had to
all.
keep telling yourself that over and over.
No, but
Same-
luckily, now look, for a little bit there was a little bit of drama toward there because we were being accused that we were doing something that we shouldn't have,
like
Putting your foot over on the side.
I don't really know how you get your foot stuck in an escalator. I don't know, but maybe we were, just goofing off or doing
Horseplay.
something, horse playing. But the guess that one of the high ups for the game day operations came down and said, no, I've already watched the camera. He wasn't really doing anything wrong, But there was a couple of people prior to then that were accusing us of that.
Who worked there or in the escalator?
That worked there, like
How
security
can you be doing something
Well,
wrong? to
it
do that?
doesn't help when you're screaming.
Yeah, well, that was a point of
That
discussion.
doesn't help.
If on that same camera
Right.
footage, if they followed us all the way back up to the top when we were woo
Right.
and goofing off, they might think, hey, these guys are
Right.
rebel rousing a little
Yeah.
bit, but we really weren't doing
Unless you
anything wrong.
unless you thought the trip was over and thought you could have something, it could be on you.
Unless we thought we could have something. That's a good point. And I did. I think I let my guard down because I think we were half escalator down, and I could see I could see the door, and then we got an eight block walk. And
Did
then-
you ever think
and then
consciously?
we're in the vans?
Yeah. Did you ever consciously think, well, at least the games are done and we're heading home now?
I did. Matter of fact, there was
This has been fun. This has been a great outing.
yeah. Matter of fact, there was even discussion with the dads foolishly about how well things have gone.
Oh, what, on the way out?
Goodness gracious, Speedy.
Yeah, like, man, we've had a good time. Things have gone
Yeah,
well.
what?
You did
well,
bring
there-
this on
there's your
yourself.
mistake.
And here's the problem, too.
No wood to knock on.
Ryan,
Make it good.
who got his shoe stuck, normally would be the guy that you would think, what'd you do?
Right.
Fun-loving kid, but, I mean, they're going
He
hard.
can clown a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What did you do? Really, I didn't do anything. Luckily, he had adults that were witnesses saying, nah, he really didn't. He really didn't do anything.
Garag didn't think so, though, did he?
Garag can't.
Y'all back up. You just back up. We got to get this thing fixed. Back up. Get over there. Oh, he's that guy.
I'm a grown man. Easy now.
You were probably the one who got on to.
Step back. We got a shoe stock.
Thanks, Pop.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boys and I. 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Talked a good bit today. Number of topics. Bubba hopefully back with us tomorrow. Men, thank you, and women too, really, all over the country, getting great feedback from the new 31-day devotional, Transformed, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God. It's available at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com in the store. 31-day devotional. I wrote the commentary for it. Was honored to get this opportunity. It was a daunting task since this is not really my wheelhouse, but going through that in my own life when I kind of adopted a version of Christianity that really was not transformative at all, and it didn't transform my life. And when God finally did, I kind of walked through the parts of Scripture that were telling me all along what the problem was, and what true redemption and justification, and then followed by sanctification, and then one day looking forward to glorification. All the things that Scripture says about that. 31 days, it is about a page and a half. For the feedback I'm getting from everybody who's going through it right now, it is no frills. It's like you've been handing a plate with meat and meat only, and we get right to the point. It's not real poetic, not real beautiful, anything like that, but it gets right to the point. And thank you for all the feedback from all over the country. That's very encouraging. And if you don't have that and you'd like to get that, you can there in the store. All right, so let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with Renee. Renee, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Well, first of all, I'm not calling to complain. Ooh, it's a bad echo. But y'all have talked several times about people with big tongues.
Yes.
And especially Greg.
Yeah,
and,
just that one story they just keep replaying.
Yeah, but you keep in mind, Bubba, has an oversized tongue.
He does. We have one in there.
His goes width. It's not really length, but yeah.
Well, that was my brother too. My brother has a disease that's very similar to Lou Gehrig's disease, and his tongue has outgrown his mouth twice. And actually knocked all his bottom teeth out. And he's had to go to UAB twice and have his tongue split down the middle, reduced, and then put back together.
How about that?
Oh, it's awful.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Trent. Trent, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just weighing in on the school shooting.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law's sister was the headmaster there, Catherine Toots, and she was murdered. A great woman, originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and her daughter was also a school teacher there, Anna, and sheltered in place with a lot of students in a closet, and was a hero as well. And we do know some more details than the public knows, but just know that Catherine was a hero, and her daughter, Anna, also a hero.
No doubt about that. I'm so sorry, man. It's just such a terrible, terrible thing. And, when yesterday, and I don't want to be overly critical, but, we get the president talking about chocolate chip ice cream, and then we have the press secretary wasting zero time in a moment of grief like this man's talking about, and we got to hear this garbage again. So here is Karine Jean-Pierre's response.
About what is known so far. We want to express the President's appreciation for the first responders and prayers for all the families affected by this shooting. While we don't know yet all the details in this latest tragic shooting, we know that too often our schools and communities are being devastated by gun violence. Schools should be safe spaces for our kids to grow and learn, and for our educators to teach. As you all know, President Biden has taken more action than any president in history on gun safety, from nearly two dozen actions, including the executive order he just signed last month, or this month, pardon me, to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act legislation he signed into law after the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo. He also believed it's not enough. We must do more, and he wants Congress to act, because enough is enough. In his State of the Union, the president called on Congress to do something to stop the epidemic of gun violence, tearing families apart, tearing communities apart. How many more children have to be murdered before Republicans in Congress will step up and act to pass the assault weapons ban, to close loopholes in our background check system, or to require the safe storage of guns? We need to do something.
Oh, my goodness. So, if she would like to talk about why we have an environment that perpetuates these kind of evil people, we can have a conversation. That's lazy. That's political, politicizing. It's just a bunch of garbage.
Mm-hmm.
To the phones we go. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing good, man.
All right. Look, hey, I want 2 skillets.
Okay.
For the cornbread, and I'm gonna make y'all biscuits.
Okay. Me
and Garrett come up there on a Friday or something.
Okay. Do you know how to get them?
Now, do you have them on your site?
Yeah. Yep. Go to rickandbubba.com. Click on the store. They're right there.
Well, Greg should have my credit card.
Yeah. So, do you got Brian's credit card?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we probably don't have time to get another one in, but anyway, thanks for all of you today helping us work through. The new phones. I see some potential. Again, it can't solve bad cell problems, but it seems to, if we get everything right, better. Now the echo coming back, we're working on it. Matter of fact, as soon as we wrap up here today, I think Tom's gonna reboot the No Name Studio.
Reboot.
And hopefully we're moving in the right direction. Continued to work with Bubba. Hopefully he and Betty can get on top of this situation they've got with their house being damaged in the tornado, and he'll be in a place where he can be back with us on the next show. If not, the rest of us, Lord willing, will be here. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, then enjoy that right after the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.